Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is almost over. We're just a couple hours away from the event actually beginning, so this is your annual hype stream before the keynote. It lets everybody cover the last minute leaks, cover all of the little details. Yes, more realistically last minute instead of getting last minute videos, 2 or 3 days before the event begins. But yeah, I'm excited. The Apple Store is down as per usual, which means there are likely changes and new products that will be available to order immediately after the event, although likely not the new iPhones. Those are usually available for pre-order the following Friday from the keynote. So this Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific, I will probably be live again for the pre-orders. And now it's real. We're no longer wondering and speculating on, okay, when is this going to happen? What are they going to do? In a matter of hours now, we're all going to know for sure whether or not Lightning is truly dead. And of course, whether or not the reports were accurate about the pricing, the storage, the titanium. I hope you're excited, and I hope you're comfortable. Get some popcorn, get some snacks, get cozy, because it's going to be a long stream that I'm just kicking off today. I normally don't eat breakfast, but I had banana and a granola bar to kind of keep me fueled. I've got one of these things, not a sponsor, which they're not very healthy, but they like to make you think they are. I don't care. They taste good. So this should be interesting. Let me make sure I got everybody here. Wow, Ethan Davish has been a member for 4 months. He says, have a great event day. Thank you, Ethan. And also, Lord Zero has been a member for 20 months. He said, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we've already got some posts from Tim this morning. Nothing really, in my opinion, that stands out that substantially. He just said it's almost time. But he capitalized the T in time. Therefore, I don't know. Apple Watch confirmed, I guess? Also, I wanted to thank Haru for upgrading their membership to Tailosive Tech Pro for no reason whatsoever. But they did that before the live stream even began, which was very generous of you. Thank you. Michael Lizito says he took the day off just for the event. Wow, you're missing work for this, dude? Come on. Can we, any of us really justify that? I mean, I skipped school when I was a kid for this, but that's probably not a good idea. You shouldn't do what I do. Good morning from your bank account. Oh yeah, all our bank accounts are all of the Apple Card's gonna look much, much more yellow by the end of this week. That's for sure. Second gen AirTag. Okay, yeah, all right. Thank you for mentioning that, Jeremiah Tipton, because there was a rumor that I forgot to include in yesterday's video about all of the final iPhone 15 reports. Which was about Apple coming up with the next generation version of the U1 chip, appropriately named U2. So everybody's going to get the U2 album back in their music library. No, that went horribly, so they probably won't do that again. But yeah, there's been talk about a new spatial awareness chip. I guess it kind of slipped to my mind when recording that video, because I thought, how do you improve on it? Everyone just kept saying it's more precise. And I'm like, okay, I mean, when you track down the AirTag, it's already pretty freaking precise. It gets down into the, inches, and it can tell you what direction it is. I was having a hard time visualizing exactly how they make that more precise or whatever. But, Nick, hey, thank you for the super chat. Such a random emoji he attached to that. Thank you very much, man. I thought usually if people super chat, they'd say something, but I didn't see a message or anything. Appreciate it nonetheless. Tom Davis is excited to see the navy blue iPhone have the midnight MacBook, and it's my favorite color. Really? See, I'm not a fan of those super dark. I feel like we keep getting these dark blues. I feel like we had Pacific Blue already with the 12, and they're just doing it again. I actually believe, who was it who suggested this? Maybe it was the Minimalist Digitalist, but someone suggested that Apple is intentionally making poor color choices this year because it's already a pretty big year with the action button, a periscope lens, a titanium chassis, USB-C, dynamic island coming to the regular models, the first 3nm chip. So Apple just figured this is already a big enough refresh. It's okay if the colors kind of suck. So we'll save all of the cool colors for next year, which is definitely going to feel a lot more S year. I guess every year is an S year, but next year in particular, I don't think is going to feel that different. I mean, it's just the screen adjustments slightly. Am I still going to use the 11 with the 15 comes out? Probably, yeah. I don't make future promises anymore towards what phones or what hardware I will or won't buy. That's my new shtick. All of last year, I kept telling people I'm not going to buy the 14, even though I had no idea what it had. Whereas I don't think that's really fair to act like we know everything, and there's certainly possibilities where Apple could surprise us. They could launch some new features today with the 15 series that I wasn't anticipating, and if it's really quite compelling and really interesting, then yeah, I would be totally fine upgrading, and if I had a justification for it. Nothing rumored so far really sounds like I could justify it, but I'm willing to admit that Apple has surprised us many times in the past where we thought we knew everything about the iPhone until days like today where they actually announce it and unveil it, and then we go, oh, I didn't think Apple was going to do that. I didn't realize they had some more tricks up their sleeve. So there could be some tricks, and maybe I want it that badly. Who knows? Um, Alex super chatted. Growing up is just watching the event while at work. Think this is the year I update from 11 Pro Max. Hey, that's still a great phone. Nothing wrong with the 11 Pro Max. I know many people still rocking that, but yeah, that should be a pretty substantial upgrade. I feel like this is like a more pivotal moment in iPhone history. A lot of you guys probably don't think of it that way, but I don't know. It's just the charge port so rarely changes on Apple products. It's not very common. So this is the second time in the history of the iPhone that the charge port might actually be changing, and I feel like everything before that is going to be like a very obvious, like, oh yeah, that still requires Lightning, whereas Type C supports this concept of one port for everything. You know, you can use the same cable on your Mac, your iPad, your phone. So to me, that feels like a bigger deal. I guess maybe it's not for all of you MagSafe people, but I appreciate the super chat, Alex. Tom Davis says, I'm not convinced on the dummy models. Surely the color will be different. Also, as someone who's currently using the 11, I'm desperate to upgrade. It's so slow and the battery isn't great. Hey, I'm using the iPhone 11 and I'm not too desperate. But yeah, I understand. Good for you. Samuel says, do you think Apple Watch Ultra will get a price bump to $899? It's such a good deal compared to stainless steel watch right now. I didn't think about that, but now that you mention it, a lot of people opt for the Ultra, and I thought that it was too good of a deal last year. I thought it was honestly really, really, uh, like compelling for all of the features it offered. So I didn't think about that, but now that you mention it, that kind of makes sense. I could kind of see them. The thing is, though, they're not rumored to change much with the Ultra. So if it's literally just a new chip and a new color option, won't most people be kind of confused why that got a price hike? I don't know. UAP super chatted for the first time. Wow, that's cool. YouTube tells you if someone's never super chatted before. He says, really appreciate your insights on Apple. You're right. Oh, thanks, man. We don't need to compliment me. Yes, I appreciate it, but there's far greater tech channels than I. Don't worry about it. Scott said, ironically, the USB-C port on my 2018 iPad Pro died this week. Really? No kidding. I've never heard of that happening. So you can only charge it through the smart connector on the back. And thank you for the super chat, Option Command Media. Yes, it's not April Fool's. Is he still a thing? Leaks Apple? I think I muted him, or anytime he shows up on my Twitter, I hit show fewer tweets. So I haven't seen anything from him in a while. They're going to spend half the event talking about USB-C, just like how they did with 5G. I hope so. Personally, I find this far more exciting than 5G. Type-C, I think, more directly translates to more real-world noticeable differences, whether that's faster transfer speeds, faster charging, but mostly just one port to rule them all seems to be the main reason people want Type-C on their phone. It's not so much faster charging or faster data, it's mostly just, I want one cable that can do it all. And it's also going to be the first time in history that Android and iOS are going to be charging with the same connector, which is kind of weird to think about. It's never happened before. Joshua D says, new sensor package, also I think better HR and blood oxygen. From what I've gathered, it doesn't sound like that major of an upgrade. I haven't heard of those things in particular, but that's the great news about today's live stream, Josh, is that we don't have to wait too much longer to find out who's right. But yeah, hopefully better heart rate and blood oxygen. Again, is something wrong with the current version? I feel like It's everyone that I've argued with so far on whether or not blood oxygen checking is accurate enough on the Apple Watch says that it's perfectly accurate, and so is the heart rate monitor, and it can detect irregular heart rate patterns. It's totally fine. So I don't know. You want something that's not broken to be even more not broken? Scott says only charges via Magic Keyboard. Tried a bunch of different bricks and cables. iPad needs to be upgraded anyway. See, Scott, you saying that makes me so grateful I've sold my iPad Pro. I just feel bad for whoever owns it now. Hopefully their Type-C connector doesn't go out. Zetrick says, do you think iPhone will be portless next year? No, I do not, because it is not legal in the European Union. As well as other countries as well are pushing this now. I think European Union is the one kind of spearheading the movement, but there's other countries like India, which has over 1 billion people, and Brazil, which has over 200 million people, and Israel, which isn't huge, but there's more countries I've heard of in the Middle East that are also looking at mandating Type-C on certain devices, and it's not like there's some loophole where you go, oh, well, if there's no port at all, then that's fine. That's not how it works. Also, I don't know who keeps telling people, well, I know who it is, but I'm not going to say specifically, but don't listen to anyone that says if the iPhone has, MagSafe, if Apple opens up MagSafe to third parties, therefore that means that there's another charging standard and they don't have to have USB-C on it. That makes no sense. That is not the way the law is written. And also, there were people pushing this narrative that, Qi 2, like the second generation of Qi, is going to include the MagSafe ring. And people were saying, oh, well, if the iPhone includes that MagSafe ring, that means it'll be a universal standard so they can remove USB-C. That makes zero sense. For one, the first generation of Qi is already a charging standard that is accessible to the masses. So why would the magnets, for some reason, be different? Also, if you read the European Union law on the mandate for the charge port, it doesn't say, oh, you can just remove the port and it's fine. It's specifically about smartphones. The bill is kind of targeted at Apple. So for one, they've designed it in a way that it's very hard to get out of that regulation, basically impossible. But even if there was hypothetically some loophole that Apple could find, it doesn't change the fact that the EU wants Apple to switch to Type-C. That's the end goal. Apple could try to be like, see, we technically are abiding by the law. Then the EU is just going to change the law until they get what they want. I don't think it really fixes the problem. It's not like the EU is just going to go, shucks, you figured us out, Apple. You figured out the fine print in our law. We didn't realize that. No, the bill is very much targeted towards Apple specifically. So they could try to find some technical loophole, but personally, I don't think it would have mattered. Even if they found it, Apple would have, the EU would have changed the law to patch that loophole. Anyway, Radius says it's a shame you can't stream the event while you're reacting to it. I know, I used to try to do that, but Apple would take down the live stream literally in the middle of the keynote. I think that happened back in 2021. I tried it again after. I was like, maybe Apple doesn't mind now. Maybe I can try it again. And I showed the event and myself reacting to it. And then like 10 minutes into the keynote, my live stream was shut off. Apple literally took down my stream. So I don't want to tick them off, but anyway, I'm getting behind on the super chats now. Option Command Media says, I really hope Apple gives the middle finger to the EU in some way today. They sell a bunch of phones there, so I don't think they want to do that. And honestly, if you want to push the environmental narrative, switching to Type-C is a good idea. It does long-term reduce e-waste. Short-term, it does create a little bit more, but I think it's unnecessary to try to tick it off. I mean, sure, the EU has made some weird decisions, but personally mandating USB-C is not one of them. In my view, if Apple was smart and if they were wise, they wouldn't need this bill. Apple should have switched to Type-C a long time ago. And I'm frustrated that a government has to force them to do it. I wish they would have done it on their own, fruition, basically. Anyway, Quinn, how do I say it? Jonas? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Says, I work at T-Mobile and regular people will lose their mind when they find out it's a new port, still happens with the non-included charging brick. Well, it doesn't seem to affect the sales. Yeah, I'm sure people will lose their mind and I'm sure people will complain. But guess what? Those same people complained when Lightning came out. All of the people that you're talking about, people are going to hate the change to Type-C. All of those people hated Lightning and they didn't want to change from 30-pin. So Should we still stick with 30 pin because it annoys those people? No, I mean, I don't think you're even saying that, Quinn, but it is true that everyday people who are not super into tech, they don't like new tech of any kind. They would be annoyed with the iPhone 15 whether it had Lightning or USB-C. They'd just be like, "Oh my God, they made another one. Why do they keep making new ones?" They just hate all new stuff because it makes them feel like they have old stuff, and it makes it like, "Oh my God, that's so expensive. Why would they do that?" Everyday people are not interested in Apple doing anything, including releasing a new iPhone. I think most non-techie people would be fine if Apple released one phone every 10 years that never went up in price, and had the exact same ports and the exact same connectors. But everyday people, they come around just a lot slower than the rest of us. If you're watching this kind of live stream, you're inherently a lot more techie. You're a lot more of a fan of the latest and greatest. Even if you don't plan on buying it and you're like me and you're happy with what you have, you're still just curious about it. Like some people watch sports to see how a certain team is going to do. I like watching Apple because, in my opinion, it's a bit more relevant. It's like, okay, these phones, this tech is going to affect everybody's buying decisions. So knowing how it works and what the advantages and disadvantages are of all that hardware is going to help in my daily life, in my opinion. Sorry, I got to keep moving here. Who was it? Drew Shoto. Hey, that's a nice name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, iPhone 15s are looking so good so far, but not upgrading. Loving my 14 Pro Max. We'll think of upgrading in 4 years' time. Love your content. Wow, thanks, Drew. That's very kind of you. And good on you for holding on to your tech for longer. That's awesome. Cameron German says, I was a Pro member. I could see the behind the scenes and all. I lost my debit card and I got a new one. So how do I update my card information? I apologize. I wish I knew the ins and outs, but I thought I replied to your comment before. I believe you're super chatting, so one of your cards is working, but you just use the first link in the description to sign up if you're interested in accessing the Tailosive Tech Plus perks like the behind the scenes content. But if your old card was lost, I guess check with Google, because I would love to go through a step-by-step tech support thing, but there's a lot of people here at the moment and there's a lot of questions coming in, so I appreciate the super chat. Contact me on Twitter maybe in the future when I'm less busy. This is not a good time for me, unfortunately. S. Snyder V7 says, screw it, let's replace USB-C with NACS. With the iPhones getting thicker and thicker every year, we might be able to support NACS in a couple more generations. Thank you for the super chat. Haru says iPhone 10 should have had USB-C. I agree. I think that would have been the perfect time. It had been out for a while. They were about to ship USB-C on the iPad the following year. The iPhone 10 was already a drastically different phone. There was already so many changes and new things with it. I don't think if you would have slapped USB-C in there, it would have surprised that many people or confused that many people, because the phone was already just so inherently different. It was the first iPhone without a home button. It was the first iPhone with Face ID. All these gesture controls, and control center was moved, and steel and rounded corners and OLED, and it was already a huge upgrade, to be frank. But I think that the reason they probably didn't switch to Type-C sooner was because Apple probably thought they could go portless. And then over time, they started realizing this is going to be a lot more complicated to do portless, and there's going to be a lot of disadvantages and very few advantages. So it took them a while to come to that realization, obviously, because it's 2023 and we still technically haven't gotten word from Apple on whether or not the iPhone will switch to Type-C. Hopefully that's different in an hour or two. Option Command Media says, what if the EU mandates a common OS? That's the reason why governments should screw up from tech. It's not killing anyone. They are dinosaurs. Yeah, but the common OS isn't so much stopping an e-waste problem. Lightning was perpetuating an e-waste problem. If the EU mandates a common OS, then we can have a different discussion on whether or not it's a good idea, but I still think I'm going to support the EU when they mandate good ideas. Basically, the European Union is forcing Apple to make the iPhone better. You want to complain about that? If a government forces an Apple product to become better, I'm not going to complain too much. If a government forces an Apple product to become worse, sure, I might complain more about that, but that's not what they're doing. So that's a different situation. I'm not going to just critique anything a government does, even if it's a good idea. But they're not mandating a common OS, which is why I'm not complaining yet. If they do, we'll complain later. But Caroline Wilson super chatted. Thank you for the tech compliment. What did I say? I don't remember. Sorry, I said to be frank. That's triggering for some of you. Um, Announcing Lightning 2. I think we're technically on Lightning 2. Back in 2017, we had an iPad Pro that had Lightning 3, and then they never put Lightning 3 on anything else. They could have brought Lightning 3 to the iPhone, and they didn't. It was very confused. I was very confused. Stephen Maduro says, big fan of your content. Do you think any iPads will be announced today? I do not, Stephen. In fact, Ming-Chi Kuo just tweeted this morning, actually, that he doesn't expect any new iPads to come out for the remainder of this year. So this might actually be the first year in a very long time that Apple decides not to release a new budget iPad, which kind of makes sense if you consider how expensive the iPad 10 is, which is kind of another budget iPad, but they're charging $450 for it. Ugh, it's too much. I just hope with this push towards Type-C, we get an Apple Pencil with USB-C on the other end, because I hate that Apple Pencil 1 using an adapter to connect to the iPad 10. But if we are phasing out Lightning, I do feel like now would be a good time to scrap the iPad 9 and then discount the price of the iPad 10. I think the iPad 10 honestly doesn't need to be updated. I don't think, like what you guys are asking, I don't think we need an iPad 11 personally. No, iPad mini doesn't get refreshed annually. We got one, I guess, 2 years ago. But if we do get a new iPad mini in the spring of next year, then it probably won't be very different. I bet it'll just be new chip. We put an A16 chip in there instead of an A15 thing, whatever. Usually joke about Apple inventing stuff, but Apple is so late on USB-C on iPhone that we can't say they invented it. Well, they did work on it. I actually tweeted a video this morning of when Apple first introduced it on the... It was in the Apple March event of 2015 where they unveiled the 12-inch MacBook. That was the first Apple product with Type-C. And Phil Schiller, when he's unveiling it, straight up says, like, yeah, we worked on this port ourselves with a bunch of other companies. It was a collaboration product, but Apple was part of the collaboration. Yeah, I agree with Mike Sparks. The iPad 10 should be like $399, and that can be the entry. Maybe, preferably less if it's possible. But get the iPad 10 price down and then discontinue the iPad 9. I don't think you need an iPad 11. I don't know what you would do with an iPad 11. I guess you could put a slightly better chip in there, maybe update the Type-C port, maybe give it a laminated display, but with all of that, it just kind of eats into iPad Air sales. So, just stick with you can't make it too good, and you can't raise the price too much, so I don't think we need another budget iPad this year, honestly. Mike and Tosh, that's a funny name. Do you think Apple releases iPad Ultra 16-inch today? No! I know Quo doesn't get everything right, but when we're this close to the event, he's usually pretty spot on. So I trust Quo. I don't think we're getting any new iPads this year. Did we get a new iPad earlier this year? I don't think we did. No, the last big refresh was the Pro iPad with the M2 chip, and the iPad 10 came out in October of last year, and I don't think there's been a new iPad since then. Then under EU law, all things will have that port. Not all things, but a lot of things, including smartphones. There's a few exceptions if you read the bill, but like the Apple Watch doesn't have to get a port on it. But basically, the law is worded in a way that if the device is large enough to sustain a port, which we know the iPhone is because it has a port, that was the wording in the law that prevents Apple from just removing the port and saying, well, see, we had to remove the port in order to support our blah, blah, blah battery feature or blah, blah, blah camera feature. There's no way for us to build this device without a port. That doesn't apply. They can't use that argument. Dylan White's been supporting for 12 months. Thank you. He says, I'm ready for that Retina Zoom and braided cable. Oh, yeah, please, braided cables. Christian has been a member for 3 months. Thank you. He says, I hope USB-C cable and box will be at least USB 3. I doubt it, personally. I mean, maybe the Pros, but if the rumors are saying that the regular iPhone 15s are going to just be USB 2, why would they include a cable in the box that is slower than that? That is faster than what the port can handle? That doesn't make sense to me. Giving the Pros an exclusive cable that is faster, I think, would just be a little bit more complicated. And honestly, I think using a data using the port for data transfer is not that common. It's probably going to be more common among the pro buyers or people that are more into tech, that are using it for work and camera and that kind of thing. So I know a lot of people that have freaked out. They're like, "Oh my God, USB 2.0, that's ridiculous. That's crazy." I'm like, "Well, that's what they've been doing for years. The 14 Pros that you all spent, over $1,000 on, those all have USB 2.0, and you were fine with it. No one complained really. Not that many people complained, I guess, but with the regular iPhones, which are of course catered towards everyday people, that's catered towards just anybody that's just using an iPhone. The charge port on phones is mostly used for charging. It's not mostly used for data transfer. So I think it's totally fine to just have a charge cable included. I bet it'll do data, but not fast. And if the 15 Pros get Thunderbolt, then in my opinion, there's like no way they're including a Thunderbolt cable in the box, because that's going to be super expensive. Thunderbolt cables from Apple are usually like at least $100, sometimes more, depending on which size option you get. So it would just be kind of unnecessary and overkill. Basically, I think if they did include it, most people would not take advantage of it. So it would be kind of wasteful, in my view. I don't even think, personally, I wouldn't even include a USB-C cable. I would just include a Lightning to USB-C adapter, which those exist, by the way. Third parties to hold the SIM eject tool. Just put that little adapter in there and say, now you can turn any Lightning cable into a Type-C cable. That's the best way to reduce e-waste. And honestly, I think if you include a USB-C cable with every iPhone, most of them will probably go unused. I doubt that many. And then if you do use it, then you're going to unplug your Lightning cable, and then what do you do with that? Now you've just got an extra Lightning cable around for, I guess, your old accessories or whatever. But anyway, Desi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, super chatted and said, "No!" Whatever that means. Thank you for the super chat. Haru said, "Wow," after 7 months of support. Thank you, Haru. Office account super chatted for the first time. That's very kind of you. He said, "Love your content, King." Never been called that before. In my opinion, iPhone moving to USB-C is one of the largest changes in a long time. Can't wait to travel with one cord. I'm right there with you. I do think that's a huge deal. I think that's very rare, and we're probably not going to get any more changes after this year that are this major for quite some time. I'm trying to visualize what would be a bigger deal. Because honestly, getting the front camera underneath the display is not a big deal to me. Especially now that Apple has turned the selfie camera into the dynamic island, aka they've turned the camera hole into a feature, to the point now that even if the iPhone 17 got rid of the camera hole and they got it underneath the display and it still works and Face ID is fine and everything, even if they did all that, it would still not change that much in regards to the UI. There would still be people that want that little dynamic island up there virtually, even if there's no camera hole. I guess you could change the color of that dynamic island so you could have it in light mode or whatever, but still, to me, getting that camera underneath the screen is not that big of a deal. The bezels can't really get much thinner. Solid state buttons doesn't make that big an impact. If anything, that just complicates things. And switching to Apple in-house design modems would just be a battery boost. I don't think it would really change the way you use your phone. It just wouldn't get as hot as fast, but Michael Azita says probably no Ultra this year. Yeah, probably no iPhone Ultra, but I do think we'll get a new Apple Watch Ultra personally. Connor the Gamer super chatted, "Drew, are you mad to see Apple design stealing wallpapers?" I'm sad that I don't follow them. I don't know who that is. There's a lot of Apple accounts, but I guess I can't get mad because I know how often it happens. It doesn't make it right, but that sucks. And I hope it seems like if you're super chatting me about it, most people are aware of it. So hopefully that kind of brings the right amount of shame, and ideally he doesn't do it anymore. Hopefully he stops. Anyway, Cole Crawford super chatted, "Just switched to Mint and I'm buying the 15 Pro Max. Is it difficult switching from old phone to the new phone? Never worked with eSIM." It depends on the carrier. In my experience, Mint wasn't too bad. You just kind of download the app and then request the eSIM from account settings. I never got the Apple system to work where you just hold the two iPhones next to each other and it says, "Do you want to transfer your SIM to this phone?" And you hit transfer. I've heard that with some carriers that works fine and with others it doesn't. But from what I've gathered, most people If you're switching from an old phone to a new phone, eSIM is fine. eSIM seems to work okay. It's when you're switching from an old phone, a new phone to an old phone, is when eSIM gets more complicated, which is why I think the carriers pushed Apple so hard to release phone without a physical SIM, because they know that, well, if we annoy you through the process of switching to a eSIM phone, you're not going to want to go back. You're not going to activate that return window because you're going to be like, oh no, that's a pain in the butt for me to switch to my old phone again. So it's kind of like, I describe it like those yellow wasp traps. If you've ever seen those outside, they're really easy for the wasp to fly into the trap, but then it can't get back out again. That's how I view eSIM. Having switched to a 14 Pro Max last year to review, and then switching away from the 14 Pro Max, it was kind of a pain in the butt. No, Tom Davis. I would never say they should include a lightning cable. James Sanders Cedarloff has been supporting for 20 months now. Wow. He says, while in the hospital, one of the nurses had the same Apple Watch Ultra as me. I was wearing mine, so no, she didn't steal my watch. That's good. Keep an eye on her. You can never trust those people. What about next year's haptic buttons? Again, I don't think that's a feature. I think they scrapped it this year for a reason. It was rumored to happen this year, and it was probably very problematic. It complicates cases. I don't think it makes the design more simple, because you have to add more Taptic engines, so that drives the price up, and it makes your phone more prone to freezing and crashing, because now there's not a good way to hard reset the phone without a physical button to do the up-down hold, like override if the system is crashing. So it just creates a lot of problems and doesn't really solve any. So I don't personally think that's going to happen. I think they scrapped it permanently. Walter. Thank you for super chatting, Walter. He says, love Apple Box Wall. Should I upgrade my 10R to a 15 Max? I don't know. It depends on where you are, dude. I appreciate the super chat, but is your 10R working okay? If you're fine with it, maybe upgrade to the 15 Pro Max when it's been out for a while and you can buy it refurbished and cheaper. But that's an expensive phone. That's going to cost a lot. It's probably going to be the most expensive iPhone of all time is coming out today. Get excited. Alvin Brock says, I still enjoy watching some of your program. Aw, thanks, Alvin. Just some. I like that. Jens Gibbold, I hope I pronounced that correctly, says, have a 10S, will it get iOS 18 or should I upgrade? It's too early to say. We don't know how major of a year iOS 18 could be. It could get iOS 18, but there's a decent chance a ton of the features iOS 18 has won't make it to the 10S. Like the iPhone 10R, the iPhone 11 I'm using runs iOS 17, but it didn't get all of the new features. It depends on the features you care about. Even if it doesn't get iOS 18, if iOS 18 is super minor, I still wouldn't tell you to upgrade. But also just keep in mind, you don't necessarily have to upgrade to a 15. You could get a 13 mini, which might go on sale today, or iPhone 12, which will probably be way cheaper after this event, and still get iOS 18 without having to drop, $1,500 on a new phone or whatever. That's kind of a pain in the butt. Dylan White says Xfinity Mobile handles eSIM horribly. Unfortunately, I've heard that from a lot of people as well. Now that today's the reveal for iPhone 15, has anyone heard rumors about the 16? Oh, yeah! No, we usually hear iPhone rumors a couple of years in advance, and honestly, when you think about it, we've only got 1 year to go. There's only 1 year left until iPhone 16 event drops. But yeah, iPhone 16 is rumored to increase the size of the Pros. They're going up to 6.3 and 6.9 inches. Even bigger phones. Even the smaller phone gets bigger, which I'm annoyed by because I want smaller phones. And there's rumors that they'll bring the periscope lens down to the smaller iPhone that is getting bigger, and that they will probably have another Apple Silicon upgrade, A18 chip. They'll probably be bringing 8 gigs of RAM to the regular iPhones next year. Maybe they'll update the USB-C port, but does not sound like a big year in my opinion. It sounds pretty incremental. My wife had trouble switching from 12 Pro Max to 14 Pro Max on Xfinity. The employees seemed like they didn't know what to do initially. She now uses a 13 Pro Max. Hey, good for her. She's stuck with it. I like that. Um, Jay, Mr. How do I say this? Jay Rallis, thank you for the super sticker. The first time you've ever sent one. Just for me? That's very kind. Thank you. Um, Raphael says, hello, Drew. Another year, another iPhone. Yep, it's September, dude. It's what happens. Sahil says, how is eSIM when you are traveling? It all depends on the country. There are some countries that are very eSIM friendly, and there are other countries that are not eSIM friendly, which I've unfortunately heard stories from friends and family members that have gone overseas with their iPhones that they bought in the US, their iPhone 14s, and they had iPhone 14s with eSIM only, and then they would go to certain countries that didn't support it, and it was a big headache because they would go to the, carrier place and try to get a travel SIM, but then they realized, because most people don't know what they're buying, they just walk out and say, oh, new iPhone, okay, I'll just buy that, and then they don't realize it later that, oh, wait a minute, this doesn't have a SIM tray anymore. And they're like, well, there's other people around me with iPhone 14s using SIM trays. Well, yeah, because they bought the international version that still has a SIM tray. Yours in the US doesn't have that. And it's like, okay, give me a break, people. Come on. I could get more behind the transition to eSIM if Apple was more in control of the SIM process, the eSIM replacements and all that, but like I was fine with the removal of the headphone jack, and I was okay with Apple removing MagSafe and USB-A and all those things, because usually when Apple removes something, typically they have a solution. They have an in-house design solution. We got rid of USB-A, but we introduced USB-C. Or we got rid of the headphone jack, but here's an adapter, or AirPods. There were two solutions that were both great. The AirPods were incredible and far better than you could get, far better in experience than you could get with wired AirPods. So I was like, yeah, okay, it may be a little bit expensive, but there's a solution involved. My issue with the removal of the physical SIM tray that still bugs me is that Apple removed something, but they didn't have the solution. They were relying on all of the carriers to pick up the slack of like, okay, eSIM was already a thing, but now we're going to force everybody to do eSIM, but that's going to be up to the carriers to make that experience seamless and simple. And sure, maybe some carriers did a good job, but others didn't. And then simultaneously, they kept the SIM tray for other countries, which really confuses a lot of buyers, and also confuses people in the US, because it's like, well, you removed the SIM tray for us, but what did you replace it with? Does the US version get better battery life or a better camera or something because we don't have that space occupied by the SIM tray anymore? And the answer was no. Apple just replaced it with a pointless piece of plastic that does nothing. So instead of getting a SIM tray like the rest of the world, we just get a pointless piece of plastic. So there's no advantages to removing it at this time. Whereas if it would have been a across the board, like the removal of it on all phones, then you could argue that, okay, this allowed Apple to re-engineer the inside of the phone, and it's more repairable, or it's got a better battery life now or something. And then I could get behind, okay, they removed it, we lost something, but it was so that we could gain something else. Like the iPhone 7 got much better battery life because they removed the headphone jack, and it gained water resistance. I know you can do water resistance with a headphone jack, but it allowed them to do it for simpler and cheaper and at scale. But still, like, we didn't gain anything by the SIM tray's removal. And I still stand by, in the event that I really end up wanting an iPhone 15, if they announce it today and it's got a lot of cool features that I really like, I still don't think I would buy one to keep in the United States, because I know it will be eSIM only. And the rumors are, at least so far, that they are still going to offer an iPhone 15 with a SIM tray internationally. And I've got some friends and family members internationally that I'll probably visit at some time in the future. I'm not in a rush. My iPhone 11 is still working fine, but if at some point, I've made a pact to myself, I don't want to buy another Lightning iPhone. I don't want to buy another phone with Lightning. So whenever I am ready to upgrade, whenever my iPhone 11 dies on me or whatever, or I'm overseas and I find a good deal on one, I would like to get an iPhone 15 overseas that has the physical SIM tray and then bring it to the US, which should work on most of the cell bands. I've researched that. The only thing it probably won't get is ultra wideband, but I use Mint Mobile, and Mint Mobile doesn't have ultra wideband 5G anyway. And even if it did, I wouldn't care. I don't care about. I'm using 4G right now, and I'm getting by just fine. So I don't care if I don't get the fastest speeds, as long as the phone works, which it should. Um, then I would rather buy a phone overseas. So that's kind of my plan. Um, the minimalist digitalist says, "Hey Drew, what percentage as of right now, just off leaks, for you to upgrade?" I mean, at some point I probably will because, like I just said, I have committed to not buying another phone with Lightning, um, which includes if the iPhone 15 by happenstance and all the rumors and leaks end up being wrong. If the iPhone 15 has Lightning, I'm definitely not buying it. But um, percentage wise, I don't know if there's really a percentage because it's like I do want to get an iPhone with Type C eventually, but I'm guessing you're asking what are the chances that I buy one like this Friday and keep it. I don't know, not very high. Maybe 10-15% chance. Um, Scott says the iPhone 16 is going to have a screen. Wow, amazing. Uh, yeah, a lot of people are complaining about Xfinity with the eSIM. Dovana says, "Do you think AirPods Pro are coming out today?" I do think there will be a new case. It'll be kind of like when they brought MagSafe to AirPods Pro. They don't change the pods themselves. They'll look exactly, well, this is the first gen, but they'll look exactly like the second gen. They'll just happen to release a case now. But I don't think they'll let you buy the case separately. I think you'll have to buy a whole new pair of AirPods to get the case with USB-C, and I think that'll be the only change. I don't think they're going to improve the AirPods Pro sound quality or the design or color options. It'll just be, we've already brought USB-C to AirPods Pro, which are available today. And then people will go out and buy them and be like, wow, these are like the same, except they have Type-C. So I'm not going to be buying them, but I'm grateful that all new AirPods Pro from today and onward will probably have USB-C. But unfortunately, Ming-Chi Kuo has said, or who was it, Gurman? Someone said, who was pretty reputable, that AirPods Max and regular AirPods would not get USB-C until next year, which annoys me. Why, Apple, you have billions and billions of dollars in the bank, and you can only afford for one pair of AirPods to switch to Type-C? Just do it on all of them. AirPods Max are so close to being like a perfect pair of headphones, but they still have Lightning, and that makes it really hard to recommend. Anyway, Drew super chatted again. Wow, that's very generous of you. He says, "Do you reckon Apple will skip the iPhone 19 and go straight to 20 or maybe Ultra for the 20th anniversary of the iPhone?" The 20th anniversary? I do think they'll have to change the naming scheme eventually. I don't think they can stick around with numbers forever. As to when, I don't know. I feel like 17 is kind of a long word. iPhone 17 Pro Max or iPhone 17 Ultra. 15, 16 is a little shorter, a little more concise. But once they get up into the 17, 18, 19, I feel like that's when they might start to rethink the naming scheme. I honestly think because phones are so incremental, like they're very rarely big changes year over year. If they continue to stay this like incremental, it would make sense to just make it like cars. Just go by the year, You got the 2024 Toyota Camry. They don't call it the Toyota Camry 55 or 56. I don't know how many generations there's been. But if you release one of something every year, and every year it's just a little bit different from last year, then just call it, yeah, this is the 2020 model. This is the 2021 model. This is the 2030 iPhone. I would just go by the year, personally. That's kind of what they do with MacBooks and iPads. They don't call it iPad Pro 7, iPad Pro 8. They don't call it that. Rejoice says we're going to be headed back to brick phones soon, the way Apple is going. You know what? Honestly, where is it? You guys are going to flip out. Well, I don't even know where it went. Oh, here it is. I got this old Android doozy phone. Well, I guess it's not that old. It came out like a couple months ago. But this phone, as crazy as it is, of a brick, is kind of cool. I got to admit. Like, I used this while I was traveling overseas a lot. And if you just don't want a phone where you have to think about the battery, this is amazing. Like, I downloaded a ton of YouTube videos, and I was traveling on boats and planes for hours and hours and layovers and stuff. And this phone literally could last me like weeks without being plugged in, which is kind of amazing. And it's a 120 hertz display and everything. So I'm kind of on board this iPhone Ultra train where they make it super thick, super chunk, stuff a massive battery in there, put some of the best cameras you can. I kind of like that idea. It's like some people use these phones a lot in all day for travel or for work or whatever, and some people probably would take an iPhone that's that thick. This phone has a 20,000 milliamp hour battery inside. And it's, of course, there's no case on it. This is just how it looks. It's super strong, super durable. And I was like, yeah, I bet, like how we have an Apple Watch Ultra that ended up being really popular. A ton of people bought that. Apple should make a rugged, durable, thick, powerful iPhone Ultra. I kind of like this idea the more I think about it. Um, will the Apple Car charge via USB-C? Never heard that one before. Uh, Thank you for the super chat, Drew. Oh, Maestro also super chatted for the first time. Thank you. Jammo Waffle Sponge, that's a fun one. Super chatted. All for removal of eSIM in UK if they put something in its place. Go big or go home. I think you're saying remove physical SIM. I don't think what you said makes sense for removing eSIM. eSIM has been here since the 10s. Um, so I'm guessing you spelt that incorrectly, or you meant PSIM, as many people call it, which is P stands for physical. Um, Penn says if you want to buy an iPhone 15 from overseas, don't buy Japan, Korea. Oh, I lost it. He retracted the message. No, I was planning more of somewhere in Europe or Australia. One of those places. But Ben Close super chatted. He said, "Mwah, I can still super chat on desktop. For some reason, I'm awake at 1:30 a.m. Oh my god. So may as well stay up and watch the keynote for the first time since iPhone 10. Will Apple keep making SE phones? I don't see why not. They're usually pretty popular. Although there's very little rumors about an SE 4 as of right now. But not to get everybody too excited, this is very likely going to end up being wrong. However, there were references to unreleased iPhone models within tvOS beta code. I don't know why it's in tvOS beta code, but within that code, there were references to iPhones that hadn't come out yet that were rocking the A15 chip, which is pretty old. So I don't think it's the iPhone 15. I don't think it's even another version of the iPhone 14. The theory that Michael Burkhart was suggesting on Twitter that I really like the theory of is that maybe if Apple is this serious about USB-C and they really want like Lightning to be gone out of the iPhone lineup as quickly as possible, what if they release older iPhones that just have USB-C now? What if they bring USB-C to the iPhone 13? Or maybe they bring USB-C to the iPhone SE? That would instantly make the iPhone SE far more appealing to me because at this point, like my iPhone in its current form is totally fine. I'm most interested just in like the cheapest possible iPhone that has USB-C. So if they made an iPhone SE, still has the home button, still has a 4.7-inch display, still has one camera on the back. It's exactly the same as the current SE. It just happens to have USB-C. There's so many letters to keep track of. iPhone SE USB. They should just call it iPhone USB-C. But yeah, I hope they make it. But sorry, Ben, that you're up at 1:30 in the morning. That can't be good for your sleep schedule. Anyway, it's very kind of you to still super chat. Um, iPhone SE already goes by the year. Yeah, yeah. Well, they kind of call them first, second generation. But what is Penn trying to say? And from UAE, Dubai version FaceTime is banned from the phone due to law. Yeah, I wasn't planning on buying it from any of those countries you listed, but yeah, I would do some research to make sure that whatever iPhone I buy internationally will still work in the US and the cell bands will still be compatible and all that. Altman, thank you for 7 months of support. Says, I never got why we were saying we weren't getting a new Watch Ultra because there was no way Apple would upgrade chip, etc. on a standard one, but not Ultra. We weren't getting it. Yeah. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I think that the biggest change with the Series 9 Apple Watch is mostly just going to be a new processor that is actually this time faster than the last 3 processors or whatever. But again, I don't think that's that big a deal. It just seems like, hey, it's been a year. We found a better way to make this chip. Let's just throw it in there because if you're buying a $800 watch in 2023, we should make sure that you have the latest generation chip, which is also part of the reason why I don't believe in why a lot of people are like, hey, if the changes aren't that big a deal, Apple should just upgrade every other year. They should skip a year and not release an iPhone. I don't believe that. It's like, even if it's an incremental year, it's still good to make sure that if you're buying an iPhone, you're getting hardware that was at least designed in the past 12 months. Even people who bought an iPhone 14 yesterday, they're getting a phone with silicon and a chip design that came out, somewhat recently. Whereas if Apple only upgraded the phone every 2 years, then you could buy a phone like 18 months after it came out that's brand new and still technically is using a dated chip design or a worse manufacturing method. So even if the upgrades are small, I still think it makes sense for Apple to release a phone every year, even if it's incredibly tiny changes and not that much. Burkhart says it's funny that they're switching to 5 nanometer on the watch when the iPhone is switching to 3. I know why. Why is the watch always behind with the silicon? I guess it doesn't matter all that much because the watch doesn't. I'm still confused like what the watch is going to do with the faster processor. To be fair, this is something that I don't feel too confident about. Like, the Apple Watch leaks and rumors have been statistically very, very wrong in the past, especially in 2021. Everyone, including Mark Gurman, was all on board this train of, oh yeah, the Apple Watch is going to have a squared off edge design. It's going to be more boxy and rectangular. And that couldn't have been more wrong. It got more curvy, it got more rounded, and everybody was flat out wrong with that. And I think similar claims happened that year as well, where people were saying this Apple Watch is going to have a faster processor, this new dual-sided chip or whatever, and that didn't happen. And everyone's like, oh, well, it got delayed. Apple's going to do that with the Series 8, actually. The Series 8's coming later. And then, of course, it didn't happen with the Series 8. That didn't follow through with all of those claims that, oh, the leaks were right. We were just actually way earlier than we realized. We were hearing reports about a watch that was coming next year, not this year. And then that was all proven wrong when the Series 8 didn't change anything. So who knows? Maybe with the Series 9, we got it all wrong all over again, and it's not honestly going to be a faster chip, or maybe the design is way different than we thought. You could maybe buy an iPhone 15 from Hong Kong. No, I'm not going to Hong Kong. Sorry. I'm going to go to a place where I'm not going to travel to another country just for the sake of getting a new phone. I'm going to go to another country to visit friends or family members, and then while I'm there, get the iPhone. So I, kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. Thank you, Maestro, for the super chat. He said, last year I snagged the 14 Pro Max, and this year traveled to Korea, Thailand, Egypt, and England. Never had any problems with eSIM. In fact, I grew to love its simplicity and ease of swapping out. Well, that's good. I'm glad those places support it, but again, it all comes down to the carrier. I know not everybody had a bad experience, but I know many, both in my personal life and online, that had bad experiences, all of which could have been avoided, I feel like, if Apple didn't remove the SIM. But I'm happy that for some people the phone worked as it was supposed to. That's amazing. Oh my god, the feature did what it was designed to do. That's impressive. But I'm happy it worked. I'm just annoyed for the people that it didn't work for. Ben Close says the Apple Watch chip will get faster so that it helps you run faster. Oh, that makes sense. Wow, Pen upgraded to Tailosive Tech Max for no reason. That's confusing. Thank you for the support. iPhone 4 is not overrated. It kind of is. I'm not saying the iPhone 4 is bad. I'm just saying everybody holds it up like the Simba and Lion King of like peak iPhone design. And it wasn't. I mean, it was okay. I mean, it had a glass back for no reason. We have glass backs now for wireless charging. I don't know why we needed a glass back by then. It just made it more fragile and easier to crack. The circular volume buttons were harder to click and find. I prefer the current volume buttons because they're bigger and they're more the size. Like the current volume buttons sync up with the size of your fingers, unlike the circular volume buttons, which kind of like cut in. And the squared off design isn't as comfortable to hold, in my opinion. It's a fine design. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just everybody holds it up as like, this is peak, this was the best iPhone, and I just don't think it was. It's just fine to me. It just kind of blends in with all the other iPhones. I know I'm going to get canceled for that. What am I slurping? Water. Everybody drink more water. You're probably not drinking enough. Halami says, I'm on the way to the dentist. Hopefully, I'll make it back home in time for the event. You could watch it while you're at Have you ever been to the dentist where they let you watch TV while they're working on your teeth? I haven't, but I know people that do that. I've heard of that. Maybe you could tell the doctor, I have to watch Tailosive tack while I'm getting my teeth clean. He's like, sir, we're going to put you under. We're removing your wisdom teeth. I don't care. I got to watch this event. It's really important for me to see the new charge port come to the iPhone. Hydration reminder. A says, what's your peak iPhone? I don't know, because I mean, I'm not a super nostalgic person, but it's really easy to just always say like, well, the newest one is the best design because they've improved on it the most. But if you're just going for historical context, like given the time of what phones looked like, what was the best looking phone or what was the best upgrade? In my opinion, nothing comes close to iPhone 10. The iPhone 10 was, in my opinion, by far the biggest iPhone upgrade we'll ever have, and I don't think we'll ever have an iPhone upgrade that massive again. That was such a drastic change in direction. So many changes all in one generation. We went from iPhone 7 with its aluminum back and its home button to iPhone 10, switched to the glass back, first iPhone with wireless charging, first iPhone with OLED, first iPhone with Face ID, first iPhone without a home button, first iPhone with curved corners, first iPhone with the new taller aspect ratio. And maybe it's nostalgic for me because that was kind of the phone that kickstarted my channel. Like there was so many leaks and so many rumors building up to that phone. There was so much hype surrounding it. Like so many changes all at once. And given the context of iPhone changes, if we're just like listing the number of changes year over year, I don't think any upgrade will ever be that massive again. I swap my SIM cards very frequently. Removal of physical SIM is a huge inconvenience for me, and it really had no downsides for existing. Apple likes to do things this way sometimes. Again, I just want to reiterate, I'm totally fine with Apple removing something because they do that all the time, but usually when they remove something, they replace it with something better. It's not necessarily cheaper, but usually something better. And they're like, well, we removed this to make room for blah, blah, blah. You know, we removed the headphone jack so we could have better battery, or we removed USB-A so we could make the device thinner. But they like, here's AirPods, here's USB-C. You know, usually Apple was in control of the solution. And with the removal of the physical SIM tray, for one, it didn't add anything because they kept it overseas. So they easily could have kept it in the US. Instead, the US just got this pointless piece of plastic. But then the solution was totally in control of the carriers. So good for you guys if you work with carriers that supported eSIM and were prepared for it. That's great. I'm happy for you that the features are working as intended. But for a lot of people, including people with Visible, I knew had tons of issues, people with Xfinity, people who traveled internationally to other countries that may have not had eSIM preparations. I know some countries were ready, but some countries weren't. It just made a big pain in the butt. If Apple was in more control of like if Apple became their own carrier or something, that would be a bit more interesting. But instead they were just like, we removed it and we're going to let all these carriers figure it out, which left a bunch of people frustrated and scratching their head. Yes, Jackson Hunt. The iPhone 10 launch was so memorable. I remember that very, very clearly. I remember where I was and all that. Hey, Concept Central. Check out Concept Central on Twitter, by the way. They do amazing renders. They do great work. They're in the chat. Good to see you. He says, what's up, Drew? Do you have any wild card curveball predictions you think we have a chance of seeing? Wild card curveball. I think my biggest one that I just kind of have a bad feeling about is I don't think we're going to get Thunderbolt on the iPhone. I think that was over-exaggerated. Like, maybe they had a Thunderbolt iPhone in testing and they were prototyping it and stuff, but I don't think there's a chance in my head, because I just noticed all the analysts and all the people leaking stuff all started saying similar things. They all started saying the iPhones would get higher data transfer, but they wouldn't say Thunderbolt. And I'm like, why are they not saying Thunderbolt? They don't feel very confident in that spec. I hope it gets Thunderbolt because I think that would probably come with some other big feature. If it's just USB 3 and that's it, I don't think they necessarily would have some special feature for it. They would just say It has Type C and it has faster data transfer speeds, and that's all. But if it was Thunderbolt, I feel like that's pointless for a phone unless you've come up with some new software feature like a Apple Dex or iPhone runs Mac OS and that kind of thing. Wow, that was thank you, Chris Norton, for just super chatting for no interest for no reason, but thank you. Let me scroll up here. JW Universe said just signed up for Tailosive Tech Plus. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the members only streams. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. I don't think they can. The production would be hard to scale, right? About what? What are you guys talking about? The rumored Periscope camera is going to be a huge letdown. I don't know if that's even a wild card. That just sounds likely to me. I mean, Periscope lenses are not a new thing. I think that Apple will probably market it differently. Like, personally, I don't think Apple will use the term periscope lens. I don't think they're going to say, we added a periscope lens to the iPhone for better telephoto. I think they'll probably say, we drastically rethought the way a camera could be manufactured. You know how they don't call Vision Pro an AR headset. They don't call it mixed reality. They call it spatial computing. And they call it a, I don't know, like supercomputer on your face or whatever. You know, they have to come up with their own special marketing material for it. And I think that the zoom improvements will not be, I don't think it'll be like a 50x 100x zoom. Yeah, like what Ben is saying, it'll be ultra zoom pro or you know, spatial stabilization that thanks to this new image sensor shift and telephoto, we're going to have, yeah, magic zoom, like what Jason just said. It'll be some like Apple branded thing. I don't think they're going to say we put a periscope lens on there, but the net result will probably be like, okay, you have really good 5x or 10x zoom. You'll have facial computing. That sounds like something Apple would say, but I don't think they said that. I typically don't use screen protectors, but the person I got my iPhone 11 from applied a screen protector to it, and I'm so lazy I haven't taken it off. So I have a screen protector on my iPhone, but not by choice. The iPhone 10 was the iPhone that got me into technology. That's why I love tech so much, just because it's so exciting to see technology evolve so quickly. I feel like iPhone 10 was the phone that influenced and forever changed all future iPhones. Like, all of the iPhones we have today are still just reiterations of the iPhone 10. I feel like everything's just kind of tweaked, but there's just so much change with the gesture controls and the face unlock and where Control Center is that still affects how we use our phones today. And there was it got a pretty massive camera upgrade. That was the first iPhone with dual optical image stabilization. It was the first iPhone with 4K at 60 video recording. Just, I think they got faster charging that year too. There's just so many changes. It felt like a brand new product category, basically. The privacy screen protector is a must for me. Geez, you guys really are paranoid about your... I get it. You know, you got a lot of personal information on there. I don't even have a passcode on my phone anymore. I just got rid of that. It kept annoying me. Take it off right now. Well, I'm using it as my camera, so it might be kind of hard for you to watch. Let's see. Eli says the real thing I don't like is if they put 5x zoom on the Max Ultra version and remove 3x, it would mean quite a bad quality between 2x and 4x. Yeah, but personally, I think most people, I mean, on the 14 Pros, they've got that 48 megapixel sensor that like lets them optically zoom to 2x. But the problem I had when I reviewed the 14 Max was 2x and 3x were way too similar. I already felt like when I reviewed that phone last year, this feels like a mid-step. This doesn't feel right. We've got this whole extra lens on there just so you can go from here to here. It was like 2x, 3x, 2x, 3x. And I'm like, these two lenses are way too close together. So in my experience, comparing the two lenses, I just kept going with the 2x. 3x was too close and 2x was fine. So in my opinion, it makes far more sense for the telephoto lens to really, really be a telephoto lens. And then if you just need a little bit closer, like you just need a 2 to 3x, and then just cropping in on the 48 megapixel sensor, I think that's fine. I don't like the system how it is currently. I wasn't a fan of the 1x, 2x, 3x approach. I think we needed a 0.5, 1x, 2x, and then Usually it's like you want 2x, you want to be a little bit closer, or you want to get as close as you possibly can. I feel like those are the two edge cases. I didn't run into a bunch of situations where 3x was what I needed. Um, isn't it a security flaw to tell the whole internet you don't have a password? Do you have creepy fans that find you? I mean, no, but if they find me, the iPhone passcode isn't what I'm going to be worried about. Like my banking apps are still going to require Face ID. My private photos and stuff or whatever is all still going to be behind a passcode. Like if you get a hold of my iPhone, then that means you're in my house. And if you're in my house, I'm not so worried about you reading my text messages or checking my email. I'm going to be far more worried. And I'm not worried about you accessing my YouTube account and my payments because all that's going to require a password. It's just really the only thing the iPhone unlock feature protects is your texts and your email. There's not that much damage you could really do with my phone if you didn't have the passcode. You still don't have it, but you can open it. But run, Drew, run. No, I'm not. It's just for the phone locally. I still have a password for all my YouTube accounts and Twitter accounts and all that. But I just got tired of Face ID not having the right angle. So sometimes, most of the time, I just want to get in my phone. And honestly, I've never had my phone like stolen out of my hands before. That's never happened to me. If I was traveling overseas, sure, I'd probably turn iPhone unlock again or something. But when I work from home and then I live at home. So when I'm not working, I'm usually here. And when I'm working, I'm here. So I spend a lot of time inside my house with locked doors and I'm in a safe area. I haven't had people try to break in or anything. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, you guys are talking about a continuous zoom, like a physically moving lens within the camera. I don't think Apple could do that at scale. I do go outside, yes, but when you work from home and you live at home and you live in a place where it gets as hot as I do, I do go outside, but usually the places I go are not super crowded. Famous last word. Last words. It says rat poison, not human poison. Oh yeah, and Thunderbolt 5 was announced this morning. That's kind of funny. Personally, I think that is a complete and total coincidence with the iPhone launch. I do not believe the iPhones will get Thunderbolt 5. That would be hilarious, but couldn't someone post on your socials? Yeah, but what are they going to do? I can delete those posts. I mean, that can happen without you turning off I mean, your socials can get hacked anyway. But like, okay, someone breaks into my house specifically so that they can make me tweet bad things. I go out. I'm just not worried about people robbing me, I guess, because it's never happened. You didn't get invited for the event, bro? No, I'm way too crazy for that. You have to be very safe and very calculated to get invited to Apple events. You can't say as critical things, and you have to be really good at marketing Apple's products. I often tell people not to buy certain things and say, oh, this sucks, or you shouldn't buy that. And Apple doesn't like that. But for the record, I love the live streams. Apple events have a lot of fluff. They have a lot of repeat information, and they can get kind of boring. I hate to say it, but there's some stretches of the Apple events are really exciting and a huge deal. Other stretches get really stale, which if I was at the event, I couldn't talk through. I would have to just sit around and walked around and just been like, okay, I gotta wait through this boring part. When I live stream, for one, I can read the chat, so I can see your guys' reaction too, as you see my reaction. And also, I can make fun of the boring parts. I can talk through it. If you don't want me to talk through it, then don't watch the reaction stream. If you were just expecting a reaction stream to be me going the entire time, just staring like, oh, wow. That's not why I do these. I do these because there's some boring sections that I like to make fun of, and I enjoy talking through it, just like I talk through movies. And that's the great thing about YouTube. You got me on one screen and you got the Apple event on another. You can mute me when it's interesting, and when you get bored, you can turn on my volume and be like, okay, what is Drew saying? What jokes is he cracking now? And I love doing these live reaction streams. These are fun. I always enjoy these. So even if what I'm trying to say is, even if I was invited to the event, I wouldn't go. I don't think I would have more fun. The ultimate Android sheep. Would I rather go to the Apple event or the Cybertruck event? I'd like to go to the Cybertruck event, but not for the Cybertruck. There's just a bunch of people I'd like to meet that I know are going to be there. Um, I'm more of an EV guy now. I watch more EV content than tech. I don't watch really any tech channels anymore because I don't know. I spend so much time making tech videos that I'm not that captivated by. Um, I'm not usually that interested in other people's takes unless they're like everyday people. When it's a YouTube channel, it's like okay, you got to do the whole shtick. But I watch a lot of EV content creators, and I've met a lot of people digitally on through the Tesla community. And if I could meet a bunch of those people, that would be fun because I keep up with them in the DMs all the time. But I don't even think I could probably go to the Cybertruck event if I was invited. I just don't. It's a lot of travel, and I'm not a big event guy. Like I don't enjoy concerts. I don't enjoy big crowds. Um, yeah, I'm more of a just watch it from home kind of guy. That's more enjoyable to me. How about an iPhone with its own set camera like normal, but uses some special connector to attach a new Apple-made camera lens, including physical zooming lenses? Uh, if your iPhone had Thunderbolt, maybe be a good time to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I think Apple likes the in-house design. I still wish Apple would just make a dedicated camera. I don't think you need an iPhone accessory. I think that Apple would be great if they just made just a dedicated camera that had all of the computational benefits of the iPhone, but then could actually capture more light, and instead of doing artificial bokeh, could do real bokeh with manual lenses and give users a lot more control. And I think there's a lot of overlap between camera buyers and Mac buyers. There's a ton of people in the photo and video community that buy Mac for the great Apple Silicon, the great battery life, the long lasting software support. There's all kinds of reasons people buy Mac that go hand in hand with photographers and videographers and creatives and YouTubers and all that. So there's so much overlap between those two markets that to me it would make perfect sense to enter that. But anytime I suggest it, everyone just says, well, that's for the iPhone just needs to get better. Apple doesn't want to make a dedicated camera. They just want to improve on the iPhone camera. But it's like, all right, are they filming Apple events with the iPhone? Are they filming Apple TV Plus shows with the iPhone? If you're not, then Apple themselves is admitting that the iPhone camera isn't good enough for their needs. So I'm going to still keep asking Apple to make a dedicated camera until the iPhone is being used to shoot all of the Apple events and all of the Apple TV Plus shows. That would be such a great selling point of an Apple camera. We shot all of these TV shows with an Apple camera. That would be game changing. And there's a bunch of features that could work together, like AirDrop, working in tandem with Final Cut, or Thunderbolt connectivity, so you could write your footage directly into the computer. Continuity camera advantages. You can just wirelessly turn your DSLR Apple camera into a webcam for your meetings and all that. You could put Find My support in it, so if you lose your camera or your camera gets stolen or whatever, you can track it down. You could put biometrics on it if you want to keep the pictures and videos private. A lot of people like that about iPhones, is that they can take a bunch of pictures and videos, and if they lose their phone, no one can just unlock it, unless it's mine. If you find my phone, you'll get in there, you'll find all my pictures. Is the bigger iPhone going to be called Pro Max or Ultra? The rumors are saying Pro Max. I don't think we're getting an Ultra iPhone this year. Randy says, have a good event and recap show today. Rooting from the couch. Yay. Good to hear from you, Randy. I know he was in the hospital, but he's out now. So hopefully you get some good couch reactions in there. If Apple made a camera, it would be like the Mac Pro, super expensive and for incredibly small market like the Studio display. For one, Sam, it's called the Pro Display XDR, but similar to how you just mentioned, there's an XDR. I think you could do both. You could do a high-end camera and you could do a studio-grade camera that is good for prosumers, basically. Obviously, the everyday consumer is just going to use the iPhone camera, but if you need something that's a bit more powerful, you could make a $2,000 to $3,000 camera, and then if you want something that's used to make TV shows and feature films, then you could make a higher end, $20,000 camera that goes hand in hand with the Mac Pro. But yeah, To me, that's not extremely niche because a bunch of people, I mean, it's not more niche than the $50,000 Mac Pro. Apple was comfortable selling a Mac that hardly anybody would buy. So why not sell a camera that hardly anybody would buy? um, Thank you for the super chat, Sam. He didn't say anything, but that was nice. Concept Central says the bigger iPhone will be called Bigger Pro. I like that. Thank you for sharing your experience holding on to an older iPhone. It relates to so many of us here. But for how long do you plan to stay with the 11? There's no. Do I really look like a guy with a plan? There's no plan, dude. I didn't plan to get the iPhone 11. I wanted to stay with the iPhone SE2, but I had to shuffle around my phones for my family members that wanted newer phones and wanted to get the latest software and wanted more storage. So we played musical phones and everybody's switching phones around. I got left with the iPhone 11. I didn't choose it, but I just did what made the most sense for my family. And it's fine. It works. It gets the job done. I'm not complaining. I'm not in a rush to replace it. And especially now this year that I've been pushing so much the idea of downgrading and getting by with less and trying to push that narrative. I'm kind of pushing it a little hard, I think, just for the sake. I'm trying to counteract what all the other tech channels are doing. There's so many tech channels that are constantly pushing people to get a new phone, or you need this, or your old phone's not good enough, and oh, you really should get a phone with this, and if your phone doesn't have that, what are you thinking? What's wrong with you? And I don't like that push. I don't like that narrative that so many tech channels are pushing. So I'm kind of trying to lean in the opposite direction when you ask me, should I upgrade? Even if you probably should, I might even say no, just because I think you're probably going to get 5 other opinions telling you yes. And I don't think we should make up our minds on when we should upgrade based on how good the new phone is. I think we should be asking how bad is the current phone? Is your current phone so bad that you can't get by with it anymore? If that's the situation, your current phone just doesn't cut it anymore, doesn't do what you need your phone to do, then okay, now we can talk about upgrading. And then when that day comes, I'm going to push more secondhand, refurbished, where to find the deals. And the reason I do that is just because of exactly what a lot of people are saying in the chat, like, oh, this isn't that big a deal. Who's ready to be disappointed? Yeah, smartphones, they're incremental upgrades. We're not going to get iPhone 10 moments every year or ever again. We're not going to get massive year-over-year changes anymore, which is why it's kind of like buying cars. Should you get the 2024 Toyota Camry or the 2023 Toyota Camry? Whichever one's cheaper. There's probably little differences here and there. There's tiny upgrades they make, but in my opinion, the switch to Type-C is probably the one of the more bigger upgrades in a while. Do I judge people for unnecessary upgrades? I don't think judge is the right word. I think I have more concerns for people that buy phones that they probably shouldn't be buying. If you have a ton of money and you're financially stable and you feel like buying the new iPhone every year, I don't care. That's fine. That's your money. I get it. A lot of people spend hours and hours a day on their phone, so why wouldn't you want the best possible smartphone experience? It's your money. You can spend it the way you want. I guess what I get more concerned about, which is unfortunately something I feel like I've perpetuated and been a part of, is when people get into tech content and watch tech channels and they convince themselves that they have to buy the latest iPhone every year, and they're not very financially stable. They have to finance their phone because they can't afford to buy it outright. And now they're in debt and they have these payments and they're not saving money. They're not putting money aside. If I could give any recommendation to someone, in high school or younger or just out of high school, maybe going through college, the best advice I could give to you is not to make sure your phone has USB-C or make sure your phone has 120 hertz. My best advice could be make sure you're saving money, putting money aside for investments or retirement accounts that can appreciate with time, so that you're not, enslaved to some job you don't like doing, which is often what happens when people aren't in financial stability. You're living paycheck to paycheck, and you've inflated your lifestyle to say, well, I got to have the new AirPods, I got to have the new watch, I got to have the new phone, and then that perpetuates to, well, I got to have Apple One, and I got to have Netflix, and I got to have Prime, and I got to have all these memberships, and they all stack up. Before you know it, you're not saving anything, And now your stuff, all your tech or all of your lifestyle is weighing you down to the point of you can't quit your job, or you have to work longer hours, or you got to work a job that you don't like to be able to afford all of that. So I think that's a much more problem today than, oh, my phone is slow. My phone is too slow. My phone doesn't take as cool a picture as I would like. I wish the telephoto would be better. I don't think those are as real as the financial struggles. Um, yeah, like Scott is saying, don't blow all your high school paychecks on food and iPhones. 25-year-old you will thank you. And this comes from experience. I made a lot of poor decisions when I was younger, um, that resulted in me having far less savings and not that much. I mean, thankfully, I never got into debt. I never financed my phones and that kind of thing. But Apple is happy to get you into debt to get you on the latest iPhone. And I think those financial troubles are far more concerning. And I don't think I necessarily judge people just for buying a phone that maybe they shouldn't have, or spending more on the phone than they really needed to. It's more comes from a place of concern of like, I worry for that person. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's wrong for me to worry for other people's situation. It's not like it keeps me up at night per se, but what does keep me up at night is thinking that I could have caused those decisions, knowing that there's people out there that might have decided to spend more money or not save their money and put themselves in financially compromising situations because of my videos. That really does bother me. That's more of a self-judgment than me judging or worried about other people. That scares me a lot more. And that's why I still feel bad when so many of you guys have super chatted. Seriously, insanely generous, all of you, for all the super chats today. Sam just super chatted again, and it still makes me feel like, please, you don't need to super chat. I appreciate it, but he said, been watching you since you were in the attic. I have a 12 Pro Max, but torn between upgrading and waiting. Do you think a Fold will ever come? I believe they're working on one. I don't doubt that there's a prototype, but I do doubt that they'll release it. I personally think, after reviewing several foldables, that the advantages are too small to justify. I see people using foldables, and most of the time they use them folded up, which to me is evidence of the same conclusions I came to when I reviewed the foldable, which is it adds this extra step to the smartphone experience that most people don't want to put up with. I keep seeing people review folding phones that say, I need the exterior display to be good because I don't want to unfold it. And I'm like, isn't that evidence of a problem? Like, you're trying to buy a folding phone that you don't have to unfold. Even if the price came down, even if the durability was not a concern, which personally I don't think it is. I've seen a lot of durability tests on folding phones. I don't think durability is the problem. I think it's more of a use. The feature of folding is not that useful, and most people don't want to take advantage of it. And I've heard stories from Randy as well of people that buy folding phones that just leave them unfolded, or they always leave them folded up because they don't want to go through the work. When they pull out their phone, they don't want to have to do this every time, and they don't want to, oh, should I use it like this or like this? Most people just pull out their phone and start using it. And the glass rectangle, as boring as it is, I know, it's like, oh, everything's just a glass rectangle. I know. While that's really, really boring, it is very, very consistent and reliable for all of the things we use our phones for. So personally, I bet there's prototypes. There's probably a folding iPhone floating around in Cupertino somewhere, but I don't think they'll ever release it. Same thing with the Apple Car. I'm sure there's prototypes, but I don't think they're going to come out with it. Ricky's been a member for 3 months. Thank you. Says, happy iPhone Day. Happy iPhone Day to you. And Watson930 joined Tailosive Tech Plus. Thank you. That's very kind. According to the Samsung ad, they make the great selfie stay. Oh, yeah. You can take the selfie because the phone is folded upward. Anna Maria says, I don't like folding phones. I prefer using my iPhone and my iPad as separate devices. I would prefer better continuity through with notifications. Yeah, I don't personally think a folding phone even brings a tablet experience, which is ironically what they always say. This is what a folding phone. It combines a tablet with a phone. I've used the Z Fold. I don't really consider that a tablet experience. No one uses a tablet that small. The closest thing would be the iPad mini, and that's not the most popular iPad, sadly. And the iPad mini, because of its aspect ratio and its screen size, is way bigger than a folding phone. So I don't really, it just feels like an awkward phone size to me. It doesn't feel like a tablet. Um, Randy says, my mother-in-law hates foldable so much her next phone will be an iPhone. Randy loves converting people. He's good at that. AJ says, super chatted. Thank you. He says, someone just, oh, sorry. There's a couple super chats. Like 89 Tech says, do you think Apple will surprise us today? Yeah, there's always surprises, honestly. Every year there's usually a couple things that we get wrong. I can't recall a year where just like all of the leaks and all of the rumors ended up being right. Like that rarely happens. Usually some of them are, like the bigger rumors usually end up being right, but typically there's a good 30 to 40% of the announcements were things we didn't quite expect, or we expected and got them wrong. We were like, oh, we thought they would do this, and they kind of did, but not really. Like, usually I don't think there will be a massive surprise. Like, here's the folding iPhone. It's actually ready now. Like, I don't think that's probably. Anything's possible, but I don't think it's likely. Usually the leaks and rumors are roughly pretty accurate. After watching these events and following the leaks and rumors all these years, usually the big parts are pretty accurate. Like I don't think there will be a 15 mini. That would be cool, but I don't think there will be. So thank you 889 Tech for the super chat. And AJ says someone just frustrated with most of average consumers don't care about 120 hertz argument on Twitter. Oh my god, I can't believe that's still going on. We've been having this discussion for months now. There's been like 6 to 7 months of arguments on Twitter of people saying the regular iPhone should have 120 hertz, and everyone's saying the average consumer doesn't care. It's not a big deal. Most people don't know the difference. But I don't care if they don't know the difference. If it's an $800 phone, it should still have it. And I'm like, guys, you're both pretty. Like, relax. It's like everyone's just making the argument from a point of value of like, I don't care. Who cares about 120 hertz? If a phone costs that much, it should have it. I felt like the one person entering the picture with, did you guys ever consider this as a supply chain issue? Even if Apple wanted to bring ProMotion to the non-iPhones, that there's not enough LTPO panels around to do it? You know, Android phones, a lot of them don't have LTPO, but the ones that do not sell at the same volume as iPhones. iPhones sell by the tens of millions over the long haul, sometimes hundreds of million. So if you bring some feature to the iPhone, you got to be able to build it at massive scale. And right now, they're barely able to keep up with the LTPO panels for the Pros. And the Pros are, you know, typically fairly lower volume than the regular iPhones, but neck and neck. And there were even rumors this year that Apple was going to potentially have to delay the Pro and the Pro Max simply because they didn't have enough LTPO panels. Samsung couldn't build enough, and they're trying to get more panels from LG and BOE, but they're not getting the right yields, and they're not building them to the quality that Apple expects. So there's all these issues with getting 120 hertz on an iPhone of that scale, which is why I'm like, it might not even be a conscious decision on Apple. They might want to add it, but they can't because the suppliers can't keep up with the demand. They're barely keeping up with the Pro demand. That's, by the way, part of the reason the Pros got pushed back last year. You know, they were available on launch, but they still, like, they had to issue statements because of the lockdowns in China and stuff. They were like, hey, the Pro and Pro Max are going to be really delayed and we're going to have quantity issues. It's because of those LTPO panels. It's not something about, oh, the stainless steel or the camera is really hard to build. It was all about those displays, which they couldn't build enough of. So, yeah, it's probably true that Apple probably doesn't care about 120 hertz being on the regular iPhones because, yes, I agree, the average consumer doesn't notice. I've tried to show it to so many people, and I know tons of people that cannot see the difference. And also, even if they do see the difference, they don't care about it. They're like, yeah, whatever, big whoop. It's a little bit smoother. What's the big deal? But the other smartphones in the industry that have 120 hertz LTPO are not selling by the tens of millions. Usually they sell a couple million per year. Anyway, Ricky says, member for 3 months, but here since the Attic days. Wow, long-term supporter. Thank you for the super chat, Ricky. J. Patrick Langley super chatted, are you ever going to buy and keep another Apple product? Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I will. I don't know if I'll ever buy one new again. I'm really getting more interested in the secondhand market as all the tech is becoming more incremental. But, yeah, I'm sure I will. I don't know when. I don't know which one. But to me, the need or the appeal of buying a brand new Apple product on day one, while that's fun when you're young and a kid and you just want the new latest and greatest thing, that's great. But I don't think that's what the YouTube community needs more of. As a content creator, I feel like kind of responsible for literally influencing people's decision because I never made a video on this channel. I never said you should buy an iPhone. I've never said that. I've never said like leave your Android behind. Don't buy. I mean, don't buy Android products. You should buy an iPhone. I've always mostly just talked about here's what's coming. Here's what I like. Here's what I don't like. Here's what I'm gonna buy. If you're interested in these kinds of things, you should buy this. But usually, I don't try to convince people to buy an iPhone. However, a comment I get almost weekly now that I see in the live streams or in the comment section was, I used to be on Android. I used to use Windows, but after watching your videos, now I'm on Mac. Now I'm on iPhone. Or after watching you, now I have the whole ecosystem. Even though I never told people to go out and buy this whole ecosystem, whatever. Me expressing my opinions or why I like things or why I bought certain things seems to leave some kind of effect. It seems to have an influence on people. And it seems to push people towards, okay, like, I guess if Drew's happy with that, maybe I'll be happy with that. And because I see so much influence or people kind of watching what I do and then going off and doing it themselves because they're like, well, Drew looks happy, so I want to do what he does. I feel like if I buy certain things or I go out and say, I need this, I got to have this day one, I'm going to pay full price for this, I will probably influence others a lot. Not everybody, but a lot of my viewers, of course, are going to say, well, Drew looks happy, Drew's doing that, and I guess if he likes it, I will too. So I feel a little bit more responsibility now to be like, okay, if I do something, a bunch of other people are probably going to follow me and try to do the same thing. So in that same way that I'm concerned about people's financial stability and I'm worried that too many people buy things they can't afford or finance things, I'm feeling more pressure now that I want to get more deals and more discounts and try to help people get more comfortable with buying secondhand, because in a lot of the tech community, there's definitely a stigma behind that. That's just like, oh no, don't buy secondhand. That you're going to get scammed. The product is going to be way worse. I need to be the first owner. I need to buy it brand new on launch day. I'm the only person who can own this phone. I don't want to think about anybody else using it. And I think that's really limiting. I think that really is putting a lot of money basically out the window and forcing people to spend more on things that they don't need to. And the truth is you find a lot of deals, a lot of discounts if you wait a little bit on product or buy the last generation model and that kind of thing. So I'm definitely going to buy more Apple products in the future. I just don't know if I'll buy them new launch day, that kind of thing. J Patrick, so thank you, J Patrick, for the super chat. 89 Tech super chatted again. Jeez, too much. He says, I'm excited how the Titan Gray would look like. If it looks like the natural titanium finish, like the Apple Watch Edition, I'll be tempted to upgrade. It always looked more the titanium Apple Watch Edition to me. It always looked more interesting on the website. They always had those little grooves and the little like brushed metal look on the site. But then you see it in person and it doesn't look like that. It just looked like aluminum. It was just, I guess, durable aluminum. But personally, I hope it doesn't look like the Apple Watch Edition, because to me that would just mean, well, actually, that's not true. I'd be okay with it looking like that because I like the look of aluminum. I like the matte finish. I've never been a fan of the glossy steel. I've always preferred the aluminum look. So I'm actually pretty excited to see how they look. I think it'll look pretty. Yora says, even as a techie, I don't care about 120 hertz since Apple makes the best 60 hertz iPhones. Yeah, there you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Scott says the average consumer does not notice the difference. They're still using TVs and 50 hertz monitors from 2 decades ago. Their $800 60 hertz display on their phone is probably the best display. That's true, but I think that the bigger problem is people assuming that they need to buy the $800 iPhone. Like, especially if it has Lightning, I would say you don't need a 14. Go with the 13, go with the 12. If we're talking about the 15 with Type-C, I understand people wanting to prioritize having a phone that can support one cable for everything and having one charge port to rule them all. I can get behind that, but yeah, expecting everybody to have 120 hertz when the truth is a lot of people buying the 15 have no idea what 120 hertz even is. If you tell people their phone has 60 hertz, I bet you 80% don't even know what you're talking about. Like, it has what? The refresh rate. Huh? It's like you have to explain to them how a display works to tell them that they have the inferior display technology. And everyone's going to go, okay. Yeah, I don't think it matters. AJ says average Pep's getting robbed on $800 plus 60 hertz. Well, it's like, okay, if they really don't care, yeah, I do agree that they should probably consider buying an older phone. But yeah, I totally understand why Apple does not prioritize it. Um, like Michael Corcoran says, for a lot of people like my oldest sister, they spent $1,200 on the 13 Pro Max and they will never utilize the premium features. She would have been completely fine paying 50 cents on dollar via resale. Yeah, I mean, if people can afford it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's their money. They can do what they want. But it's for the people that are not saving money and the people that don't have retirement accounts and the people that aren't investing some of what they are making. That's when I'm more concerned of like, yeah, please don't just throw money down the toilet. That's not a good idea. You're kind of forcing yourself to work harder and longer. And I hate the idea of people being forced to do jobs they don't want to do because they have to maintain a certain lifestyle that they don't really need. Because as someone who's jumped around between Pro Max and Mini and old phone and new phone, I even as a techie who knows all the differences between them, I can confidently say they're not that different. I use my iPhone 11 very, very similarly to the way I use my 13 Pro Max. It's basically, I use it the exact same way. I text people, I go on Twitter, I occasionally make a FaceTime call, I check my email, I use it as a webcam. One of them does it way bigger and way brighter and with a higher refresh rate, and one of them does it for way cheaper. But overall, the way you use the phone is not that different. In the same way that a Toyota Camry 2024 is not that different from a 2023. Definitely influencing me to be happy with current tech. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I hope I can be a positive influence that encourages people to be happy with what they have. But I don't think, okay, simultaneously, like I saw comments on my video about, I'm not wearing my Apple Watch anymore. And a lot of people were like, I don't like the direction this channel is going in. And you've become a tech channel that doesn't like technology. And I really hope people don't look at it that way. My point is, you can be a fan of the technology. You can appreciate it. You can enjoy the new announcements that we're going to see in 23 minutes. Oh my God, the hours are just flying by. In a matter of minutes, this event is going to start, and I'm going to be totally pumped. I'm going to be super excited to see all the announcements. What I'm trying to normalize and try to remind people is that you can be excited and interested in new tech without having to buy it. It's like you can be a football fan without having to go to all the football games. You can be a Star Wars fan without having to like all of the Star Wars content. It's that kind of thing. You can be a fan of this tech and appreciate the new features and say, I really like that they added Type-C, or I really like the implementation of the periscope lens. That doesn't mean we all have to go out and buy the 15 Pro Max, but we can still be fans of the tech without having to throw ourselves into debt and blow all this money every year. That's what I'm trying to normalize. I really don't want people to think that because I sold my iPad or because I'm not wearing my watch, that means I don't like technology anymore. I still want to talk about the iPads. I still want to talk about what they could do to bring iPad OS into the modern age. I still want to talk about new things they could come up with for Mac design and Apple Watch design. And I'm still fascinated by all this stuff. I'm just trying to normalize to people, you don't have to buy and blow all this money on it. You can be a fan without having to, which I think is more inclusive personally, because I know there's a ton of people in the tech space that are interested in Apple and interested in their products and their services, and they want to talk about them and they want to speculate on the future, and that's fun. I love all that. But a lot of people are in financial situations where they literally can't, they can't even finance the tech. And or maybe they can, but they're just responsible enough to know that I can't justify those purchases. I want those people to feel included. I don't want those people who can't afford the latest tech to look at my channel and be like, oh man, I wish I was like Drew. I wish I could afford all that stuff. I don't want them feeling left out, basically. I don't want everybody thinking they need to, in order to be a part of this community, you got to drop $2,000, $3,000 a year on tech products. I want it to be more inclusive of just like, no, you can be on an older phone, you can be on an Android, you can be on whatever works best for you, whatever fits your financial situation best, and hopefully be proud of what you have. Be content with what you have. That's been a lot of the narrative for my channel of this year is iPhone 10 still doing good, iPhone SE still doing good, iPhone 11 4 years later is still strong, and I hope that those kinds of videos and that narrative encourages people to be happy with what they have and not feel left out. That's my goal. I'm not trying to convince everybody that they should stop liking technology. It's fun. I like this. Uh, the marketing and the updates every year, and I still think Apple makes really the best marketing videos in the world. Like they make so much fun. They make them funny. They put jokes in there. They're well shot. They're well executed. And I genuinely still appreciate even the older tech that all of what Apple makes. Like it's so cool to see how they make their products better, how they make them more simple, more reliable, last longer, and how they can benefit everybody because people use this stuff every day. And I think it's really beneficial for a lot of you guys watching that are into the tech space. It helps you figure out what the differences are, and you kind of become free, unbiased tech support for a lot of your friends and family members who aren't as interested in tech. I think there's a lot of value in that. The fact that so many of you probably have helped your parents or grandparents or even just siblings or friends that are not into this stuff, that don't watch the events, that don't read the tech specs, that are saying, I'm thinking about buying a new phone or I'm thinking about getting this. And we're helping by being fanboys that follow this stuff and know all the differences. We can provide an unbiased perspective because, if we're not, we're going to have people go to the Apple store like last week and pay full price for a 14 Pro. The Apple store employee isn't going to go up to that person and say, hey, maybe you should just wait a couple more weeks and you could get this same phone for a discount, or you could get a brand new iPhone for the same price, which is going to have way better features than what this one's offering. Apple store employee isn't going to say that, but the friends and the family will, because you're not like working on commission, you're not profiting off of that system. So I think it's a great thing that we're fans of it and that we're interested in it, and hopefully a lot of you can prove to your friends and family you don't necessarily need the latest and greatest tech, and the differences between the two aren't that massive. I think indirectly and directly we save a ton of our loved ones tons of money, which is awesome. And now Apple's saving us money by getting rid of the Apple Watch Hermès bands, which Penn is so upset that they're removing. Minimalist Digitalist says she should have worn your USB-C shirt today. Go change. I got rid of all my merch. I don't like to wear shirts with logos, so I don't have it anymore. Sorry. Let's say Jamal Waffles says yes, and they don't listen. Damon says, me and my wife became debt-free using Dave Ramsey's principles before buying our house, and I can't justify upgrading my iPhone 11 when I'd rather pay off the house early. Yeah, that's great. I love that narrative. I mean, I'm sure your house is a lot more money than an iPhone, but still, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's the mindset behind it. That's awesome. I'm very happy to hear that. Everybody should try to pay off their house early if possible, because the amount of interest we pay, the amount of money the banks make off of us is insane. Especially over the long haul. You look at how much interest people pay on their mortgage over the course of 15, 30 years. It's depressing how much time and effort you put into borrowing money. So I really want to push the narrative that you shouldn't try to get into debt or finance things or buy things you can't afford. Georgie, thank you for the super chat. I do enjoy this channel. Here are a few quids. Wow. I don't even know what currency that is. BGN. Someone will tell me. Do you think that Apple is silently discontinuing the iPhone when they're releasing the Apple Vision Pro? No. Apple Vision Pro, I do not believe will kill off the iPhone. But I do not believe that means it can't be a big deal. I think that a Vision OS and Vision Pro could be a huge segment in the future. Not in the first generation. Definitely not with the first implementation. But long term, let's just say Vision OS devices could be incredibly disruptive and fundamentally change the way we use all of our technology and still not kill the iPhone. There's a lot of tech that can be disruptive and game-changing without killing off the main status quo, like The iPhone was huge, obviously. It's the next big thing, and it like fundamentally changed the way our world works. It affects communication, it affects banking, it affects data, it affects social media. Everything changed because of the smartphone. But did that kill the Mac? Not really. The Mac is still here. There's still a lot of people buying Macs, and we still talk about Macs, and there's new generations of Macs. But the iPhone was just a different form factor of technology. For a lot of people, the iPhone probably did replace the Mac. For some people, it was like, yeah, I don't really need a laptop anymore. But that doesn't mean the Mac was killed off. But it did kind of transform what the Mac was for. Now it wasn't so much a web browser or email machine. It became more of a, well, you buy a Mac if you need, something with a bit more power, you need a bit more performance, or you get more. It has a bigger emphasis on productivity. But yes, it can still be a web browser, it can still do banking, but that's not the main reason you get it anymore. Whereas in the past, that's more of what the Mac was for, as a personal computer. It wasn't something you kept in your pocket, but it was something that you used for all kinds of things, development and work and home stuff. And I think a similar change could happen with Vision OS devices. I think those could start to become more and more of a visual emphasis. And the iPhone, I think, is almost always going to be, it's going to be cheaper than a pair of glasses or a headset. It'll probably always be longer battery life. I struggle to visualize a situation where they could fit a better battery life in those goggles than a smartphone. And of course, I think I said the smartphone will be cheaper. The smartphone will almost always have better camera versatility, because you can do what I'm doing right now with an iPhone. I can mount it on my computer. I can take selfies with it. If a bunch of us are together, I want to take a picture, or a FaceTime call, we're all watching on FaceTime. Not going to be as easy to do that with a pair of glasses. We're not going to be able to take off the glasses and take the picture as easily. You're not going to be able to take the glasses off and mount it and use it as a camera, because, wait, now my display has been moved over here. But I still think that Vision OS could replace a lot of technology, but the smartphone might slowly start to become more of a camera-oriented device, like how the Mac has become more of a productivity-focused device. So there's still some edge cases where I think iPhones and smartphones will probably always be here, but Vision OS could push other devices out of the way. Maybe the iPad. The Mac wasn't killed off by the iPhone, but the iPod was. There's no more iPods. They discontinued those. So maybe Vision OS could replace a lot of TVs, or replace maybe some tablets, or even hypothetically a watch. I have some theories on that. But smartphone, I don't think so, personally. Anyway, sorry for not answering your question, Margaret. You said, when will we be able to order/buy? I assume you mean the iPhones. As usual, it's the following Friday after the event, so it will probably be 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern on Friday morning, which I will be live. So I will do my best to remind you all when pre-orders will be available. Let's see. Apple Watch will be the first bet. I think there's actually a lot of things that the glasses or the goggles could replace the watch's functionality for. This is actually a better place to measure body information. Like measuring your temperature up here would be better and more accurate than here. You can still do heart rate sensing. I think you can still do blood oxygen checking up here. And you can measure people's location, just like the Apple Watch does, and their GPS coordinates, and you can measure the kind of movements they're doing. Apple Watch probably still is able to capture some arm movement a bit better, but the glasses have cameras, so they can see your arms moving around and measure it that way. But Vision Pro is just too gimmicky. I don't think you should ever judge a product category by the first generation. I don't think we're close enough to know whether or not this is going to be a disruptive field. Like imagine judging watchOS by just the first generation Apple Watch, or the iPhone just by the first generation. That's why so many people didn't believe that the iPhone would be a big deal, or the Apple Watch would be a big deal, or even AirPods. Most people thought wouldn't be a big deal. And all these things ended up being huge deals. But it was usually not with the first generation. The original iPhone didn't have multitasking. It didn't have an app store. Didn't even let you change the wallpaper. That was all in the first generation. So imagine someone only seeing that first generation, and you tell them this is the next big thing. They're going to be like, no, it seems kind of gimmicky. It's kind of expensive. I don't know why people would want that. But it's easy to say now that, oh, of course the smartphone is a big deal. This is really disruptive. This is going to be a huge thing because we've seen it play out. We've seen the newer versions. Whenever I ask people what your favorite iPhone generation is, I've never once seen someone say the original. That's never happened. I went on Twitter and asked people what's your favorite iPhone generation, and I got probably hundreds, if not thousands, of responses. Not one person said the original iPhone. Most people say, "Oh, the 4 was the best, or the 5S was the best, or the 10 was the best, or the 14." It's always the iterations that figure out how to make the product better, how to iron out the details, how to make it more affordable, or how to take it to the next level. So in that way, I don't think that we should focus too much on Vision Pro first generation. I don't think we need to dwell on that too much. What matters more is the implications of Vision OS. You should look at how Apple is pitching that operating system and what features and what use cases they're coming up with that, and try to base your predictions more off what the potential is with Vision OS. Don't focus too much on, well, it's expensive, the battery life's not that good, and it looks dorky. Like, those are all things that change in time. So those were all still complaints with the original iPad, original iPhone, the original AirPods, the original Apple Watch. All of these things were ridiculed and mocked at their launch. They're too expensive. We always hear the exact same things every time Apple enters a new field. But it's the iterations, it's the future generations that usually make the product category what it is. The coolest thing that could possibly kill the iPhone is the glasses version of Vision Pro. No, I don't think so. I still don't think they would. They don't replace the camera features. It's harder to show people things with glasses. It's harder to do FaceTime calls. It's harder to do selfies. All of these things are very common use cases. And also the glasses would never have the same battery life or affordability. So there's still, even with perfect AR glasses that are way better than Vision Pro, I still don't think it would replace the phone. I still think they could be massive and disruptive, and I think they could change the way we use all of the technology, but I won't say I think it'll kill the phone. For the same reason the iPhone didn't kill the Mac. But it could kill something else. It could kill... I just think the iPhone is too big of a market, too disruptive, too affordable, too marketable. iPhones will always be easier to market than headsets because it's very hard to show someone on a 2D screen what kind of virtual experiences can be unlocked. Who is on your Mount Rushmore of tech YouTubers? Well, I said earlier I don't watch that many, but Marquez definitely. His is Justine, Linus, and Lou. Honorable mentions are Brian Tong, John Morrison, and Everything Apple Pro. Yeah, that's a good list. I agree with that list. Let's see. Getting the 15 Pro Max currently on 13 Pro. Still a great phone, honestly. I'm just an enthusiast. That's fair enough. I understand. Part of me wants to do that because of, it's just fun. I understand it's exciting and just like, yeah, let's just go out and buy all the new stuff. It's fun to go shopping. I get it. But the only reason I'm not doing that isn't finance related. It's more just trying to be a good influence on people. Trying to encourage people to be happy with what they have and try to get by with less. Who's on your Mount Rushmore of EV YouTubers? Oh, that's an interesting question. Probably just all the people from Out of Spec. No, they'd be like Kyle Connor, Sandy Monroe, Bjorn Nyland, Rob Mauer? That's 4, right? That fills the mountain. I don't know. I don't like the Mount Rushmore reference because it's just like they took these natives' lands and they carved our presidents into the side. I feel weird about that. It's like, I get that it's this like historical landmark, but every time I think about Mount Rushmore, I just get really depressed about how terribly the natives were treated. You can take their land and carve your leaders into their mountains side. It's like, I don't know. Can't you just have a statue in like a city block somewhere? Isn't that good enough? Why do we have to like carve up a whole mountainside? Yeah. Will you have the event on the stream or will you just be a reaction? Okay, yeah, so we got 5 minutes to go. This is a good time to answer this question Jordan's asking. So I cannot show the event on the live stream. So here's what you do. There's a link in the description. The second link in the description will take you to Apple's event. You can watch it yourself on a separate screen. Or if you're on a Mac, you could have 2 tabs open. You can right-click on a YouTube video in Safari and click picture-in-picture. So you could have me reacting to it and then the Apple event on the other screen. I'll be watching it straight from Apple's website. Usually that has the least amount of latency. But I have to remind you, because I keep getting people in here every single year. I think that there has to, not I think, I know there has to be a delay. I'm not going to be in perfect sync because I am actually watching the event at the same time as all of you, but I have to record, process, and upload my reaction, which there will always be latency for. Even if I had 10 gigabit Ethernet, there would still be latency because I have to react to the event. You're reacting to the event too, but then I have to process it, stream it, upload it to YouTube servers, and then it comes to you. And there's usually a 10, maybe 12-second delay. So I'm not going to be watching it perfectly in sync with you unless when you start the event, and I'll read what Tim Cook is saying so that you guys can kind of sync it up yourselves. But you can have my live stream playing and Apple's live stream playing, and you pause Apple's stream for 8 to 10 seconds and then hit play, and then I should be reacting to it just about perfectly. I wish I could show you the stream. I used to try to do that, but Apple would strike the stream. They would shut it down, so then you couldn't watch me at all. Apparently there's some funky animations on, so I'm going to probably get the live stream queued up here. I can still read the chat, though. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure this is muted because usually it's playing music. Yeah, there's a lot of pebbles. This is interesting. Yeah, there's usually a little bit of a delay, but yeah, what Penn is saying is read the first 2 minutes of subtitles so we can sync it perfectly. Yeah, that's typically what I do. I have subtitles turned on. So I will read in sync with what Tim Cook is saying so that you guys can try to get their live stream, which Apple's already live, by the way, but they're not announcing anything yet. They always do this. They show the visuals. You know what? I realized I should put my AirPods in so that I can hear what they're saying. I got to connect these real quick. But yeah, I would love to show me and the event on simultaneously. I get it. That would be so much easier and simpler, but sadly, I cannot for copyright reasons. I don't get why. Why should Apple care? I feel like I'm bringing attention, like I'm bringing viewers and hype towards their website, towards their event. Shouldn't they be okay with that? Oh, great. Read all the transcripts. I can't read the whole thing, but only my right AirPod is connecting. That's weird. I know they were charging, right? Oh boy. Do I have to watch the whole event with one AirPod in? That's going to suck. I'm on Apple YouTube and it's just a countdown, no live. Oh, on the Apple website, I guess they have a little pre-stream. I'm not going to risk it again. That was a pain in the butt. And they're playing licensed music, so I would definitely get copyright claimed. Have been watching these live streams for years, usually around 5,000 people watching. Really? I thought it was more than that. Somehow, even though my left AirPod was fully charged last night, now it is dead. I guess I need new AirPods, right? I think what happens is Oh. Yeah, it didn't charge. Okay, I'm going to try to see how fast I can charge my left AirPod now. I held it there for a couple seconds and it got to 5%. I'll just keep holding it and hope it gets up higher. That's annoying. It's almost time, guys. We got 1 minute. Well, at least one AirPod's working. I much prefer having independent control of both streams. Yeah, that's true. The advantage of me being on a separate live stream from Apple's is that if there's an interesting part, you can mute me. You can make me shut up. Don't tell me to shut up in the chat because that's not what a reaction stream is for. If you want me to shut up, just mute the live stream and then don't mute Apple's live stream. So then you won't hear me. And then if it's boring and you want to hear what I'm saying, you can turn the volume back on. If you don't want to hear anything I say, why are you watching? Turn me off. Turn off the Tailosive Tech stream. Go to apple.com and watch it. Or go to Apple's YouTube channel. I'm watching it on my iMac Pro on the big screen. And I got the chat right next to it so I can keep up. And I'll probably keep my Twitter open so I can tweet as it's happening. Twitter's been blowing up recently. That's funny. They're playing a song that I don't recognize, but it's a banger. It's got some beat to it. What posts are... Oh, a lot of lightning jokes on Twitter right now. Just joined from Australia. It's 3 a.m. Oh my god. I think it's starting. They just switched to the logo. I think we're in the end game now. It's time. I see underwear. The first shot is boxers floating in the wind. Happy birthday, Dad. I hope you're looking forward to the party. Okay, we're doing Apple Watch testimonials. We're pretending people actually use walkie-talkie mode. I'm using the website. Have a great birthday, said Natalie. Is that Walter White? No, that's not him. Read it in Japanese. That's not an EV. It seems to be like we're kicking off with Apple Watch. I like how the first frame of the event is underwear. Happy birthday, love, Mom. Whose birthday is it? Apparently this is an event to remind everybody that birthdays exist, which is cool. It starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. Was that Drew we saw in bed? Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you guys. I'm in the keynote, by the way. That was sarcasm, just in case. Some people believe everything I say. Stop doing that. Oh. They're doing the emotional... I'm appreciative. I bought the $800 Apple Watch. All of these people are alive because of Apple. They owe their life to us. They'd be dead if they didn't have an Apple Watch. So you better have one. Oh, he got saved by the satellite feature on the iPhone. If he would have bought an iPhone 13, he'd be dead. Remember that. This is effective marketing. So far, yes. If you try to save money on your phone, you will die. They do this every year. They pull on the heartstrings. I'm just thinking of the second that someone gets rescued because of the iPhone 14 feature, Apple just rushes out. Can we put you in the event? Because you can't argue it. That's the problem with this. You can't argue with life and death, right? They're like, well, do you care about your loved ones? Then you'll buy an iPhone. It's like, well, how am I supposed to argue that? All I can say is, you probably won't experience these situations. But I guess because there is a greater than 0% chance that you could, then Apple's basically marketing you on the fear of potentially needing these features. Sorry, am I able to read the name? I'll read the subtitles. A guy's surfing, there's a parrot on a head, they're cutting cake, he's got a gold medal, there's a baby, lots of babies. They're not saying much. He's throwing axes. You want to talk about safety? Yes, guilt marketing is what it's called. Trying to make you feel guilty about not having the latest. All right, they just showed the Apple logo. Now we're probably going to see Tim. Lisa, is she on the roof? We're at Apple Park again. Somehow the sky is not filled with smoke. Hey, I can't fault them. Guilt marketing is effective. There's Timmy. Welcome to Apple Park. We're so excited you could join us today for some big announcements. about two essential products. Which an iPhone, which are nothing more than helping save lives. And it's amazing to see all the ways people use Apple Watch and iPhone every day. I wanted to talk more about what's coming next to these products. First, I'd like to provide a couple of updates, starting with the Mac. Wait, what? Why are we getting Mac updates? Okay, I'm excited. What are you doing, Tim? I didn't think we'd get Mac. What are we doing? 15-inch laptop. MacBook Air has been fantastic. It's the best 15-inch MacBook Air. Marquez got name dropped. He didn't say it was good. He just said it's the most popular. Remember that, Tim. Are you killing the M1 Air? Why are we moving on to Vision Pro? What are we talking about? We can't with... She's too close to that screen. She can't see the whole thing. Wow. We're really talking about Vision Pro. Justine was there. Did you see that? That don't have a working eyesight display. Is this just recap? The team is sweating. Early next... Okay, they're reiterating. Early next year. Is that it? Big news. That pause is awkward to me. It's like they have a microphone, but he still says this like he's announcing it. I thought they were going to bring some new Mac accessories out. They'll start with the watch because it's boring. Yep. Called it. Jeff! What about Kevin? Jeff is still stuck on the roof. Is he? Oh no, we're flying into space. What a transition. Wow, a part of San Francisco without homeless people. Series 9. There it is. Guilt marketing. Oh, they're going to use the number 9? Whoa. It looks amazingly similar. And it's pink. Well, we know what Justine is going to use. Oh, they're doing the finger. That's a feature already, right? Is this real? It's the same. Wow. That's the name. What new features? It has a screen. Apple buying Peloton. S9. We have all these features already. Sip. Take a sip, everyone. I would hope so. Oh, thank God. I can play Crisis on my watch. Those balloons are going to look awesome. Uh-oh. Neural cores. So it's the same battery life. I was hoping for better battery. Mark said I was watching Dub Dub. Whoops. I turned that off. It kept going off all the time. You just set off everyone's Siri. Don't do that. This looks laggy. That animation was choppy. Did you guys see that? Ooh. More accurate dictation. Sweet. Oh, I'm going to totally do that. Not enough. Too high. Terrible. My watch just keeps saying you're fat. Just English and Mandarin. You can see where their priorities are. This works great if you work for the Chinese government. Is it just me, or does this keynote feel less magical? They always put the boring stuff at the beginning, Roving. We knew the Series 9 would be boring. I'm opening up the Gatorade. Oh, you too? Oh, I see. It's like an AirTag. They didn't call it a U2. What's it called? It's just a new ultra-wide chip. Okay. It's the same screen. Whoa. Oh, that's cool. I like the brightness boost. A single nit. Whoa. One nit. It runs Final Cut. You can run Final Cut now. I know all this, Jeff. Okay. I thought this was a thing already. Now you can drop your coffee, and the watch will tell you. Oh. Like Vision OS? What does it do? Oh, okay. People are going to answer the call without wanting to. I didn't mean to hang up. I just tapped my fingers. I feel like you'll do this on accident way too much. I totally remember this being a thing before. Oh, double tap is new, single tap is not. Thank you, Jokum. Tap that right on the floor. Ow, I hate that sound. It's too loud. Apple. It's never been easier to go back to sleep. I just use my nose. I'd rather use the nose personally. I don't think it's called U2. I hope this is all coming to the Ultra. Who would do that to someone? Fine. Look, Mom, I hung up the phone. That actually makes it look like snoozing is going to make you fall back asleep. Wait, the software? It's not ready yet? Wow. No change to the steel cases. Dang. We got rid of leather. Yeah, here it comes. Who's that? Oh. I love it when Tim acts. Yes. I love this. I want an Apple TV show about Apple. This is amazing. Show me more acting, Tim. Welcome to Apple. Uh-oh. Is it Thor? Oh, God. It's an earthquake. Tim is just staring. Octavia Spencer! Welcome. This is great. It's Big Bird. Yes. Lisa's off the roof. Wow. Tim's reaction to iPod Shuffle was like, ooh, called out. You asked. I need that Tim Cook as a GIF. It does? By ocean? Thank you, Super Lalo. Show her who's boss, Tim. You need subcarbon. How much were you using? How many gallons of water? It's still not enough. The serious Tim Cook. I love this. All of them. Wow. He's so serious. I love it. I love his straight face. It's great. I want more Tim acting. What? How did the plant come back to life? What are the plants going to breathe if there's no carbon? We just saw Lisa. Come on. Oh, that looks like California. That's all going to burn. How did she get out there? Sub big. Everything happens in 2030. What about mining? Where's the mining? This field's kind of ugly. Yeah, what do you bet they didn't? What do you bet they didn't drive a EV to this location? Oh boy. Where do they get all this yarn from? In China? It's insanely small. We are not shipping the watch anymore. You have to pick it up. What does the box look like? Did you remove something? We kill more seals that way. Sometimes the T-Mobile stream loses bandwidth. It'll fix itself. I know. I look pixelated. Give it a second. Oh. A fish. I want to see what the fiber-based box looks like. Uh-oh. Here comes leather. Whoa. They've officially killed leather. That stand. That pause. Ah, the leaks were true. It's made of content? What does that mean? It's made of stuff. It's not like the cows live forever, right? Fine woven. Grandma knitted my watch band. Or May. Virgin materials. Oh! Oh my god. That looks kind of gross. Sorry. We call this the garbage band. It's made of garbage. Ooh. Oh, I don't like that one. Oh, read all this. Fast charging, that's the same. HomePod. Carbon neutral. Interesting. Probably the brighter display is the most interesting part. Wait, advanced cycle tracking? Oh my god, we're 30 minutes in and we're just getting to the Ultra. This is going to be a long event. They just come to this guy and he says, we brought all that to the Ultra too. Okay, bye. How'd he get up there? I know where that is, actually. I've been there. And texting your loved one. It'll take you higher. Where's the new color? Oh, it's just 2. Okay. Not Series 2. I want a new color. This is going to make the first Ultra really compelling. Thep. So you can answer a call when mountain climbing. Oh, nice. They really don't want to call it U2. It looks the same. Oh my god, 3,000 nits? That's kind of nutty. That's too bright. What is it? Oh my god. It's very complicated. You're going to need sunscreen to look at this watch. Oh, that's good. I like the stick figure running. It's very frantic. Again? We have to learn all about the cycling. All Apple Watches have a flashlight. They really didn't change the design. All those numbers. I'm going to start diving now. You know, I'm not sure if I want to review an Apple Watch this year. I don't think either of them are worth checking out, personally. No battery changes. Okay. No, all they announced was Apple Watches. And that they're killing all leather products. Apple's not using leather anymore. What does virgin titanium mean? Okay, it's also carbon neutral. Those are new colors? Wow. It's a smaller change than I thought. There's not even a new finish. And the gesture's not ready yet. This just makes the last Ultra really worth it. Oh, it has to be paired with a sport loop. Otherwise. No change for the SE. Same price for the series. Yeah, okay. No pricing changes. Oh. You can order them right now, and I'm not going to. All right, guys. It's iPhone time. Oh, my heart's pumping. I would show you, but I'm not wearing my Apple Watch. Somehow the Apple Watch was less exciting than I thought. What the heck is that? What is he walking around? They got a new chip, basically. And you can tap your fingers together. Okay. iPhone time. Let's go! Okay. Do they avail the regular ones or the pros? It's time. Whoa. What am I looking at? I like this song. It's very retro. Never mind, I don't like the song. And the girl started singing. I hated it. Wow. Oh, the regulars are starting. Show the port! Show the port! Where's the port? I want to see it. The colors don't look great. Dynamic island on the regulars. Yep, so dynamic island is on the regular 15. Uh-oh. Not San Francisco, no! Get away! We're going to unveil it behind this port. Show me the USB-C port! All new design. Still has a ringer switch. That's only on the Pros, rumored. This is the time. They might announce the USB-C port right now. Any moment it could happen. Yeah, we know about the island. Come on. Show the bottom. Show the bottom. I want to see the bottom. Show me the USB-C port. Yeah, we know how the island works. Things to do in San Francisco. Leave. And it's 60 hertz again, we know. They're taking forever. They're killing me here. Wow. Please. I want to see the port. They know what they're doing. Twice? Wow. No more mini. And 15 plus. We know this. Oh, God. This is killing me. I want to die right now. Please tell me. I can't wait any longer. My hands are so sweaty. There's the iJustine model. Oh, that's nice. It's a little more rounded. Infused glass? Okay. Is that supposed to impress me? Show me the bottom! Stunning? Are you serious? I don't like the colors. They're so faded. Oh, it's a matte finish. I like that. The black one looks nice. A lot of people don't like ceramic shield. It scratches too easily. They're bringing up the resale value. It's good. It's a good investment. Holds its value. Oh, God. Here we go. We recycled the design from last year. 75. Why do you hate the environment so much? They take pennies and they turn it into MagSafe. Oh, we gotta talk camera now. Sheesh. It's gonna take forever. You're killing me. Is it a 48 megapixel? Yay! Thank you. I'm so glad. Do we get a 2x telephoto button now? I like that main sensor. Do we get the 2x? Talk about the port. They gotta announce it soon, right? Or are they gonna wait for the pros to announce it? Watch, they're gonna say it takes a bunch of pictures and puts them together. This is the part where they say it captures 12 images at a. Yep. There you go. Oh, if it's lightning, Sam has to delete his channel, by the way. This is their way of saying it doesn't have Pro RAW. You have a 2x. Yay, there it is. Without a telephoto lens. No, it's pinch to zoom. Come on. That's nice, though. I like that you can do that. Definitely a bigger improvement than the 14. That's for sure. It's called pinch to zoom. Yeah, but we're going to see when the lenses switch. How did the portraits? The camera portions always take forever. I just want to know the port, please. Are they going to wait for the pros and then say the regulars also have Type-C? I'm worried they're going to make me wait on it. That has terrible dynamic range. Sorry. How do we know it's a good dog? That dog could have eaten a person. Oh, because I never do that. It's going to fill up your storage even faster now. Does anyone still take portrait mode photo? Still a good dog. Wow! Did you just bokeh my child? That's a terrible picture, by the way. The huge person and it's all blurred out. I don't like the way he's looking at me right now. She's looking at me like I just farted. Her face says, "What's wrong with you?" It looks okay, I guess. What are we on now? HDR 7? How many versions of HDR? Wow. That chair is really red. Cinematic mode. Yeah, that's basically what we thought. I like this slide because it means we're done. When you see all the tiles, it's like, okay, let's be done. Oh, great. Now we got to hear about the A16 chip all over again. Just tell me the port, for God's sakes. Sheesh. Mmm. Why do we keep calling it bionic? Can't we call it something else? Have some cashews, says Chris Norton. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. This year-old chip is faster than this 2-year-old chip. Wow! Amazing! Bruh. I need the Tim Cook thing. How long is it? How long is the battery? They just said bigger. Connective. Please. Tell me. Ah. Just say the wired part. Dennis, get to the point. She said it has wired connectivity. These are all extras. Those are all actors. Those pauses kill me.
Wow.
Oh, thank God. They are trolling us. They know what we want to know, and they're not telling us. Pause for the applause. You can track people like never before. I know where you are. You just see the number just dropping really fast. Their location is like... Please tell... If it has lightning, I'm gonna flip.
Wow.
Are there apples at the farmer's market? It has a port. Oh, did you see it? Oh, I want to go back, but I'm going to get out of sync. Did you guys see it? I don't care about emergency SOS. She held the phone, but I didn't look at the port. It was too small. People said it looks Type-C. The what islands? Oh my God. It has a port. I think they're saving the big change for last. They know Type-C is the big thing, so they're waiting on that. It had the little white thing in the middle, so it's Type-C. Ooh. Flat tire, put on a spare. That's all the phone says. Put on the spare tire. Skill issue. These are not useful things. Come on. It has a camera. Call AAA, get unstuck. It's covered by our membership. Let's talk about wired connectivity, please. What does it cost after that? They still haven't answered that question. Yes! 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 Please! The connector. She said connector. Yes, 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 yes! Woo! Finally! Yes! Thank you! Woo! Finally! Oh my god, it finally happened! And AirPods. Woo! Yes! Wow. UA! Type C. Oh, that's great. We should just buy those. Nice. This is wonderful. Thank you, Apple. Finally, we got it. Phew. Hey, Chi 2 with no leather. There's that MagSafe. Beautiful. Woo! Oh, the AirTag. Everything else is just a bonus. We got Type C. Thank you, European Union. They don't even... Oh, there's USB-C. Finally. What comes in the box? They should talk about that. You can charge another phone. Color-infused design. It sounds like the battery life's the same. I guess we still gotta advertise that it's water resistant. The bezels do look thin. Oh, the cable in the picture was braided. That's good. They always love to do these POV shots. What does that mean, all-day battery? That could mean anything. If you leave it turned off. Okay. What's it cost? Same price. No changes. That's good. Whew! Type-C is a confirmed lock-in. $800 trade-in on what? If you trade in a... Wait, what? What? Oh. They probably don't mean... I thought she meant the iPhone 11 gives you 800. I was like, that's not what she meant. She meant the 11 is on the low end. You can't trade in an iPhone below that. And get money. This was not shot on iPhone. The mute switch wasn't rumored to be removed from the regulars. The Pro model's not getting a mute switch. Okay. Big money time. Big money. It's time. Titanium. All the rocks. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Well, there it is. Wow, it's got the polished look. Yep, no more ringer switch. We got a little action button now. Yeah, that looks clean. I like that titanium look. The most pro. Uh oh. Jaws is the one who is against USB C, so they make him announce the USB C. He was the one who said we don't want to switch away from Lightning. Is it Thunderbolt? I think he has a cold. I like it. Much better than steel. Inexpensive. Wait, it's lighter than the 11 Pro? That's cool. That means bezel, by the way. Wow, that does look clean. No, they'll still sell you a case. I like it. Yeah, it looks like a fridge. Still Pro Max. There you go. No Ultra. Ah! She snuck out. It's still polished. Not steel. That was a dumb one. I didn't like steel. Ooh. What does that mean? Oh, so it's not pure titanium. They can't say surgical grade steel. I didn't think we'd see that picture on the event. Here's Mars. Yeah, it's not carbon neutral. Oh, okay. Solid state diffusion. That's what I thought. So why were we using steel? Is it Thunderbolt or not? We know it's Type C. We'll see. They might have killed the Mini, but oh, they're all gray with. Raw. What? It's so easy, I'm sure. The recycled parts are made of recycled material. I need to see these colors in person. They all look the same to me. The switch. It's great. We removed it. Oh, that's how you phrase it. Yeah, they called it action button. That makes sense. Oh, I gotta hold it too. Sheesh. Flashlight, camera. Oh, I like camera. Hmm. Never gonna do that on accident. Open Snapchat. Can I make it do nothing? Is that possible? I don't want a button. Is it brighter than before? Maybe the brightness didn't change. Yeah, I didn't hear them mention the brighter. Yoga workout in the kitchen. Pro. Why is it pro? Shri? Is it pro because it has 8 gigs of RAM? Shri sounds like another digital assistant I could think of. Alexa, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. At least it's not bionic. Bionic to pro. Confirmed. Finally, we got a 3 nanometer. I'll say anything on the price. I can't say every price for every country, but most of my viewers are in the US. Seems like the same amount of cores, it's just faster. It's so fast. It's so fast. Desktop PCs, you say? Maybe this phone could become a PC. That'll come up later. That'll help it with iOS 22. Yeah, he needs a cough drop or something. So now in the future, ooh, the display engine, you say? Oh, okay, here we go. USB 3. It's not Thunderbolt. I thought so. Didn't I say that? I speculated that. It's not Thunderbolt. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. But it is a faster port. 10 gigabits pretty fast. Yeah, that means the non-pro is probably 2.0. They probably couldn't figure out a good use for Thunderbolt. 10 gigabits per second is pretty fast, though. It's faster than the NANDs can read and write. I don't think the USB 3 cable will be included. Oh, we brought ray tracing? Wasn't expecting that. The iPhone NAND can't read and write that fast anyway. Your MacBook can write and read about 6 gigabits per second, so USB 3 is fine, I think. But not as cool as we thought. We have RTX graphics. Candy Crush will look so awesome. Gaming. It's the first Pro chip in an iPhone. Yes. Ray tracing on Apple Silicon is good, but not for the iPhone. This would have been more impactful on an M3 chip. Very few mobile games benefit from ray tracing. That's true. On the Mac, it would probably be a bigger deal. Yeah, that's not what people are playing, Jaws. Mario? Is that anime? What the heck? All these games floating around behind him. Commercial time. Wow. Shoot the bad guy. I've never seen a game like this. Is he in the game? Oh my god. That explosion was so close. Am I the only one not that impressed? Steve Jobs never would have allowed anime. Division? All 10 people who play are gonna love this. Everything looks fine. I did find new interest top tier tech. This is why I follow EVs. Yeah, it all looks fine. I don't know. My pocket's getting pretty small. Gaming. Oh, come on. What game was on Mac but not the phone? People are going to assassinate me for what I'm going to say about this phone. Oh yeah, yeah, camera stuff. Talk about the telephoto. What? 7? How are there? I count 3. No, they didn't show the periscope lens, but they're probably about to. Thick chungus. Even more. Can we get those little globs out of the shot, please? Pause for applause. Look at all his scales. This poor lizard. Heaf? I've never heard someone call it heaf. Oh. It's by default high megapixel. Is she drowning? What the heck? Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that. The default focal length. It's kind of dark. I can't see it. Mm-mm. She looks. What is she wearing? What the heck? Yeah, USB-C actually means something. This is all standard. It looks a little nicer now. Huh. I can take photos at your wedding. I have an iPhone. I'm a pro. Still 12 megapixels. I see. Now it's time. Nothing different for the regular Pro. Here we go. How far? 5x. Wow. That's doesn't sound that much better. The sensor probably makes a bigger difference. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been pitched. Look at this cow. I'm. Oh, this is tetraprism. They don't call it periscope. They call it tetra. Wow, 5x. Very stable. The tetra prism. You got to remember that. Yeah, you could do 15x digital zoom. They put in the thing sideways. It's the same concept. Oh. It's still 12 on the ultra wide. If it wouldn't go off all the time. There are not 7 lenses. Give me a break. I'll be honest, I'm kind of disappointed with the cameras. I thought the 48 megapixel would come to the ultra wide. Oh, here we go. I'm listening. USB 3 is good. I like this. Wait, just photos? Can we do that with videos? Oh. What about to a Mac? You can record it to a drive, which is good. Oh, they finally got 4K at 60. Oh. I still... Why do we need to record to a SSD? That sounds impressive to someone. Oh. This is old footage. Did you take that with a 15 back in June? Oh boy. What? It can do spatial that close? I did not expect that. SSDs are portable. So are iPhones. Spatial video. I didn't think they could make it work with that camera layout. Okay, it definitely doesn't work like that, right? How could it capture that much? No one has one, Jaws. Oh, okay. It's not at launch. Definitely not the smallest update ever. I highly disagree with that. 5X not that massive, though. All right. Let's hear the pricing. 8K is stupid. They didn't talk about 8K. No battery improvement, huh? Hey! Oh. Whoa, wait a minute. 256 on Pro Max with a price hike. That's interesting. Ah, I see. Up to it's Friday as usual. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary with the timeline. What? 12 terabytes? How much is that? What the pricing? What are the pricing? How much are they? The mini's gone! No! Oh, they killed the mini. Oh, I am sad. With lightning. Yeah, give me a break. They killed the mini. I'm sad. I want to know how much the 12 terabytes of iCloud is. Wow, it's sunset. It's been a long day. Probably because more people bought the 13 than the 13 mini. I need to know more about these. They just slapped that iCloud storage options at the end. And by the way, there's more storage options. Whatever. I like the regular 15. To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed by the pros. $5X doesn't seem that much better. Yeah, and there were not much talk about battery improvements. Yeah, this is the end. They're done. There's no one more thing. Wrap it up, Tim. All right, that's it. I like, yeah, the regular 15's kind of nice. I need to look at the tech specs, though. I need to see what's in the box. That's interesting. So the 15 Pro Max doesn't have a 128 gig option, but the 15 Pro does. I'll review a Pro, but I'm not keeping a Pro. Let me check out the website, see if it's updated yet. No, it isn't. The website still has 14s. I'm refreshing. There's no mention of the 15 on Apple's site yet. I thought at the beginning he was like, let's talk about the Mac. I thought they were gonna. Okay, we gotta look for a. How we feeling? Meh, pretty good. We got USB-C. That was the biggest win, of course, that we were all hoping would be true. But yeah, the fact that the regular 15's got the 48 megapixel main camera, and that they can now access that optic quality 2x. Steve Moser is calling it U2 second generation ultra wideband. I don't think Apple calls it the U2. The pricing wasn't as bad as we thought. It's like, wow, that was bad. Yeah, we got to find USB-C accessories. That's what I'm curious too. Is there a USB-C MagSafe Duo? That is a good question. The website has not been updated. If it would, I would, normally I would jump into the recap as quickly as possible, but I need to get more details. Is that serious? The names for the colors are black titanium, white titanium, blue titanium, and natural titanium. That's literally what they called the colors. They all have titanium in the name. People are saying site is up, but mine is not. Do I need to access it on a different browser? Let me move some stuff here. I think USB 3.0 is okay. Like, it's obviously not Thunderbolt, but Thunderbolt would have only made sense if there was some big, massive feature that could take advantage of it, because you definitely can't take advantage of it on by just data transfer. Keep in mind, guys, that the read and write speed is limited on the NANDs on your iPhone to about 5, maybe 7 gigabits per second, best case scenario. Yeah, there's no more leather. We know that much. I'm refreshing the site on a different browser and it's still not up. Maybe it's just a different tab. I'm going to search iPhone 15, see if it has a link. Apple, what should I search? Apple.com/iPhone 15. Does that take me anywhere? Oh, it does. That's funny. Where is OBS? There we go. All right. Let's scroll around. Oh, it's not ready yet. Look. The site's not ready. I went to apple.com/iPhone 15. I don't like the other colors. Is there not a white one? That's called blue. The heck? The black one's the only good-looking one, but geez. These are so muted. Why would they take away the white? Alright, let's go to text back. Same storage options. I know it's brighter. But yeah, they didn't bring Pro RAW, even though they totally could have. That's purely a software lock. A16 chip, we know, can do that. Geez, they're on HDR5 now. What's in the box? Yeah, USB 2 is up to 480, so that's the same as Lightning. It's just a connector. I still consider that a win. What's in the box? USB-C charge cable comes in the box. So no adapters, which I thought might happen, but interesting. So they're just going to assume everybody has a USB-C brick, I guess. Let me scroll up here. Thank you for the super chat. Carolyn says, USB 3 and USB-C on Pro Max. Explain, please. Yeah, I guess if they didn't have some kind of specific feature advantage to Thunderbolt, there's really no point in having it because your Mac and your iPhone cannot read and write data fast enough to take advantage of Thunderbolt speeds. They are limited by the read and write speed of the chip. So basically, USB 3, the only situation where I could visualize Thunderbolt coming was if they had some big featured plan to take advantage of it, like external monitor support or Apple DeX or that kind of thing. And it sounds like they just didn't really have anything ready for that. But it's still 20 times faster than the data transfers before. USB 3 is not slow. 10 gigabits per second is pretty good. Let me type in iPhone 15 Pro. Can't be found. I'm still trying to find the right... Yeah, the header isn't ready yet. View pricing. 15 plus. I'm guessing that the price still goes up if you buy it unlocked. Let me see if that's true. No trade-in. Oh? Maybe they got rid of it? No, yeah, they didn't. Yeah, it's still $830 if you buy it without a carrier. So no change there, sadly. Yeah, we know they're capped at USB 2. That's what the website says. Let's see. What's in the box? Oh, yeah, let's look at the accessories. Available starting September 22nd. Okay, so no changes back here. But you can order AirPods Pro with USB-C now. That's good. Yeah! There's a win right there. I expected them to talk more about Type-C. They seemed kind of bitter about changing. But yeah, same price. Nothing changed other than the charge port. Yeah, I think the website is taking its time to update. Let's go to iPhone accessories. I want to see a USB-C. Oh, we got some accessories showing up. Clear case, fine woven wallet with MagSafe. Oh, there's still silicone cases. Okay, they didn't get rid of the silicone, which is a bummer. Whoa, 240 watt USB-C charge cable. What is that for? What the heck? What Apple product supports 240 watts? Compatibility. Huh. Why did they... And it's braided, too. Interesting. Yeah, you can order the case. All right, I'm refreshing. There we go. All right, what's included with the Pros? Get the highlights. No, I don't want the highlights. Give me the tech specs. I saw the event. Vision Pro doesn't use a port that fast, though. Yeah, that's interesting that the Pro Max only goes to 256 on the low end. Lots of crazy camera features, but the box... Oh, I want to compare battery lives too. That's a big question. USB-C charge cable. I'm pretty sure it's braided. It's a braided cable, but it's not color matched as far as I can tell. Jordan says, the Series 9 is nothing special compared to the Series 8. I hate to break it to you, but the Series 8 is nothing special compared to the Series 7. You could have saved yourself some money with a 7. I said no one should buy the 8. Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth 5.3. That's pretty standard. Second gen U2 chip. Okay, let's compare the battery lives and see if Apple actually has different numbers listed. Okay, why don't we compare it to the 14 regular? Yeah, a lot of the site is still not working yet. DisplayPort support on USB-C, so you can use external monitor. I mean, Lightning supported external monitor. It just wasn't very high resolution, but they didn't talk much about that. So, battery life up to 20 hours, no change there. How about 15 plus to 14 plus? Same battery life as before. About 15 Pro Max versus 14 Pro Max. Same battery. That's kind of a bummer. There were rumors that they were going to increase the capacities. I guess those were wrong. 15 Pro versus 14 Pro, same. Yeah. No changes in battery, I guess, at all. That kind of sucks. Sometimes you get different measurements down here. Audio playback, video playback is the same. 15 plus versus 14 plus. Yeah, literally no differences even in the audio. Yeah, they didn't talk about charging speed either. Up to 50% in 35 minutes. 50% in 35 minutes on the Pro Max and 14 Pro Max. Yeah, that feels like a missed opportunity in my opinion. You switch to Type-C, which can definitely handle faster speeds, and they didn't increase the speeds at all. That would have made sense to me, but MagSafe Duo and battery pack are gone. Interesting. Dual SIM in Canada. Can you check the 50? Yeah, no, there's literally no differences between the pluses. Yeah, 13 mini will be in the secondhand market for cheap, I'm sure, but iPhone accessories. Yeah, where's the MagSafe battery bank? Free engraving, free engraving. I don't see it. Yeah. They just scrapped it. They didn't replace it. You got to leave something for the 16. Yeah, it really feels like they don't like USB-C. They just have to do it. What's my plan now? I mean, my plan hasn't changed. I still wasn't planning on upgrading. The 14, there's a 13 is by itself. Wait, there's still 2 pictures of the 13. What the heck? Hold on. Don't get me excited like that. So it's $5.99 for a regular 13 now. That's a good price. iPhone 13 is still a great phone, honestly. There's nothing really wrong with it. The Apple never talks about RAM. We never know about the RAM, but I'm pretty sure the Pros have 8 gigs and the regulars have 6. No, I don't think AirPods Max have USB-C. We would have heard about that, right? Let's see. What time do pre-orders open on Friday? I guess they didn't say, but I assume it's 5 a.m. like usual. Yep, no changes there. AirPods Max are still Lightning. Yeah, it just says pre-order starting September 15th. Oh. Maybe they want to list... Yeah, no, it's the same. 5 a.m. Pacific. They just didn't list it on the front. Yeah, I feel like they didn't really do much with Type-C. I mean, I should still express I'm grateful. I'm grateful that we got USB-C. It's the best port. It's the better connector. Even USB 2.0 speeds is better because the idea of USB-C is to use one cable to charge everything. Oh, that's cool. They're using a Thunderbolt cable with it. Huge leap in data transfer. Lets you charge your Mac or iPad with the same cable you use your 15 Pro. Bye-bye cable clutter. Wow. They're kind of dissing on Lightning now. I like how they're using a Thunderbolt port, which you don't need, but if you search MagSafe battery pack, you get help with a product of your own. You can configure your order. I thought you could configure it right now, and then you just save it. If I hit view pricing, yeah, you can do 15 Pro Max and natural titanium, blue titanium, white titanium. This is the white, kind of beige looking. It's not very white. And then natural titanium. It's more brown than gray. I don't think the colors in the leaks were very accurate. The bezels are a little bit thinner, but not super noticeable. Maybe it's more noticeable in person. Maxed out, it's still $1,600, so the most expensive iPhone hasn't changed. They just removed the entry-level 15 Pro Max. People are ordering Apple Watches. I guess they're ready to order. This blue looks very gray to me. Black's probably the best looking one, but they're all kind of meh. Rest in peace, 13 mini. Drew, the 15 Pro is lighter than the 5.8-inch 11 Pro. That's impressive. That, I was not anticipating it to be that light. I did not realize that they could save that much weight through titanium. I like that. Which one will I review? Probably the Pro Max, I guess. I mean, the Pro Max just has all the features. I don't think me reviewing the 15 Plus or something is going to be like, oh, wow, this is different. It's just, imagine this with less. Would you upgrade from a 12? Thanks in advance. That answer always depends on how the 12 is doing. It has nothing to do with the new phones. I'm on an 11 and I'm not upgrading. So if you're asking what I would do, no. 15 Pro Max 512 gig is now 100 euros cheaper. Oh, really? Slow fast charge 15 Pro Max 35 meters compared to 14 Pro Max 30. What? Where are you seeing that? I didn't see that. 15 Pro Max versus 14 Pro Max? I thought they had the same charge amounts. That would be crazy. No, they both say 35 minutes to go to 50%. Yeah, it's unchanged. Literally, the video playback, streamed playback, audio playback, battery life is just identical. I think it's a Pro badge on the 15 Pros so that they can give an A17 chip to the iPhone 16 series that doesn't have the same specs. I think that's why they named it Pro. Okay. Very little changes with the Apple Watch. It's carbon neutral. I was really expecting them to change up the colors here. It's literally like the same website layout too. Same pricing. I'm confused by that. Carbon neutral combinations. Like if you get it with this certain band, then it's carbon neutral. I guess certain bands are still not carbon neutral. Let's see. What does that say when you click on it? Learn more at apple.com/2030. I think the Pro... Well, first of all, Apple never talks about RAM, so don't be shocked that they didn't mention it. But I'm pretty sure the Pros have 8 gigs of RAM. and the regulars have 6. But we won't know that until people actually get their hands on them. Apple never talks about RAM. They never have, and they probably never will. Did they touch the iPads at all? Are the iPads all the same? Yes, okay. So it seems like they're not giving up on Lightning that quick. But, oh yeah, can I see what these boxes look like? Just saw the Ultra has 64 gigs now in quad core. Really? Why do you need that much storage on a watch? There's no tech specs. I want to see what's in the box. Is that in the order now? Carbon neutral when paired with new sport loop bands. Let's see if that has an effect on what people want to buy. No, it's not down there. Ooh, that red looks nice. I like the product red. It's basically unchanged. 45, GPS. I knew some poor people that just bought Series 8s like last week. And I was like, why did you do that? No trade-in. Come on. All the Apple Watch trade-in sucks. What's the box look like? They said it's a redesigned box made of fiber. They just say this is included in the box. So at least they can still include the cable. But people are saying in Germany it seems that the 15 Pro is cheaper. That's good. Yeah, there's no more MagSafe Duo. iPhone 15 Pro Max, thickest iPhone after 4S. Oh, yeah. So it's a lot lighter, but is it thicker? Let's compare. Let's see. Trade-in for Ultra First Gen is only $380. That actually impresses me. Usually Apple Watch trade-in is horrible. That's not as bad as I've seen it in the past. Super high resolution, but I'm guessing no Pro RAW. It's a 48 megapixel sensor, but can you take 48 megapixel shots? Maybe. Camera. Apple Pro RAW. Yeah, that's still not a thing. And still no macro mode on the normal ones. There's been an $800 Apple Watch for years, dude. In Portugal, the new iPhones start at a lower price from last year. Well, that's nice. Apple Watch Ultra is cheaper in the UK as well. Well, that's I'm happy to hear that. Pro got cheaper in the UK. People are saying this has to do with the exchange rate. No price increase in Germany. Yay! Yay! That's great. Ian Ondors, thank you for the super chat. Does Base Pro Max have any camera limited features? Base Pro Max. I don't think so. No. Now that it ships with 256 gig up by default, that should allow for... Oh yeah, does the 15 Pro still limit ProRes recording? That's a good question. Tech specs, please. Show me video recording. ProRes video recording up to 4K at 60 with external recording. That's kind of interesting. So you can only do 4K at 60 to an SSD. That's kind of weird. For ProRes, it doesn't mention if it requires a higher storage option anymore. So maybe that means you can record 4K ProRes on the 128 gig option. This doesn't make it very clear. They don't dive into much detail here. Maybe with the A17 chip, they found a way to standardize that. There's no 2 terabyte option. Not going to let the 14 Pro Max take 24 megapixels, only 48. No, that requires a different camera engine, right? No change in water resistance, by the way, for all those saying USB-C makes the phone less water resistant. No changes to the 15 Pro brightness. But the 15 got better brightness. Are they neck and neck now? Supports USB 2, yeah. Let's see, display. 1,000 nits typical, 1,600 peak, 2,000 outdoor. Yeah, okay, that's cool. So the 15 and 15 Pro appeared to have almost identical display specifications, aside from the fact that, yes, the 15 is not 120 hertz. And it doesn't have always on display. So those two things are the only difference now. They have the same contrast ratio, same wide color display, they have the same brightness. So less motivation to get a Pro in that way. I can't see anything when I'm outdoors. Pro Max price decreased. MagSafe Duo for air power. No bezel change. I think they're a little thinner. That's just not super noticeable. There's the 14. Yeah. I think the 15s is slightly thinner. Again, it's not a huge detail, but I don't think any of the rumors claimed it would be a huge difference. That's the 14 bezel. This is the 15 bezel. It's a little skinnier, but it's not massive. Not that it would matter. And then let's look at the 14 Pro versus the 15 Pro, just to make it fair. Yeah. 15 Pro definitely thinner bezels. That's for sure. Neem super chatted. Why has Apple been incentivizing gaming devs for iPhone but not Mac? I want to see the fall of PC gaming in my lifetime. That won't happen. It's not up to Apple. That's entirely up to the game devs. It's successful gaming platforms have always been up to whether or not the game developers choose to optimize their games for it. That's not anything to do with Apple. Apple incentivizes game devs and on iPhone and Mac, but there's just a lot more games on iOS because the iPhone is far more popular than the Mac. iCloud storage bumps. I want to have an opinion, but I don't know the pricing. How much are the new iCloud storage plans? Apple's braided USB-C to Lightning adapter is $30. Jeez, that's not worth it. Just buy a whole new cable at that point. I thought they would have made a cheaper one. But I guess it does data and power with a single adapter. So for $30, you can buy an adapter. That's funny. That's way too much. You guys can do this. It's not like I have access to some special thing. Go on Apple's website. Go to the compare page. Let's see. Power and cables, I think it would be in. USB-C to Lightning adapter. That's funny. Why is it so big? I've seen way smaller ones than this. USB-C to Lightning. Huh. It seems kind of overkill. The 14 Pro is more appealing to me than the 15. Other than the Lightning port, yeah, I would say the cheaper one is probably better. They should have bumped the 50 gig plan to 100 gigs. Yeah, I wanted to see if the pricing changed. The iCloud Plus page has not updated. Interesting. They fumbled this phone. I will definitely admit, it feels like they didn't. Oh, this is a new cable. A Pro cable for $70. They usually cost more than that. From Apple, at least. Not that you do not need a Thunderbolt cable for your iPhone. Do they have just a USB 3.0 cable? I'm surprised this is $30 for 240 watts. But it's only USB 2. Where is the 60 watt USB-C? Okay. For $20, you can get a 60 watt USB-C cable. That's pretty good, actually. I don't know what the 240 watt cable is for, though. That's bizarre. Introduced a lot of new Type-C accessories. They just have a USB-C to Lightning. Okay, what about just normal USB 3? Is that so hard? C to Lightning. Lightning to audio. Lightning. Geez. Yeah, let's go 15 Pro. If I want just a 3.0 cable, do they have that? Or are they just doing Thunderbolt? That's interesting. I don't think they're selling any 3.0 cables. Connection. Just USB-C. Okay, turn that off for a second. This is C to Lightning, C to Lightning. What the heck? Where is C to C? No. They wouldn't get rid of those, would they? No, they don't even sell a 240 watt brick. Yeah, there's no made for iPhone, which is nice, but who knows? Neem super chatted. I recently got 2 terabytes of iCloud storage for $10 a month because my 12 Pro Max ran out of storage, so I'll definitely get the 15's terabyte option. Jeez. I would encourage you to just look through some of your data. I question if you need that much. But yeah, I don't. Where is the just normal C to C cable? Did they get rid of it? I'm only seeing C to Lightning now. So that's weird. There used to be just a normal C to C cable, you know, the same cable that they would include with the iPhone. Different length USB-C cables have different wattage supports. Yeah, I mean, obviously they sell Thunderbolt cables, but they don't sell like normal. Am I getting this right? I feel like this site might not be working properly. It definitely feels like they're missing things. There are no accessories for the 15 Pro. Okay, let me refresh this. They have C2C cable and 240 watt cable. Yeah, I know. I was just looking at it. But yeah, this is the only higher data speed port they're selling. They're just going all in on Thunderbolt now, even though the iPhone doesn't really have Thunderbolt. So they replaced it with this, which supports USB 2. I don't like this. I don't like what they're doing. They're forcing everybody to buy faster transfer speed cables. If you go with 2 meters, it has to be the 240 watt. Interesting. But it's still USB 2. None of these are USB 3. So if you wanted the faster speeds, you have to get a Thunderbolt cable. That is weird. Yeah, I know they have. I know they have a normal 240 watt cable, but it's not USB 3, so it can't take advantage. See, USB 2. It can't take advantage of the 15 Pro's speeds. So if you want a 15 Pro to take advantage of the faster speeds, they make you get a Thunderbolt cable, even though the iPhone doesn't have Thunderbolt. That's weird to me. Yes, we saw USB-C AirPods Pro. I'm a little confused. Maybe, I guess they're future-proofing. Maybe they intend on the iPhone going to Thunderbolt later, so they want you to just buy the Thunderbolt cable now so that you're ready for it. But yeah, this is the only higher data transfer speed option now. There's no USB 3 cable. So that makes the cheapest cable to take advantage of the new iPhone's port is $70 from Apple. $70. I'm also surprised there's no faster charging. That feels like that would have been easy. No, the only AirPods that got USB-C are the Pros. Nothing changed with the other AirPods. I think they're all the same price, too. And there's no separate case available. MagSafe charging case, USB-C with speaker and lanyard, lightning charging case. So no changes there. iPhone 14 Plus stuck around now at $800 if you really don't like USB-C. $700 for the 14. Still not worth it. Just get a 13. 13 is far cheaper. Yeah, I guess you could just buy a third-party USB 3 cable, but Apple's not advertising any on their site, so be careful. Well, $70 for a Thunderbolt cable is not that insane, but not having an option that actually fits the specs that this phone is rocking is a little weird to me. Alexander, thank you for the super chat. After watching the event, going to be keeping the 13 Pro Max for another year. Yeah, I think that's a good call. If I had my 13 Pro Max, I also would be doing the same thing. Interesting, though, how little changes there were with battery after all those rumors about the batteries getting improved and faster charging. That was all wrong. Yeah, 128 gig Pro has the max recording option, which is nice. So there's no differences in the video recording. Will they sell just the new AirPods Pro case by itself? No, you have to buy a whole new pair of AirPods if you want the new case. I don't see any way to get just the new charge case because there's no change with the pods themselves. Yeah, I agree with you, Neem. They were not too proud of USB-C. They kind of swept it under the rug. Which is a bit of a bummer because I thought there was a lot more potential with it, but to me, this is them kind of dragging their feet on it. Yeah, they're not letting you buy the case. But I like that the weight has gone down. That's refreshing. Let me click on this. Oh, geez. I didn't realize there's almost 2,000 of you watching. Gee, I thought there was like 200 people watching. Thank you for the super chat, Adam's Apple Tech Support. I don't get why not do the adapter like they did with Lightning to micro USB adapter, which I have in hand now. Yeah, they could have made it a lot smaller and cheaper. I've seen Lightning to USB-C adapters that are very simple and very cheap, but Apple went kind of overkill with the accessories. Yeah, they had a Mophie branded USB-C 3 cable, which is gone now. I noticed that. They used to have those. Now there's just the charge cables and the Thunderbolt cables. They got rid of USB 3, which is what the 15 Pro has, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah, they didn't have a case-only option when they rolled out MagSafe either. I wasn't expecting them to. Apple didn't embrace USB-C in the way I thought they would, like with exclusive software features. I think the only exclusive feature would be the charging. The iPhone can now charge other accessories through its charge port, which Lightning couldn't do, or at least didn't do very much, because Lightning is not bilateral like USB-C is. But yeah, you can charge. I think they even said another iPhone, right? They said you could. I believe they said you can charge another iPhone with your USB-C port. I thought they would have a more official term for that, like share power. Yeah, more battery life than iPhone 12, but same battery as the new USB-C connector lets you charge your Mac or iPad with the same cable you charge your 15. Yeah, let's explore that. Tell me more. Yeah, same brick as before. Oh, that's the spatial awareness thing. They didn't talk. I know they mentioned it during the event, but this isn't. More on eSIM. Huh. Yeah, they showed AirPods being charged, but maybe you can't charge another iPhone. You definitely have the hardware to. I know you can. Huh. Yeah, maybe there's no reverse charging. How does USB-C pick which device to charge when you plug in two battery-operated devices into each other? That's my point. You would need the software. On Android, they've had this for years. Sorry, I know. I'm the one saying that now, huh? On Android, if you plug an Android into another Android, you choose on each device, do you want to share power to this device or take power from that device? I thought Apple would have come up with a very clean, simplistic way to just say send power or have them balance each other out, but maybe that's an iOS 18 thing. You can get a 13 Pro for $679. That's a good price. Can we charge a watch with the reverse charging? That's a great question. We don't know the power output capability of the USB-C port. They're not saying that, are they? Even in the tech specs. That would be a bummer if you couldn't even charge the watch. Qi wireless charging up to 7.5 watts, so no change in MagSafe. MagSafe's the same charging. Man. Sensors. There was definitely way more they could have done, in my opinion. See, you can't. I don't know if you can buy this cable separately. Is that the same thing as the 1 meter 60? So does every cable with every iPhone support 60 watts? Is that what I'm understanding? They said AirPods are watched. I scrolled past the reverse charging. Whoops. Where is it? Charging and expansion, power and battery. It's not here, so it must have been earlier. Simply Sora said, overslept, what'd I miss? Nothing. Just the iPhone changed to Type-C, that's all. Apparently I scrolled past it. Compatible. I am on dark theme. This is just what the website looks like. Why the A17 has Pro in it? Why not Bionic? I believe because they want the Pro iPhones to get a certain version of the A17, and they'll probably give a different version of the A17 to the iPhone 16 next year. Why don't they call the base iPhone 17 Bionic while the Pro will have its Pro? No, Will you be reviewing the 15 Pro Max? Yeah, probably. It said DisplayPort. Yeah, iPhones can output to external displays. They don't need Type-C for that, but Type-C can probably do it better at a higher resolution, but again, they're not really talking about it. I do not see a section on reverse charging. I see emergencies. Oh, it's right here. You can use your iPhone 15 to charge your Apple Watch or AirPods. So that makes me think it's not a very high output. What does this say? Number 6. The included USB-C charge cable is compatible with AirPods Pro 2nd Gen and MagSafe charging case. Okay. So you could plug in an Apple Watch charge puck into your iPhone and charge your watch. But they're not saying another phone, which means it's probably very low wattage. The action button is just going to be limited to a handful of first-party apps. No, they said shortcuts. Shortcuts do whatever you want. Thank you for the super chat. Adem says, new AirPods have improved dust resistance and lossless audio with Vision Pro, new watch box, and grid forecast charging feature. Lossless audio on AirPods? What? I don't think that's true. You making stuff up. I appreciate the super chat, but I feel like they would have talked about that in the event. Yeah, there's no lossless. You can't do that wirelessly anyway. Yeah, they still even use the U1 chip in the AirPods. They didn't even update the AirPods case to have the new ultra-wideband chip. Grid forecast. You're saying newsroom post. Let's just go straight there and see what you're talking about. I don't think they have lossless. Newsroom.apple. You don't want to go? Okay. Help me out a bit here. Apple upgrades AirPod Pro 2nd generation with USB signing. The world. Wait, what? Lossless audio with Apple Vision Pro? What? Continue to revitalize. What does that even mean? I am so confused. It's on Apple's website. I see it. What does that mean, lossless audio with Apple Vision Pro? Okay, first of all, no one has Vision Pro. Second of all, why would you need Vision Pro? Single cable. Additional dust resistance. So, I'm so confused. Did they change something in the AirPods? Up to 4 hours using lossless audio with ultra-low latency with Apple Vision Pro. Why do you need a Vision Pro to access lossless audio? That makes no sense to me. How is that even possible? There's no cable going to the device. How could it be lossless? That's weird. And they're not. The most confusing thing is they're calling it AirPods Pro 2nd generation. So does this mean existing AirPods Pro 2 can do lossless audio? Like, upgraded with USB-C. What? Scrolled over the big section. Yeah, but okay. Lossless audio with low ultra latency to deliver the perfect true wireless solution with Apple Vision Pro. The H2 chip in the latest Apple AirPods Pro and Apple Vision Pro combined unlocks powerful with massive reduction. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. Why didn't they talk about this during the event? They added lossless. And do you need the new AirPods Pro with the USB-C charge case to access lossless? That doesn't make sense to me. Because they're still calling it 2nd generation. Why not just call it AirPods Pro 3rd generation if there's actually differences in the performance of the sound? And how come you can only hear it with Vision Pro? I don't get it. Why would they call that 2nd generation, though? AirPods Pro 2nd generation with USB-C charge case will enable lossless audio with low latency to deliver the... I don't get it. It only works with the Vision Pro. Why does the charge case port affect the individual pods if it's still the same H2 chip? Did they change the chip or not? If they changed the chip, they should call it AirPods Pro 3rd generation. Just call this an updated AirPods Pro. The Vision Pro is close enough to your ears to transfer over. All the stuff required for lossless is in Vision Pro. What does the Vision Pro have that other Apple hardware doesn't? The R1 chip can do lossless audio for some reason? The proximity, you have to hold them really close together? Yeah, they annihilated MagSafe Duo, and the MagSafe battery pack are now gone. It's still Gen 2, but they're saying that you need the new AirPods Pro with USB-C in order to access these features. So is it Gen 2 or not? This is so confusing. No, I know it's not 3rd generation, but my question is, do you need a USB-C charge case for it to work? This is wording it like you do. They're saying you need the USB-C charge case to enable lossless audio with Vision Pro, but they're still calling it the 2nd generation AirPods. It's so confusing. Both the device and the AirPods need H2. I never heard that. Did Vision Pro have H2? Again, doesn't explain why they're saying you need the USB-C charge case. You need an H2 chip in the transmitting device. Okay, I get that, but for one, I didn't know the Vision Pro had an H2 chip, but did they change anything on this? That's so weird that lossless would only work with the headset. I don't get that. And if you need the H2 chip, just why didn't they put an H2 chip in the iPhone so you could have lossless? This is real Gen 2. There should not be 2 different versions of Gen 2. That's ridiculous. I hope that's not it. I hope this is just poorly worded. That is very weird wording. Very confusing. That would have been better off in the event. I would have them rather explained that themselves. Continue. I need a compare page or something. Are you guys going to do a recap podcast? No, not today. You excited for the matte finish on the 15s? Yeah, I mean, I'm not over the moon about it, but yeah, that's a good choice. I like the 15s, honestly. Not the colors. There's a lot of weird execution things that I'm just like, why did you do that? You were so close. I like when there's no picture. iPhone 15. I'm going to assume that the website is poorly written and that you don't need a new charge case just to get lossless audio. That doesn't make sense. I believe that they were just bragging about the USB-C charge case, but in reality, AirPods Pro 2 tied with Vision Pro can do lossless. That makes more sense to me because you got H2 chip on both devices, whatever. It's probably using ultra wideband for lossless, not Bluetooth. Yeah, I don't think Bluetooth could do lossless, but I don't think AirPods have ultra wideband. AirPods Pro says the same on Apple website. Yeah, I don't think. The question is, do you need to buy a whole new pair of AirPods with the new charge case in order to get lossless on Vision Pro? And I think the answer is no. But their wording is confusing. Yeah, I really don't like any of those colors. I was thinking to myself, if I did get a 15, I would get a white one. That's not what they said, Cyclops. That's what I'm saying. They word it on the website like you need. Look at this. AirPods Pro 2nd Gen with MagSafe charging case USB-C will enable lossless audio with ultra low latency. The H2 chip in the latest AirPods Pro and Apple Vision Pro compared with a groundless break unlocks powerful lossless audio. Lossless on Vision Pro was already announced with H2. I don't recall that at all, but I remember spatial audio. I don't remember lossless audio. Yeah, there isn't a white one. AirPods Pro battery. 5 minutes in the case, provides whatever. Why are they separating the battery? USB-C cable in the box. That's good. Wow. Look at that compatibility list. They're just saying it that way because the Gen 2 come with the USB-C case. That's weird. That's confusing. So basically, the AirPods that have been on sale for a year now already have lossless. We just need an Apple device with an H2 chip. But Apple hasn't released any devices with an H2 chip, and I guess Apple Vision Pro is the only device that has that. Why don't you put an H2 chip in the iPhone? Maybe where you put that piece of plastic that replaced the physical SIM tray. That would have been a good place. James says, I'm back from checking on the blood clot. Did I miss on anything exciting? No, you didn't. Is the white titanium only painted on the back but not the sides? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's probably anodized or whatever, but there's not just like a solid white. This is white titanium. And the sides are definitely more gold looking almost. CTF super chatted, I just bought USB-C AirPods. Good for you. Those should have existed anyway. You can now move photos directly to SSD. Well, I wanted to move them straight to the Mac, but that would require software development. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. On the Apple Vision page, it says you can use lossless with AirPods Pro 2nd Gen. I don't think it ever said that before. I think we would have remembered that. There's not even a text back page. There's no fast charging. No changes to the battery of any kind. Some videos. Enclosure. Where's the speaker section? And they still feel like they can release this early next year. Expand your surroundings. Stay connected. I don't remember them saying there was an H2 chip in here, but I guess I'll take your word for it. If you want to use headphones with Apple Vision Pro, the new AirPods Pro 2nd generation offer the perfect experience featuring lossless audio. That is less confusing because they don't bring up the charge case. Okay. Interesting. Both devices. No MagSafe Duo anymore. It's gone. Do you think they've removed the finger tap feather on the Apple Watch, which was always an accessibility feature? This is not new. I guess people were saying earlier the accessibility feature could measure one tap. This new Series 9 feature is a double tap. Now it can register if you do it twice. So it's a little bit different, but yeah, overall very similar. Action button can be mapped. Yeah, the 15 Pro is the lightest since the 10S, and it's bigger than the 10S, so that's pretty impressive. Hey, no Craig. There was no Craig Federighi. I don't think they will do an October event. The rumors are there's no iPads for the rest of this year. They mentioned 15 Pro in Vision Pro page. Where? What did they say about it? Oh, the spatial video thing? I was not expecting that. The camera can do spatial video with just the two lenses in their current format. The 12 mini is under $400 on certified refurbished. That's pretty good. It had double tap, but they changed it to phone calls and enable by default. I forgot they added double tap later on. So then what? How does the Series 9 able to do this, but the other watches can't? Shouldn't older Apple Watches be able to do the double tap thing? They're acting like that's a feature. No, the rumors are there's no new iPads in October. Are they double tap gesture? Yeah, they're saying the old watch can't do it. But we've seen them do it via accessibility. No changes in battery life at all. We don't know the exact milliamp hours limit. They don't publish the exact milliamp hours, but we do know that based on the compare pages, 15 Pro Max to 14 Pro Max, no change at all in battery, no faster charging. Same thing with the 15 Pro, same thing with the 15 Plus and the regular 15. There's no changes at all with the battery. Luke says that's exactly my point with the double tap. 5x zoom worth it over 14 Pro Max? No. Maybe get the 15 just for the Type C, but don't do it for 5x zoom. That's so small. It's not new, yeah. Why are they acting like it's new, though? They're acting like older watches can't do this. Is that a software decision? Like you can only access the double tap and stuff through accessibility features, but Series 9 is the only one that makes it a default feature? That's a bizarre decision. 12 Pro Max refurbished or 15 Plus, since they're basically the same price. I would take the 15 Plus because USB-C is better. But yeah, don't get a 12 Pro Max refurbished for that same price. You could, if you were to get a 12 Pro Max, you can get it way cheaper elsewhere. You don't need to go refurbished. I don't know if they dropped the custom. I really thought they would have more finish options on the Ultra. They changed less than I thought, and I had low expectations. Do I like the Pro Max? Yeah, it's fine. It wasn't as big a deal as I thought it was going to be. Like, I thought the telephoto was going to go up to maybe 10x, not 5. They said the machine learning on the new chip allows the double tap to register accurately. Yeah, that's, in my opinion, their way of painting the... This is not a software exclusive, but it totally is. Yeah, there's no product red. Was there no product red 15 either? Oh. Yeah, there's just a pink. Honestly, I like the regular 15 more because they got the matte finish, which is nice. They'll definitely drop a product red in the spring, though. It's 10x if you pinch to zoom in, but that's not the same. I'm not counting cropping. I'm just counting. I thought the telephoto would go straight to 10x. 2000 nits is more than enough for daytime viewing. Yeah, there were no changes to the brightness on the Pros, but there was brightness upgrades for the Series 9, the Ultra, and the 15. The 15 basically has the same brightness, same colors, same contrast ratio as the Pros. The only thing the 15 display is lacking, excuse me, is the ProMotion and the always-on display. It's just a digital crop. It's taking the sensor and cropping in. Otherwise, they would have said 10x if the lens actually did that. But okay, I'll pull it up for you. Yeah, 5x optical zoom, digital zoom up to 25x, 10x optical zoom range. I hate that form. They're referring to the 0.5x sensor. They're saying if you go from the ultra wide lens to the telephoto lens, that's a 10x zoom. But 0.5 is, the ultra wide. That's not what most people mean when they're saying. The range is 10x, but that's not the same as a 10x optical zoom lens. I thought it was going to be some crazy super zoom thing. This is just like a little bit more than 3x. I'm sure digital zooming up to 25x will be better. I'm sure this is the best zoom on a phone, but it just wasn't as big a deal as I thought it was going to be. Because for Apple's version of always on display, they require 1 hertz. They don't like going to you could do always on display with an OLED panel technically, but the 15 would still be running at 60 hertz, so the always on display would drain the battery by a lot. Web page sections are boxier than I'd like. They're going to use the Intel modems for their in-house. Well, the Qualcomm ones aren't great either, but at least they're fast. Is there a Nike Edition Series 9? Yeah, they showed it. Did you not see it? I thought they showed the bands, at least, with the custom faces. I predict this will not catch on. I don't think that many people are going to do the double tap thing. Or people are going to set it off accidentally all the time. But this seems kind of niche to me. What did it say? A first. Oh, I thought it said a fist. Do non-US phones still have physical SIMs? As far as I'm aware, yes. I believe the non-US iPhones still have physical SIMs. People are filming stuff. MagSafe Duo is gone. Excuse me. Double touch on watch gives me a thought. Could be interacted with a new way of Vision Pro. Well, Vision Pro can just see your hands. It's not an exclusive Nike watch anymore? Really? What is this? Apple Watch Nike. These are weird. They just put random pieces of plastic in with the band. It makes them look like you took the watch to a painting job and you did a bad job. I don't think the USB-C cables are color matched. I do think they're braided, but I don't think they match the color of the phone, as far as I can tell. If I was to buy one and keep one, it would probably be the regular 15, to be honest with you. But not getting a boost in battery life was definitely a bummer. I thought that was going to happen. Yeah, see? I like that they got the frosted glass, though. I like that they got Dynamic Island. That's nice. And, of course, they got Type-C. They got the 48-megapixel sensor, which gives the 15 a 2x button. You can get the bands and the watch face on all watches now. Oh, well, they still got a section. Yeah, they're not color matched, though. What about snapping? Wouldn't that register as a double tap by mistake? Well, that's what the neural cores are for, right? Got that neural engine. Well, all of my USB-C memes are aging well. Seems like people are, oh wow, liking my jokes. Rest in peace, 13 mini. It doesn't look like it's braided, really? Am I not looking at it? Looks braided to me. Yeah, I see the little netting there. Can you guys see it? Do the regular 15s have 10x digital zoom now? Probably, if they have the 48 megapixel sensor. Let's double check. Sorry, I'm going to film my recap video shortly, and you guys can watch the behind the scenes, but I wanted to get all the details because I know there's questions usually. Yeah, digital zoom up to 10x, so yeah. These are kind of just 14 Pros with USB-C, basically, and without promotion. They have the A16 chip, just like a 14 Pro. They've got Dynamic Island. They've got frosted glass. They've got a 48 megapixel sensor. It's honestly a very similar phone to the 14 Pro, just with weird colors. I like that it's a braided cable. How does spatial video work? Why do they always show it as if the camera knows what's behind the subject? Makes no sense. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work the way they advertise it. I'm a little skeptical of how that's going to work, and part of the reason I'm skeptical is they said that will be available later this year. So the spatial video, I don't think is going to be ready at launch, which means that the software is probably very finicky. Where is it down here? Action mode, second generation, sensor shift, stabilization. It's weird. They're saying that ProRes video recording up to 4K at 60, I think they're saying that only works with the SSD. Am I understanding that wrong? Actually, they don't mention spatial video here, do they? Log video recording. Cinematic mode, HDR. I don't see spatial video mentioned here. I know they mentioned it during the event. Is cinematic mode still... Yeah. I really thought cinematic mode would eventually go to 60 FPS, but it still isn't. Production cost of standard 15 must be so small as components are already in mass production since 14 Pro. That's, yeah. Tim Cook, he's the master of inventory. Hopefully HDR is fixed. They've got reflection, anti-reflection coatings. No iPhone minis on the Refurbished site. That was fast. All OS releases are September 18th, except macOS Sonoma, which is a week later. Okay. Every iPhone release, the colors get more washed out. I know, it's kind of disappointing, isn't it? Sorry, not webcam. iPhone. There we go. Okay. Spatial video is a fancy term for 3D video. Yeah, but they're not saying, put on glasses or whatever. I just want to know, does spatial video make a difference if you're watching it on non-Vision Pro? Like 9 to 5 Mac just posted a whole article called iPhone 15 battery life, what you'll get and how it compares to iPhone 14. Is that entire article just, it's exactly the same? I'm kind of interested in that article just to see how complicated they make that. Joe Rosignol, sorry if I mispronounced that, said all 4 iPhone 15 models still have a SIM card tray outside the US. And this is why I will not be keeping the US iPhone I review. Nothing innovative except they are using cheap recycled materials. Well, what did you want? None of you had any good ideas for phones anyway, so I've been suggesting USB-C for a long time, and we finally got it, so hooray! Not surprised as they will treat Lightning devices like the plague. I don't know, I feel like they kind of didn't do much with Type-C. I feel like they're kind of bizarrely still letting Lightning stick around. Yeah, I compared 14 Pro to 15 Pro. It's identical. No changes in the audio playback, in the video playback, in the standby time. Everything is exactly the same between 14 Pro and 15 Pro battery-wise. The charging is exactly the same. You're putting on Vision Pro. Yeah, that definitely makes me want to get a SIM tray on a 15. Yeah, it was nice that they mentioned Marquez, though. Apple trade-in lower than typical. Really? Now I'm curious. Now I want to try it because I have an iPhone 11. Let's just hypothetically. News post for grid forecast feature in new watch box. Oh, sorry. Let me find that. Newsroom. Is it in here? Which grid forecast? Which there's so many environmental ones. These are all watches. Recycled aluminum, carbon neutral. These are solar panels. We know that. Oh, that's the new box. Okay, I understand why they didn't show us. This is not that interesting. It's pretty much the exact same box. It's fiber-based. Okay. These are trees. They exist. All right, thank you for letting me know that it's not worth mentioning. Let's see. Yeah, new feature. Ding, ding. And that animations will run smoothly thanks to the new chip. And it's a brighter display. Screen is a little brighter. Nothing much standing out here. Where's the box for the Ultra? They didn't put it in here. Come on, man. Only reason I want to upgrade from the 14 Pro Max is the battery. Well, I'm afraid there's not a good motivation to, because it's the exact same battery life, but I guess maybe you want to upgrade because your battery health is dropping, but in that case, just get a new battery case. 14 Pro Max is up to 650 and it just keeps going down. Jeez, 650. That is not good. I'm at the bottom of the food chain, so let's just see if I select iPhone 11. How bad is it? $200. Yeah, it's in great condition. So I'll just buy it. Man, they still attack that fee. So it's $630 if I trade in my iPhone. That's okay. And I get 3% back with the Apple Card. Wow! Oh, after traded, you still have to pay $829. Come on, man. Can I do one good morning? Yeah, that's all. Who was telling you there'd be a new iPad mini? I didn't tell you that. Was the biggest change for the 14 to the 15 simply the name? No, honestly, James, I think the 14 to the 15 is a fairly substantial upgrade. If we're comparing two iPhones, 15, 14, Type-C Lightning, frosted glass, not frosted glass, 48 megapixel, not 48 megapixel, dynamic island, not dynamic island, brighter, up to 1,000 nits, typical brightness. I would say definitely 15 to 14 is much bigger than 14 to 13. There were so few changes between these two phones. They had the same A15 chip. This one got an A16 chip. This one has it. So there's a chip upgrade too. 15 Pro Max and 14 Pro Max are almost identical. Well, the port is probably the biggest difference, but yeah, no change in the brightness. I still owe $400 on my 13 Pro. Oof, yeah, get a 13 mini, please. This event was kind of disappointing. Yeah, there were a lot of things I think they could have done better. I think the 15 will have the same effect as 13 in the future. Best value overall. I don't see much changing next year. Yeah, I don't either. I think the 16 will be a pretty minor. Maybe they're saving Thunderbolt for the 16, and the 16 will have some Apple Dex-like thing. But yeah, the Apple Watch Ultra first gen should be much cheaper. That's probably where the value is. And the Series 7. I bet the Series 7 has gotten a lot cheaper, and the Series 7 is basically identical to the Series 8, and the 8 is identical to the Series 9. So few changes. 14 to 15 is a bigger upgrade than 14 Pro to 15 Pro. Yeah, I guess so. The event was strictly business. I don't know. I like the Mother Nature skit where Tim Cook is acting. I love it when Tim Cook has to act. It's hilarious. Okay, I think it's time to record. I think we got everything we need. Well, there's a ton of leaks like normal. That's usual. But there was a ton of stuff that was leaked that didn't happen, which is kind of interesting. They really juked us out with the storage and the pricing option by getting rid of 128 gig only on the Pro Max, but not the regular Pro. Frankly, if the iPhone tempting me the most, I'm not saying I will upgrade this year, but definitely the one that I'm closest to considering is the regular 15. It's not really the size I like. Like, I would prefer if they made a 15 mini. But selling my iPhone 11 and using the money to put it towards a 15. It's just Type-C with frosted glass that's black. That sounds great, honestly. And the Dynamic Island and the A16 chip, so you'll get many years of software support. But I would not trade in my iPhone with Apple. That is not going to be a good deal. $200, I could definitely sell my iPhone for more than that. Adam, thank you for the super chat. No next-gen CarPlay announcements. Got announced at Dub 2022. Instead, new cars model coming out of 23. No mention at Dub 23 or today, delayed. Yeah, I'm guessing that Apple's having a harder time integrating that with the car manufacturers than they thought. No promotion is a deal breaker. It used to be for me, but I've gone through therapy and I've adjusted my eyes. Now I'm used to it. I could live without 120 hertz, as I have been. I haven't had it on my phone since January, February. But yeah, there's no Craig Federighi, so there's no joy. I thought that was the most exciting thing. I wanted to see Apple get more into the CarPlay space, but no. I guess not. Hopefully they update the SE with USB-C next year. I don't even care if it gets a new display or whatever, but Ming-Chi Kuo said that the new SE is basically going to look like an iPhone 14, which is another way of saying it'll look like an iPhone 13. True enlightenment is not caring about promotion. Thank you, Sam. I like that. On the watch, can you use old bands on new watch? Yeah, they didn't change that. Maybe next year they might change that, but this year there's no change there. Mother Nature, Tim, why not include a charger? Because everyone has one. However you charge your last iPhone, you can charge your new iPhone unless it's an iPhone 15. Now, I guess that argument holds up better. But I suppose Apple is assuming that most people have a USB-C charge brick. I don't know if that's a safe assumption, though. Do not upgrade to the Series 9 if you have a Series 7 or 8. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I said no one should get a Series 8, personally, but no, there's no price increases on the phone at all. In fact, certain storage options are actually cheaper now. So overall, there's actually price decreases. Overseas, I guess internationally, that the prices went down. The 15 Pros are less than the 14 Pros. 60 hertz is enough, Edith. Those new Nike bands are hot, and I ordered 2 of them. Oh, geez, $100 down the drain, just like that, huh? All right, let me check on something real quick. Oh, the guys are asking. Sorry, I'm not able. I've got stuff going on later today. In fact, I'm running late. I should be recording by now. Okay. I'm just letting the guys know. Okay, I only have a USB-C cable because of my external SSDs. Well, you'll get another one if you buy 15. There you go. AJ super chatted. The way Greg said, wow, whoa, wah, during 15 impressions is literally the new wow meme. You posted it on Twitter? Where? When did he say wow? My Arthur holding the lightning cable meme is really popping off, though. Apparently you can get... That's not a mini, Michael. Apparently there's refurbished iPhones that are selling quick. The Pro Max is lighter than my 14 Pro. That's kind of funny to think about. The 15 Pro Max is lighter than a non-Max 14 Pro. Which YouTubers will have the phones to review today? No, it doesn't happen. Well, they're at the event. At the event, they can check them out, but they don't get to take them home. Actually, they do take them home. They just can't talk about them until next Wednesday. I have the regular titanium and the blue titanium phones in my favorites. Well, there you go. Not happy with really any of the colors, to be honest with you. All the titaniums are kind of blech. Maybe white titanium's not so bad. I'm looking at it right now. Gray, blue gray, natural gray. I just don't think this is gonna... I don't think this color is gonna age well. This looks like a beige Mac. Black and white are usually more classy, but the edges aren't that silver. Unbox Therapy has dummy models, right? I'll review the 15s, but I don't plan on keeping any of them. If I did get a 15, I would want to get it overseas. Or just in another country so I can get the SIM tray. The 12 terabyte iCloud plan is $60 a month. Where did you see that? Did someone post the pricing? Apple adds 6 terabyte. Okay, Mac Rumors just posted an article about it. Where did they hear this? Is it on Apple One? iCloud. They don't list it here. But Mac Rumors has the pricing somehow. The 6 terabyte iCloud Plus plan will be $30 a month. Jeez. I guess that's fair when you think about it. That's currently it's $10 for 2 terabytes, so $30 for 6. I guess that scales. And then 12 terabytes for $60, which is pretty close to what Google offers. Huh. 9 to 5 Mac has the article too, I guess. Where did they get the numbers? I wish they would lower the price of the other tiers, but whatever. Oh, they issued a press release, I see. I assume the white titanium is the same as the Apple Card. They're different materials, though. Apple Card has like a coating over the top of it because it's just raw titanium, but this is more of a finish. Just buy a NAS, much cheaper in the long run. Well, you got to factor in electricity costs with the NAS. It's going to use up more power. Yeah, iOS 17 comes out September 18th. All right, sorry. I'm killing too much time. I gotta start recording. I think this is all ready to go. I think I can move you guys. Oh, where did I put the tripod? Hold on. Let me unplug a few things so I can move you guys over here. You're on the MacBook now. Everything's falling apart. Not $30 per month of electricity. No, but you have to factor it in over the long haul. The upfront cost and the cost to maintain it. NASs are kind of big. They can kind of eat up a lot of power. All right, I'm going to film here. So sit tight. This is the behind the scenes streams that the channel members usually get to experience, but because it's a special Apple event day, I'll let everybody in on it. Thank you for the super chat, AJ. Oh, on your Twitter. I can't look at it right now, but maybe when I'm importing the footage. Okay, this mic is ready to go. The camera should be ready to go. Yeah, I got a skit for this one. Tim should be in this one. Okay, there's a lot of things to cover, but because... Let me move you over here real quick. Because this is normally a members-only thing, I'm going to say goodbye to all of our normal average viewers. Thank you for watching the stream. You can still watch it if you're not a channel member, but I am going to switch the chat over to members only, just so I can kind of take over the manage the chat while I'm editing, because my attention is going to be very distracted. If non-members get the... Okay, yeah, Dougie says, I want a refund. They're only going to get this one, but I'm going to switch participant to members only mode. And for all the people who are not channel members, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your messages, but it's just a little too full in here. I got over 1,000 people watching, which is kind of insane. But I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate you watching. If you would like to participate in the chat, the channel membership is $1.99 per month. And you get access to behind the scenes streams like this one. And you can ask questions before live streams begin. And you get the badges next to your name and all that jazz. And they help me out a ton. And they help keep the channel free of sponsorships, which I think a lot of you appreciate. But thank you for tuning in, and we are now in elitist mode. Members only can talk. Neem says, do you mind if I leave for a bit? I have to pick up my nephew. No, that's not allowed. Your nephew's just going to have to wait. All right, let me put this over here, and we'll get recording. Now the members can flex their memberships on everybody else. Okay, obviously I can't interact with the chat while I'm recording, so just hang tight and I'll catch up with the chat once I'm done recording and start the editing process. Let's test 1 2 3, just making sure this is in focus real quick. I'm recording to a USB-C drive, just like the iPhone could, hypothetically, letting us bypass AirDrop. All right, hang in there. Let's see if I can cover everything. I'll probably leave out a lot of little details because this is meant to be a recap, right? So, all right, here we go. Tim, the EU has spoken. We have to add USB-C. I don't know. Do we have to? I feel like if we just maybe make the iPhone portless, but MagSafe has USB-C. Doesn't work. That's not how the law's written. Well, Lightning is so good, and we want to reduce e-waste, but Tim, the law says Type-C. We got to do it. All right, fine. I guess we'll add USB-C. Well, Tim, it doesn't have to be such a bad thing. You could do faster charging. You could do faster data transfer speeds. No, that would imply that Type-C is better than Lightning. Well, it is. That's why you switched to it on the iPads, right? The what? I don't remember that word. But look, like, Lightning is just as good as Type-C, so I don't think we should offer any perks over Type-C. Tim, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, this is a slam dunk. This would be so easy to add. We already have the faster data transfer speeds on our iPads and our Tim, this is a slam dunk, okay? We already have the implementation of faster data transfer speeds on iPads and Macs. This would be so easy to bring that faster charging and faster capability over to the iPhone. Maybe next year. Where's Mother Nature? Okay, let's begin. All right, I'm trying to maintain excitement here because, yes, it's confirmed the iPhone has officially switched to USB-C. It's just a relief to know that Lightning is finally on its way out, but there were a lot of weird decisions Apple made with today's event, and a lot of missed opportunities, in particular with the adoption of the Type-C connector. So first off, from the get-go, I should disclose something that I'm sure a lot of you are going to be disappointed by. Absolutely no changes to the battery or the charging speeds on any of the iPhones today. On any of the iPhones today. I scoured the compare page for the 15 versus the 14, and the 15 Plus versus the 14 Plus, 15 Pro versus 14 Pro, all of those cross comparisons, and I could not find one singular difference in the audio playback, the video playback, the streamed playback versus the standby time versus the charging time. Everything is identical. The peak charging speed hasn't changed. So they literally switched to Type-C and didn't improve the fast charging capability. And in the case of the regular 15 and 15 Plus, they didn't even change the data transfer speed. So yeah, these are fairly expensive phones that are still rocking USB 2.0. I'm personally okay with that because I feel like most people aren't going to do much with the ports on their phone in terms of data transferring, unless you're kind of a techie or a pro user, in which case, yes, as I was kind of suspecting in my more recent videos, it was kind of a wild card prediction that I threw out there, but it ended up being true. The 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max do not get Thunderbolt. They get USB 3 speeds, which for the record is still really good. That supports up to 10 gigabits per second, which honestly is kind of still overkill because that's faster than the read and write speed of the NANDs inside the iPhone and even your Mac. So it's not like there was an inherent advantage to just adding Thunderbolt to the iPhone, but personally, I do think that if they did add Thunderbolt to the iPhone, they would have to come up with some exclusive new feature for that phone, whether it be Apple DeX or some kind of revamped external monitor support, like letting your iPhone boot up into macOS. If it was outputting to a huge external monitor, then Thunderbolt would have made sense, but it appears today they don't have anything like that. This is purely just meant for professionals who are taking lots of pictures and videos and need to offload those photos and videos really quickly. Now with USB 3, that does absolutely speed up the process. Still an improvement. It's still 20 times faster than the... Still an improvement. Still 20 times faster than the Lightning port was before, but definitely not as exciting as we thought it was going to be. I also thought USB-C would have been a great time to introduce some kind of, like, reverse charging capabilities, like letting your iPhone charge another iPhone. And while Apple is letting you charge AirPods and your Apple Watch through the USB-C port on the iPhone, there's no mention of it letting power another iPhone, which is what Androids have had for years. And they didn't get into the nitty-gritty specs about the milliamp hours or anything like that, but considering that the Watch and AirPods are the only devices they're advertising that the iPhone can actually charge through its USB-C ports, that makes me think that the power output is probably not very good. Probably a cap at 5 watts, and basically they don't have the code built into iOS, as far as I can tell, that would allow them to let you charge another iPhone with your iPhone. So I feel like so many missed opportunities here of like, oh, USB-C is great for all of these things, but they're not necessarily taking advantage of all of them, or they're just kind of going halfway a lot of the time. And I thought Apple would be a bit more passionate about it, like come out swinging like USB-C is here and it's the best and here's all the great things it unlocks. And instead they were like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just a little bit better. But bizarrely, no adapter, but kind of weirdly, no adapter in the box for Type-C. And they changed up the USB-C cable offerings on the website in a really, really bizarre way that I haven't seen too many people talking about. So they've eliminated any of the USB 3 compatible USB-C cables from the accessories page. Those still exist on other sites. I'm just trying to remind you that. But so far, Apple has introduced a 1 meter and 2 meter USB-C cable that is just locked at USB 2.0, but one can handle 60 watts for $20, and the other can handle 240 watts for $30, which I don't think there's any Apple devices that can take advantage of 240 watts, but they're selling a cable that supports that. But again, the data is still limited to USB 2, but of course, there's some of us that want to take advantage of the faster there's some of us that would want to take advantage of the faster data transfer speed on the 15 Pros, but they don't sell just a USB 3.0 cable. All they sell outside of those charging cables are Thunderbolt cables. And the 1 meter Thunderbolt cable is like $70, and it's even more if you want to get a longer one. And Thunderbolt is kind of overkill for connecting to the iPhone. And the USB-C cable that comes in the box with these phones is still USB 2.0. It's braided, but it's not color matched like we were hoping. But I'm fine with that. I'm just happy we're getting a braided cable with every iPhone. But still weird of them to just let you have Thunderbolt or USB 2, but then the 15 Pro has neither. The 15 Pro is in the middle, and they don't sell any cables just for the Pro. But again, you can find cheaper USB 3.0 cables on Amazon that other companies are selling. Apple used to sell these themselves, but they got rid of them. I'm not sure why. I guess they could be trying to future-proof the cables. So if you buy a 15 Pro and you want the faster transfer speeds, they want you to buy that $70 Thunderbolt 4 cable so that maybe in the future, if you get another iPhone with Thunderbolt, then you can take full advantage without having to buy a whole new cable. See, this is long-term e-waste prevention, but they're not really going to admit to that. So, very bizarre. The only other potential camera features I've seen, thanks to the USB 3.0 port on the 15 Pro, is letting you record videos straight to an external SSD, which is kind of cool. I was just hoping they would let you record straight into Final Cut, because, you know, Apple has video editing software. If I could just bypass the whole AirDrop or file transfer process, I feel like that would be a lot smoother than recording a video, sending it to the SSD, unplugging the SSD, then plugging it into the Mac, and then dragging the files. That way, it's like I can do that with the phone anyway. I guess you could leave the phone on the tripod now and not have to take it down, but it's a phone. It's kind of portable. So bypassing having to drag files onto an SSD would have been more interesting to me, but they showcase some third-party features letting you take pictures and high-resolution photos straight from the 15 Pro and have it show up directly on your Mac. So a little bit of Pro functionality coming from that port, but honestly, not that much. Not as much as I was hoping for. A lot of bizarre changes when it comes to the adoption of USB-C, which in my opinion is the biggest thing. That's the most exciting update. And there's, of course, a bunch of other changes as well. Like the 15 and 15 Plus now have a frosted glass back, thank God, so we can say goodbye to all those fingerprints. Also, they have a little bit more of a curved edge, so it's still overall pretty squared off, but will probably feel more comfortable in the hand. And as we all expected, the dynamic island made its way onto the 15 and 15 Plus, so lots of app support for that now, thanks to the 14 Pros being out for a while. And also a really impressive upgrade was to the display brightness on the 15 and 15 Plus. It is now, in terms of brightness, exactly the same as the 15 Pros, which is also identical to the 14 Pros. So 1,000 nits typical, and with HDR 1,600 nits, and when you're outdoors in sunlight, you can go up to 2,000 nits on the entry-level iPhones now, which is pretty cool. The only difference in the displays now between the 15 and the 15 Pros is just ProMotion and always on display. You got the variable refresh rate that can go up to 120 and down to 1 on those Pros, and then you're capped at 60 Hertz still on the 15 and 15 Plus. I know, that's a hot topic for a lot of you, but I'm just impressed that the brightness is now the same between both of these generations. They're both Super Retina XDR panels. And the camera on the regular 15s, in my opinion, got a pretty decent upgrade. We now have the 48 megapixel sensor on the non-Pro iPhones, although they didn't bring over Pro RAW, which is funny to me because they got the A16 chip. It's the exact same chip as the 14 Pro with the exact same sensor, and they're not giving it the same Pro features. I think this is purely just software locking of, well, this isn't a Pro iPhone, so it doesn't get the Pro features. But having that 48 megapixel sensor on the regular iPhone allows you to have that 2x telephoto, just like the 14 Pro did, even though there isn't necessarily a dedicated telephoto lens. But I thought it worked pretty well when I tested it on the 14 Pro, even if it is a digital zoom that Apple considers an optical zoom. It's still a pretty nice upgrade overall. And if you love the ringer switch, you'll still love the iPhone 15 because it has one, unlike the 15 Pros, which are now made of titanium. And I think probably the coolest thing that we were not expecting about the Pros is the switch to titanium would save them so much in weight. These are actually the lightest Pro iPhones ever. These are actually like super light compared to the previous generation Pros. Now, the 15 Pro Max is lighter than the smaller 14 Pro. And the normal sized 15 Pro is actually lighter than the 11 Pro. Even though it's a bigger phone, you know, with a bigger screen and everything. And this is in thanks to Apple slimming down on the bezels, so the footprint is a little bit narrower. And of course, titanium is a much lighter material than stainless steel. Which should mean, I mean, I haven't picked them up yet, but the 15 Pros should feel noticeably lighter than previous generations, which is excellent. I'm very excited to try that out. And yes, on the Pros, they have eliminated the... But yes, on the Action Pros, as we predicted, they have eliminated the ringer switch and replaced it with, Apple even calls it this, an action button, which by default, it just acts like a ringer switch. You just have to hold it down to switch between mute and unmute. But it's still a physical button. There's no solid-state buttons here. And, of course, but it's still a physical button. There's no solid-state buttons here, thankfully. But it can be remapped, of course, to any kind of Siri shortcut you come up with. There's a bunch of presets. It can be a camera button. It can be a voice memo button. All kinds of things that I'm sure people will get really creative with. But in my opinion, definitely a lot more functional than just a basic ringer switch. But surprisingly, no changes at all with the displays on the 15 Pros. Like the bezels are thinner and all that, but it's the exact same typical brightness, same peak brightness and outdoor brightness, no changes there. Same 120 hertz, and it's still same 120 hertz, and it can go down to 1 hertz if you need it for standby mode with iOS 17 and all that. But even the 15 Pros still come with even the 15 Pros still come with a braided USB 2.0 cable. Sorry if you were hoping that would ship with something better, but the cameras, in my opinion, were a little bit lackluster. There were some reports that they would bring the 48 megapixel sensor to the ultra wide. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Of course, they talked about, new coatings that should reduce lens flares, which I'm hopeful for, but skeptical to get excited about. And the main sensor is still 48 megapixels. They say it's improved and there's better low light performance, but again, that's all going to come down to real world testing. We'll see if Apple's claims are a little exaggerated, but most of the hype surrounding the 15 Pro Max was with this improved zoom, which in my opinion was not as big a deal as we had thought. Of course, everyone used the term periscope lens, so that's why Apple couldn't call it that. They called it the Titan Prism or some weird thing. I don't even think it's technically a periscope lens, but it is a bunch of extra mirrors inside, allowing the phone to stay thin as it is while still have a super zoomed in field of view. Although I don't find this particularly high zoom. The telephoto lens is 5x. Okay, we went from 3x to 5. And sure, it's a pretty high megapixel sensor, so you can pinch in. Now with a digital zoom, you can go up to 25x, whereas before it was limited to 15. So, a little bit of improvement, but definitely not as drastic as an upgrade as a lot of us were hoping. We were expecting a maybe 7 to 10x, or some people were hoping for 15. Just stopping at 5, I guess, is pretty good. Maybe less gimmicky than 100x like Samsung likes to do, but unfortunately, that new telephoto lens is just on the Pro Max, and the regular 15 Pro is still sticking with another 3x telephoto. In my opinion, kind of unnecessary. I think 2x and 3x are so close together that it's kind of unnecessary to have two focal lengths that similar. And then, of course, there's the chips, where Apple is once again putting the latest and greatest 3nm architecture in just the Pros, now calling it the A17 Pro chip, which is kind of a first for the A series of silicon. I believe that's because these probably have 8 gigs of RAM, and Apple is going to want to use an A17 chip in the regular iPhone 16s next year, but it's not going to have the same amount of RAM. I would predict that in some way they will limit the A17 chip for the entry-level models, so that's why they're calling it A17 Pro, and then next year we'll get an A17, or maybe if there's a iPad mini or iPad Air that launches next year, maybe it'll get an A17 but not a Pro version. And then, of course, the regular 15 and 15 Plus get an A16 chip, which is pretty much the same exact thing that's in the 14 Pros. But a weird decision Apple made that kind of threw everybody off was the storage options are not standard between the 15 Pros. The regular 15 Pro starts at $999, which in my opinion is still a great price considering how long Apple has kept that pricing around. And it has 128 gigs of storage, whereas the 15 Pro Max did kind of go up in price, but the default storage is now 256 gigs. So Jaws marketed this, of course, very, very well at the keynote, saying this is the same price as last year with the same storage options. The good news is I've been hearing a lot of people say in my live stream that overseas the 15 Pros are actually lower in price than the 14 Pros were, and once you start factoring in the storage increases, the 15 Pro Max is actually cheaper than the 14 Pro Max was. So overall, pricing is actually a little bit lower, but they did just happen to remove the 128 gig 15 Pro Max option. Although one change that I'm very grateful they finally made is that the 4K ProRes recording is now available on all 15 Pros. Even if you go with the 128 gig of storage, that can still do 4K at 30 FPS ProRes recording. But if you want to do 4K at 60 ProRes recording, according to the website, it appears you have to record straight to an external SSD, which I believe means that the iPhone can't record 4K at 60 ProRes natively. Like, it won't record that to its own drive, but it will record it to another. I'm not sure if I'm understanding that correctly. It's just a little bit weird. But hey, now you have an option to do 4K at 60 ProRes if you so desire. And yes, just like last year in the United States, it's eSIM only. And if you're outside of the US, you still get a physical SIM tray. That definitely makes the international version a lot more compelling to me. That's why I would consider buying one next time I'm out of the country. But yeah, overall, a decent amount of upgrades. In my opinion, USB-C is by far the most interesting thing. The colors all suck. There's basically no white iPhone 15 anymore. All the colors are very pastel. There's no product red anymore, which sucks. And all the titanium colors were quite a bit different from what was leaked, but I'm not really that in love with any of them, honestly. Like, they just call them black titanium and white titanium and natural titanium. They love doubling down on the fact that this is titanium, but they're all just kind of different shades of gray. I'm still hoping for some kind of product red in the future. Maybe at a spring event later. But that summarizes most of the changes with the iPhone. There was some slight tweaks with the Apple. There was some changes with the Apple Watch, but I think we should save that for another day because this video is getting long enough. But thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. It seriously helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So thanks again. This is your Apple Sheep here, and I'll see you all in the next one. Sorry, videos are getting too long. We'll just make this the iPhone video. The Apple Watch updates are not that interesting. And they could get their own video, so. Hello. What are you guys talking about? Hey, Padawan Mario. Thank you for joining. And Alexander Ernst. And you sent a super chat. Jeez. APC Man, thank you. Nation, thank you. Where's the super chat? I do not see it. Should I get a Series 9 or Ultra 2 coming from Series 6? You should get a Series 7. Or keep your Series 6. I don't think you need either, personally. They're both such small upgrades. It's hard to justify. Oh, let me get the... Sorry, I'm turning on the fan because it's bloody hot in here. Let's see. Based on the NAS pulling max, $25 a year and 4 terabytes, factoring the power consumption, 25 months of owning my cloud. 25 months. But how much does it cost to buy the NAS? Are you factoring that in? So after over 2 years, it might make more sense. Okay, time to start editing. Let's do this. The video would have been way too long if I got into all the Apple Watch stuff. Long time no see, Pen. It's not a carbon fiber case, unless there's a third-party one you found. Okay, import. There we go. Okay, I think I can use my iPhone now. Stanley super chatted, did I see that the iPhone 10 is wider than 15 Pro? No, I did not. I think you mean thicker? How do you open your garage with your Model 3? I don't. I don't have a door on the garage. Oh. Still wants to be continuity camera. Let me in the phone, man.
Let's see. USB 4 cables are pretty great for nearly every application and way less money. Yeah, that would be better. Computer fell off a table closed. It only cracked like the bottom left corner. Jeez. You guys are throwing your stuff around, aren't you? Thank you for the super chat, Stanley. It is time to edit. Okay. This is my latest EV video. I don't know how that's doing because we're too busy. We gotta get the move on here. $200 NAS plus 25-year in electricity. 25 months, you spend the same total that you would on $10 a month. I guess that's not too long. So it becomes cheaper after 25 months. Interesting. This is the first iPhone event in years where the keynote hasn't made me more convinced. In what? Apparently AirPods Pro 2 support lossless, and we didn't know it. Renders were a little overgenerous with how slim the bezels were going to be. Yes, I totally agree. The renders made the bezels look a lot thinner than they actually are. It's time.
C cable that comes in the box.
I feel like I'm talking in 2x speed when I'm filming. Whoops. Down here. More convinced to upgrade. Oh. I see what you're saying. Yeah, normally the Apple keynote makes you really want the new hardware. This year, not so much. I think I wanted it more before the keynote. I like the idea of it more before. It's a little cool, but that's okay. That's better. Normally I'm like, the leaks are mad, then the keynote happens and you get excited, but that didn't happen this year. Yeah.
And this is your Apple Sleeper, and I'll see you all in the next one.
It really felt like they didn't want to add USB-C, so they were dragging their feet with the inclusion. They were like, okay, we'll do it, but we're not going to do much with it. The leaks back then of lossless Pro 2 might have some merit. Yeah, I guess if both devices have H2, then you get lossless, right? Yeah, MagSafe Duo is gone, as is the MagSafe battery pack. I guess I expected more. All the tech channels did better than the actual event. Mostly because I'm coming from AirPods Pro 1 and I want MagSafe. Yeah, if you wait a little bit longer, I bet you'll be able to buy them for $200 on Amazon, which is kind of nice. They're usually on sale there for way cheaper. Let's see, $450 refurbished iPhone 12, looking like a hot deal. Someone told me that 12 mini or the 13 mini was there for under $400, but I think it sold really fast. No, don't get MagSafe Duos because they all have lightning. Gross. I think I'll do a whole separate video called Don't Buy the Series 9 or Ultra 2. Like, neither of the watches are very compelling. Honestly, do you think they really figure out a way to turn the brightness up higher every year, or do they just not build the display with that much brightness and then the following year they're just like, okay, yeah, turn it up a bit? Regular 15 has a true matte black and not the pros. I think it's been that way for a while, hasn't it? Well, not a matte black, but the regular iPhones, I think, got a blacker black until the 14 Pro, which had space black, I believe.
Personally,
There's 20 minutes without cuts. We'll see how short I can get it. I would like this video to be 15 minutes, ideally. iPhone 15 event in 15 minutes. That would be cool, if I could say that. They didn't even add space black, which was the main thing. Yeah, it's just titanium black, right? No black Ultra. I could keep my money for another year. I just think the regular Ultra just got way cheaper. There's no refurbished Ultra 1. That's okay. You don't have to buy it from Apple. You could buy it from somewhere else. But yeah, I think this might be the first year since the Apple Watch launched that I don't plan on reviewing either of them.
that would allow that.
There's nothing about the Ultra 2 or about the Series 9 that I feel like I need to go buy. I need to go check it out and try it. Feels very lackluster. No changes to the battery life on either of them. Not really any design changes of any kind either. It just gets brighter. I want the white one to celebrate 10 years with iPhone. But the 15 doesn't even have a white option, which is kind of a bummer. Would have liked the white iPhone 15. That sounds kind of clean. They're going to make me buy the black one, because all the other colors suck. But there's a pink one! Oh my god! Canada does not have a white iPhone 15. I don't think anyone does. There's no white ones. There's a white titanium, but it's barely white.
To just let you, or USB. But then the 15 Pro too. But
So much breathing we gotta cut out. Imagine if I cut out all the parts where I'm talking and it's just me going. That would be great. Saving money. I'm just saving this money for Vision Pro. Then I'll get the next gen spatial camera. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about spatial recording, but it's not even available yet, so why bother? The regular Ultra is $667 on Amazon. Nice. It's a pretty good deal. Could be better though. I saw one used once that was $450, and I was like, dang. It's a long battery life for an Apple Watch.
very bizarre. The only other.
Thank you for the super chat, Neem. Your MKBHD shoes came in today. Hey, congratulations. Hope you liked them.
AirDrop or file transfer.
I feel like making a video on AirPods Pro getting lossless is almost more interesting than the Apple Watches, which are so boring. There's really not much to say about the watches, but the AirPods Pro thing is kind of weird. I hope they're as comfortable as SnazzyQ says. Yeah, it should be. Wait.
Also, they have.
Okay. I got a speed run here. It's nice to finally get confirmation that USB-C is on. It's like, thank you. Finally. You have to be prepared. I play a lot of tennis too. Oh yeah, for April Fools we'll do the There's so many April Fool's Day ideas. I should write them all down.
On
Post like 10 different April Fool's videos on April Fools. We're quoted in next year's event. Tailosive Tech says our products suck. Oh, I'm sure they would love to say that. Marquez Brownlee saying the 15-inch MacBook Air. Why did Tim talk about all that? They had nothing to announce there. They just said, let's talk about the Mac. And I was like, and he was like, the Mac sells really well. Anyway, let's move on. And I was like, what? Golf type of guy? No, I hate golf. To be fair, I haven't even tried, but it doesn't look interesting to me. I don't like the whole, you gotta hold it the right way and you gotta swing with your holder. I don't like that stuff. I just want to hit the ball over the net. Tennis is more my style, running around back and forth. I'm a tennis fan, mostly because of my wife. She played tennis in high school, and then she taught. I never played tennis really at all until I was married, and then she taught me how to play, and I came to really enjoy it. We've wanted Type-C since iPhone 6. No, there wasn't Type-C when the iPhone 6 came out, but I've wanted USB-C for a very long time. Basically, ever since it existed, I wanted USB-C. I thought for a while, well, we won't get it because iPhone's going portless, but then over time I was like, I don't think the iPhone's going portless. There was not a situation where I thought Lightning would stick around until 2023. I thought maybe 2020 or 2021 Apple would go totally portless. The fact that it had been Lightning still in 2021, 2, 3, I'm like, okay, no. Lightning was not meant to stick around this long. It should have been Type-C or portless, and then the more and more we realized how portless was going to cause problems, I was like, yeah, no, this should be Type-C. Basketball is harder to play with two people.
Sorry if you were hoping.
Not as fun if it's just you and one other person, in my opinion. I've done a little basketball, but I'm not as into it.
That didn't happen.
And I don't know, I have a harder time finding public basketball courts. Although tennis courts are usually pretty easy. I thought they were going to reveal a new Mac when Tim Cook was talking about a Mac. They brought it up because they knew how boring everything else was. I'm surprised how boring they made that event. AirPods are the only good one. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the lightning adapter. That thing is weird.
Titan.
I felt like I was covering as much as I could.
But it is a
It's like, I can't make a recap video that's 40 minutes long, right? That defeats the point of a recap. It's like, well, just watch the event at that point. You can just skip the chapters, skip the boring parts. So I was trying to keep this video somewhat concise. I think I might do a video on AirPods Pro supporting lossless next. I think that's more interesting. The Tim Cook and Mother Nature bits were kind of funny. But only because we're all like fans of Tim Cook doing things. Tim Cook could make a weird face and we'd all love it because it's like, he's the CEO! I didn't think it was actually like a... If it was anybody else in that skit, it probably wouldn't have been funny. Did not expect Octavia Spencer to show up. That was pretty random. Okay. That looks like
that can still
yeah, that was
ProRes.
That was a repeat. We're getting close. Next week, if you walk into an Apple store, they will still sell you a 14 Pro. I know, right? They should discount it at least. I mean, on the site, I don't think you can buy a 14 Pro anymore. We've been live for 5.5 hours now. Jeez. No, what's that?
But that summarized. There was some slight tweak of the changes with the iPhone.
Maybe we don't need that. Let's get it.
There was some changes with the Apple Watch, but I think we should say that for another day because this video is getting long enough. But thank you to everybody.
All right.
And I'll see you all in the next.
Okay, let's start cutting all the funny parts of the event. Well, that'd be a very short video. Funniest moments from Apple event. Thanks for watching. Luckily, my MacBook battery is still holding up okay. The iPhone got ray tracing. This is huge for game. Everybody continues to play Candy Crush and Minecraft. Wow. iPhone 16 news. I think it's not that interesting. Once again, I don't think the regular 16s will get promotion. The Pros will get a little bigger. But that's pretty much it. Maybe we'll get some decent coloring options. Who knows? Maybe we'll get Thunderbolt. We can do something with it. I'll have to have some kind of feature, though. It can't just be for data transferring. 5 years of the same camera bump is surprising. There's no rumors of a camera bump redesign, but it would be nice for them to change it. I'm guessing they don't want to, though. Something iconic about the camera being in the top left corner. It's been that way since the original iPhone, right? So they just keep it up there. Maybe there's some manufacturing reason they like it that way, but I wish they would change it. I think it'd be refreshing, but nope. Still didn't do it. Probably people commenting on my video from yesterday. This is dated now. Actually, the part about predicting Thunderbolt actually isn't going to happen made a lot of sense. I feel reaffirmed in my prediction that it's not actually Thunderbolt. USB 3 is pretty good, though. I want a way to record videos, and then the second you stop recording, they're already in Final Cut. Like, we can just bypass this whole import-export process, because it's getting old for me. Did the chassis have more rounded at the edges? Yeah, it is. They talked about that. It's not super round, but it is more rounded than last generation. I've made videos suggesting as to why Apple should change the camera bump, but I've never had I don't recall there being any legitimate sources claiming that the camera bump would be redesigned. I feel like the titanium chassis is probably going to look a lot cleaner. I mean, a lot nicer on the website than it does in person. Just like the Apple Watch. It looks like the watch with the grooves, but then you see it in person and it's like, oh, this is just flat aluminum looking. I never liked that steel, though. It annoyed me. They've been using steel on the chassis since the 10, I believe. Okay, we're down to 17 and a half minutes. Literally takes minutes to import footage. Yeah, it takes minutes to transfer files with USB 2.0. That doesn't mean we should stick with it. If you make 2 or 3 videos a day, all of that time it takes to import footage stacks up. I mean, it takes minutes to wait for an M1 chip to finish exporting a video compared to an M2 chip. So why throw in an M2 chip? Anything that saves time, in my opinion. I mean, you can just swipe to the left to get the camera activated on the iPhone. Why do we need an action button to activate the camera? It only saves probably 1 second, but it's an option for people who want it. Do we know how much lighter that titanium iPhone is compared to the stainless steel? Basically about 10%. They said the 15 Pro is lighter than the 11 Pro, even though the 15 Pro is a larger phone. That's how much lighter it is, which is kind of impressive to me. I knew titanium would be lighter, but I didn't think it would be that much lighter. They said the 15 Pro Max is lighter than the 14 Pro, the small one. Actually, steel was on the iPhone 4. Yeah, but then they got rid of it. So they haven't been using steel on the iPhone after the 4 until the 10, and then they kept using it until now. Now there's no more steel iPhones. They're not selling any new steel iPhones because all the Pros got discontinued. Okay, we're under 17 minutes. I don't think I can get this to 15 minutes. That would be nice, though. Even if it was just under 16 minutes, that would be close enough to fit the title. The skit usually has some dead air. Usually. Not enough, though. Okay, 16 and a half minutes. Come on, we're so close. Ah. So close. Okay, hopefully I find some mistakes in here and we get it under 16 minutes, because that would be perfect. 15 Pro is smaller than 14 Pro because of bezels. Yes. They're smaller with the same size screen. Alright. Time to play.
Tim, the EU has spoken. We have to add USB-C. I don't know. USB-C. I don't know. Do we have to? I feel like if we just maybe make the iPhone portless, but MagSafe has USB-C. Doesn't work. Doesn't. That's not how the law's written. Well, Lightning is so.
Crap.
The law's written. Well, Lightning is so good, and we want to reduce e-waste, but Tim, the law says Type-C. We got to do it. All right.
Yeah.
Do it. All right, fine. I guess we'll add.
What were the use case everyone said for the action button in one of the podcasts you guys did? Pretty much the ones we thought. Flashlight, camera, app launcher.
I guess we'll add USB-C. Well, Tim, it doesn't have to be such a bad thing. You can do faster charging. You could do faster data transfers.
don't need to say speeds, do you? You just say faster data transfer.
Thing. You could do faster charging, you could do faster data transfer speeds. No, that would imply that Type-C is better than Lightning. Well, it is. That's why you switch to it on the iPads, right? The what? I don't remember that word. But look, like, Lightning is just as good as Type-C, so I don't think we should offer any perks over Type-C. Tim, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, this is a slam dunk. This would be...
Wait.
Tim, this...
Oh, good. That was a big chunk. We'll get this video short.
Over Type-C. Tim, this is a slam dunk, okay? We already have the implementation of faster data transfer speeds on iPads and Macs. This would be so easy to bring that faster charging and faster capability over to the iPhone. Maybe next year. Where's Mother Nature?
I forgot I said that. No, I wrote this script yesterday. No, I improvised.
Mother Nature. Okay. Sure. Okay. Let's begin.
Intro.
Let's begin.
How much different is the mini experience versus the 10? Not massive. The mini's smaller. I would probably set my action button to do nothing. I don't need another button. I don't want the ringer switch either. I just wish it was volume and power.
Begin. Let's begin. Let's begin.
I don't like the sounds I make.
Begin.
There we go.
Alright, I'm trying to maintain excitement here because, yes, it's confirmed the iPhone has officially switched to USB.
Okay, let's check out... Oh, this is all wrong. Titanium. Why doesn't this go to the edges? I feel like it should do that. Please. Oh, there were so many people saying this would never happen. It's refreshing to actually see it on the website. Finally!
The iPhone has officially switched to USB-C. It's just a relief to know that Lightning is finally on its way out, but there were a lot of weird decisions Apple made with today's event, and a lot of missed opportunities in particular with the adoption of the Type-C connector.
Thank you, nation.
So, first off, from the get-go, I should disclose something that I'm sure a lot of you are going to be disappointed by. Absolutely no changes to the battery or the charging speeds on...
Battery. They did the bare minimum. It's like they're upset that they were forced to switch.
Absolutely no changes to the battery.
Did they get USB-C 6 years late? Yes. Honk your horn on the Model 3. All the blue Xbox achievement bubbles. What? What bubbles?
Or the charging speeds on any of the iPhones today. On any of the iPhones.
Ooh, good. Mistakes. Get this video shorter, please.
On any of the iPhones today. I scoured the compare page for the 15 versus the 14 and the 15 Plus versus the 14 Plus, 15 Pro versus 14 Pro, all of those cross comparisons, and I could not find one singular difference in the audio playback, the video playback, the streamed playback versus the standby time versus the charging time. Everything is identical. The peak charging speed hasn't changed, so they literally switched to Type-C and didn't improve the fast charging capability. And in the case of the regular, hasn't changed. The peak charging speed hasn't changed. And in the case of the regular 15 and 15 Plus, they didn't even change the data transfer speed. So yeah, these are fairly expensive phones that are still rocking USB 2.0. I'm personally okay with that because I feel like most people aren't going to do much with the ports on their phone in terms of data transferring, unless unless you're kind of a techie or a pro user, in which case, yes, as I was kind of suspecting in my more recent videos, it was kind of a wild card prediction that I threw out there, but it ended up being true. The 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max do not get...
Where's that? Pro... I transfer without syncing. Yeah, for most people, I don't think it matters. They look pretty thin, honestly. What do they call it? Connectivity? Connections? Yeah. Get the Pro in there. Ah. Delete it. Oh, wait.
The 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max do not get Thunderbolt. They get USB 3 speeds, which for the record is still really good. That supports up to 10 gigabits per second, which honestly is kind of still overkill because that's faster than the read and write speed of the NANDs inside the iPhone and even your Mac. So it's not like there was an inherent advantage to just adding Thunderbolt to the iPhone, but personally, I do think that if they did add Thunderbolt to the iPhone, they would have to come up with some exclusive new feature for that phone, whether it be Apple Dex or some kind of...
How dumb is the link a carrier with financing? I wouldn't finance a phone, personally. The $200 price cap and storage cap studying... I guess it could be at the start of an ultra tier, yeah.
Dex or some kind of revamped external monitor support, like letting your iPhone boot up into Mac OS. If it was outputting to a huge external monitor, then Thunderbolt would have made sense, but it appears today they don't have anything like that. This is purely just meant for professionals who are taking lots of...
Oh yeah, let's see that Thunderbolt cable in use for no reason. For gaming! There it is. All the Thunderbolt cables have to be black because they're pro.
Have anything like that. This is purely just meant for professionals who are taking lots of pictures and videos and need to offload those photos and videos really quickly. Now with USB 3, that does absolutely speed up the process. Still an improvement. It's still 20 times faster than the...
Oh, there we go.
Process. Still an improvement, still 20 times faster than the Lightning port was before, but definitely not as exciting as we thought it was going to be. I also thought USB-C would have been a great time to introduce some kind of like reverse charging capabilities, like letting your iPhone charge another iPhone, and while...
Did they show that? Yeah. Ah. Connect USB-C gear like thumb drives, fast external storage, 4K displays, and microphones. But what does it do? It just casts the video to a 4K TV over a cable now? Is that it?
Capabilities, like letting your iPhone charge another iPhone, and while Apple is letting you charge AirPods and your Apple Watch through the USB-C port on the iPhone, there's no mention of it letting power another iPhone, which is what Androids have had for years, and they didn't get into the nitty-gritty specs about the milliamp hours or anything like that, but considering that the Watch and AirPods are the only devices they're advertising that the iPhone can actually charge through its USB-C port, that makes me think that the power output is probably not very good. Probably a cap at 5 watts, and basically they don't have the code built into iOS, as far as I can tell, that would allow them to let you charge another iPhone with your iPhone. So I feel like so many missed opportunities here of like, oh, USB-C is great for all of these things, but they're not necessarily taking advantage of all of them, or they're just kind of going halfway a lot of the time. And I thought Apple would be a bit more passionate about it, like come out swinging like USB-C is here and it's the best and here's all the great things it unlocks, and instead they were like, yeah, I mean, it's fine, it's just a little bit better. But kind of weirdly, no adapter in the box for Type-C.
Where's the box? Did they show that on this page? What's in the box? Where'd it go? Significant others. Huh? Oh, there's all the things it does. Flashlight mode. Translate. Yes, please. Okay. Where was it? In the pricing section? Yeah, now at this point, it feels like iPhone is closer to Mac OS than iPad.
Weirdly, no adapter in the box for Type-C, and they changed up the USB-C cable offerings on the website in a really, really bizarre way that I haven't seen too many people talking about. So they've eliminated any of the USB 3 compatible USB-C cables from the accessories page. Those still exist on other sites. I'm just trying to remind you that. But so far, Apple has introduced a 1 meter and 2 meter.
Where did those go? Cables. Only at Apple. All these other ones you can find elsewhere. Where did they put the dang... Made these cables so hard to find, jeez. Is it because it's not an iPhone accessory? It's a Mac accessory or something? Where is it? Power and cables? Yeah, here we go. Traded in my 13 Pro for $550 yesterday. Ooh. Okay.
Sites. I'm just trying to remind you that. But so far, Apple has introduced a 1 meter and 2 meter USB-C cable that is just locked at USB 2.0, but one can handle 60 watts for $20, and the other can handle
240 watts. For $30, I feel like that's not bad as a power transfer cable. That's a lot of watts.
Can handle 240 watts for $30, which I don't think there's any Apple devices that can take advantage of 240 watts, but they're selling a cable that supports that. But again, the data is still limited to USB 2. But of course, there's some of us that want to take advantage of the faster there's some of us that would want to take advantage of the faster data transfer speed on the 15 Pros, but they don't sell just a USB 3.0 cable. All they sell outside of those charging cables are Thunderbolt cables. And the 1 meter Thunderbolt cable is like...
Where's Thunderbolt? Ooh, $160. So many different... 1.8? Jeez. I feel like they're doing this on purpose. They're making you have to buy the expensive cable.
Cables are Thunderbolt cables, and the 1 meter Thunderbolt cable is like $70, and it's even more if you want to get a longer one. And Thunderbolt is kind of overkill for connecting to the iPhone, and the USB-C cable that comes in the box with these phones is still USB 2.0. It's braided, but it's not color matched like we were hoping, but I'm fine with that. I'm just happy we're getting a braided cable with every iPhone, but still weird of them to just let you have Thunderbolt or USB 2, but then the 15 Pro has neither. The 15 Pro is in the middle, and they don't sell any cables just for the Pro. But again, you can find cheaper USB 3.0 cables on Amazon that other companies are selling. Apple used to sell these themselves, but they got rid of them. I'm not sure why. I guess they could be trying to future-proof the cables. So if you buy...
I like this imagery. It looks so clean. The shorter cable should be able to handle more wattage. Yeah, I think they just put more watts in it just for the sake of a device that you typically want a longer cable for is usually more power hungry. If you're just charging a phone, You're usually fine with a shorter cable.
Proof the cables, so if you buy a 15 Pro and you want the faster transfer speeds, they want you to buy that $70 Thunderbolt 4 cable so that maybe in the future, if you get another iPhone with Thunderbolt, then you can take full advantage without having to buy a whole new cable. See, this is long. See, this is long-term e-waste prevention, but they are not really going to admit to that. So the only other potential camera features I've seen, thanks to the USB 3.0 port on the 15 Pro, is letting you record videos straight to an external...
Did I close that already? Dang it. Where'd you go? No one's playing ray tracing games on there. Where's the Type-C thing? Giga Blast. Oh, come back. There we go. 240 watts though, geez, like they baked in some overhead. The fastest charging Apple product right now is 140 watts. So there's an extra 100 watts in there for some reason.
3.0 port on the 15 Pro is letting you record videos straight to an external SSD, which is kind of cool. I was just hoping they would let you record straight into Final Cut because, you know, Apple has video editing software. If I could just bypass the whole AirDrop or file transfer process, I feel like that would be a lot smoother than recording a video, sending it to the SSD, unplugging the SSD, then plugging it into the Mac and then dragging the files. That way, it's like I can do that with the phone anyway. I guess you can leave the phone on the tripod now and not have to take it down, but it's a phone. It's kind of portable. So bypassing having to drag files onto an SSD would have been more interesting to me, but they showcase some third-party features letting you take pictures and high-resolution photo.
Is that the same? I've used this picture a lot, but it is... I'll just crop in a little more. Make it a little more dynamic.
Okay, some third-party features letting you take pictures and high-resolution photos straight from the 15 Pro and have it show up directly on your Mac. So a little bit of Pro functionality coming from that port, but honestly, not that much. Not as much as I was hoping for. A lot of bizarre changes when it comes to the adoption of USB-C, which in my opinion is the biggest thing. That's the most exciting update. And there's, of course, a bunch of other changes as well. Like the 15 and 15 Plus now have a frosted...
Cut back. Get me out of here. Click and swipe. Like swipe. Okay. That looks pretty clean. Very futuristic looking.
Well, like the 15 and 15 Plus now have a frosted glass back, thank God, so we can say goodbye to all those fingerprints. Also, they have a little bit more of a curved edge, so it's still overall pretty squared off, but will probably feel more comfortable in the hand. And as we all expected, the dynamic island made its way onto the 15.
So no more. Hey, they did that on purpose.
All expected, the dynamic island made its way onto the 15 and 15 Plus, so lots of app support for that now, thanks to the 14 Pros being out for a while. And also a really impressive upgrade was to the display brightness on the 15 and 15 Plus. It is now, in terms of brightness, exactly the same as the 15 Pro.
Compare, maybe? Brightness. All the specs.
In terms of brightness, exactly the same as the 15 Pros, which is also identical to the 14 Pros. So 1,000 nits typical, and with HDR 1,600 nits, and when you're outdoors in sunlight, you can...
Oh, it should go that way.
HDR 1600 nits, and when you're outdoors in sunlight, you can go up to 2000 nits on the entry-level iPhones now, which is pretty cool. The only difference in the displays now between the 15 and the 15 Pros is just ProMotion and always on display. You got the variable refresh rate that can go up to 120 and down to 1 on those Pros, and then you're capped at 60 hertz still on the 15 and 15 Plus. I know that's a hot topic for a lot of you, but I'm just impressed that the brightness is now...
Go back. Please. Look at that face he's making. He's making that look. What is wrong with you, face?
I know that's a hot topic for a lot of you, but I'm just impressed that the brightness is now the same between both of these generations. They're both Super Retina XDR panels, and the camera on the regular 15s, in my opinion, got a pretty decent upgrade. We now have the 48 megapixel sensor.
Go up. Heath Max. Much camera, very wow.
We now have the 48 megapixel sensor on the non-Pro iPhones, although they didn't bring over Pro RAW, which is funny to me because they got the A16 chip. It's the exact same chip as the 14 Pro with the exact same sensor, and they're not giving it the same Pro features. I think this is purely just software locking of, well, this isn't a Pro iPhone, so it doesn't get the Pro features. But having that 48 megapixel sensor on the regular iPhone allows you to have that 2x.
Now you got the 3 buttons with only 2 lenses.
iPhone
Pro got cheaper. Good. Was there anything unexpected they added to the iPhone this year? Not much that was unexpected. I can't think of much. There's a lot of things we thought they would add that they didn't. But
iPhone allows you to have that 2x telephoto, just like the 14 Pro did, even though there isn't necessarily a dedicated telephoto lens. But I thought it worked pretty well when I tested it on the 14 Pro, even if it is a digital zoom that Apple considers an optical zoom. It's still a pretty nice upgrade overall. And if you love the ringer switch, you'll still love the iPhone.
did they show the side more? Oh, yeah. Nope, go back. You're ruining it. Replay. Where's the replay button? I wanted to have shot variety. So oh. They're too fast. Okay. I'm away. Now I'm back. Yes! You gotta be quicker than that.
Overall. And if you love the ringer switch, you'll still love the iPhone 15 because it has one, unlike the 15 Pros, which are now made of titanium, and I think
I like how proud they are of the titanium. Hi, Chris. Said you would get haptic feedback when... It's a physical button, but it gives haptic feedback when you push it.
which are now made of titanium, and I think probably the coolest thing that we were not expecting about the Pros is the switch to titanium would save them so much in weight. These are actually the lightest Pro iPhones ever. These are actually like super light compared to the previous generation Pros. Now, the 15 Pro Max is lighter than the smaller 14 Pro, and the normal sized 15 Pro is actually...
Shoot. Where's the compare page? 15 Pro, 11 Pro. Wait. Oh, yeah, it is. One gram less, despite being a bigger phone.
Now, the 15...
Can show these next to each other. So the big phone here is lighter than the small phone. That's pretty nutty. Gives you an idea of how heavy steel is.
Pros. Now the 15 Pro Max is lighter than the smaller 14 Pro, and the normal sized 15 Pro is actually lighter than the 11 Pro, even though it's a bigger phone, you know, with a bigger screen and everything. And this is in thanks to Apple slimming down on the bezels, so the footprint is a little.
It doesn't look very different here. Let me get a 13 Pro Max in there. Yeah. Blackety black. Was there no black? Oh yeah, graphite. So many changes over the years.
On the bezels, so the footprint is a little bit narrower. And of course, titanium is a much lighter material than stainless steel, which should mean, I mean, I haven't picked them up yet, but the 15 Pros should feel noticeably lighter than previous generations, which is excellent. I'm very excited to try that out. And yes, on the Pros, they have eliminated but yes, on the Action Pros, as we predict.
Right.
But yes, on the Action Pros, as we predicted, they have eliminated the ringer switch. And
Hold on.
very excited to try that out. They have eliminated the ringer.
It's a little bit of a weird transition, but I'm trying to keep the video short. They had a section where they showed all the changes, or all the things you could do. Fast track to your favorite feature. How about the sell my iPhone button?
Try that out. They have eliminated the
Yeah, I think the euro getting stronger is part of the reason. That's true.
ringer switch and replaced it with, Apple even calls it this, an action button, which by default it just acts like a ringer switch. You just have to hold it down to switch between mute and unmute. But it's still a physical button. There's no solid state buttons here. And yet, of course, but it's still a physical button. There's no solid state buttons here, thankfully. But it can be remapped, of course, to any kind of Siri shortcut you come up with. There's a bunch of presets. It can be a camera button, it can be a voice memo button, all kinds of things that I'm sure people will get really creative with, but in my opinion, definitely a lot more functional than just a basic ringer switch. But surprisingly, no changes at all with the displays on the 15 Pros. Like, the bezels are thinner and all that, but it's the exact same typical brightness, same peak brightness and outdoor brightness, no changes there. Same 120 hertz, and it's still same 120 hertz, and it can go down to 1 hertz if you need it for...
Don't jump around like that. What is this supposed to be? Fast, efficient. Thought there would be a section where they talk about the display more, but I guess there's no changes with the display, so maybe that's why. A camera that's better than the display you're looking at it with. Man, I'm getting dizzy scrolling back and forth so much. SE2 and 10 must have been crazy light. Oh yeah, definitely. I missed those phones. They're much lighter.
The exact same typical brightness, same peak brightness and outdoor brightness, no changes there. Same 120 hertz, and it can go down to 1 hertz if you need it for standby mode with iOS 17 and all that. But even the 15 Pros still come with a braided USB 2.0 cable. Sorry if you were hoping that that would ship with something better, but the cameras, in my opinion, were a little bit
Let's find those.
But the cameras, in my opinion, were a little bit lackluster. There were some reports that they would bring the 48 megapixel sensor to the ultra wide. That didn't happen. Of course, they talked about, you know, new coatings that should reduce lens flares, which I'm hopeful for, but skeptical to get excited about. And the main sensor is still 48 megapixels. They say it's improved and there's better low.
A green iguana. Ew. Can we get a... Now choose your default main camera lens. You want to permanently digitally crop your sensor? You can do that. Just take some scissors to that sensor. Yeah, people are saying that 15 Pro Max is cheaper than the 14 Pro Max, which is awesome.
Megapixels. They say it's improved and there's better low light performance, but again, that's all going to come down to real world testing. We'll see if Apple's claims are a little exaggerated, but most of the hype surrounding the 15 Pro Max was with this improved zoom, which in my opinion was not as big a deal as we had thought. Of course, everyone used the term periscope lens, so that's why Apple couldn't call it that. They called it the
Portraits. No, with more Pro. I still don't understand how that's supposed to work. Nerd out on the 5X. That's good. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's not a periscope. It's like a stairs.
Called it the Titan Prism or some weird thing. I don't even think it's technically a periscope lens, but it is a bunch of extra mirrors inside, allowing the phone to stay thin as it is while still have a super zoomed in.
Oh, yeah. They do the... There's a Samsung thing with the little preview in the corner.
A super zoomed in field of view, although I don't find this particularly high zoom. The telephoto lens is 5x. Okay, we went from 3x to 5. And sure, you know, it's a pretty high megapixel sensor, so you can pinch in. Now with a digital zoom, you can go up to 25x, whereas before it was limited to 15. So, you know, a little bit of improvement, but definitely not as drastic as an upgrade as a lot of us were hoping. We were expecting a maybe 7 to 10x, or some people were hoping for 15. Just stopping at 5, I guess, is pretty good. Maybe less gimmicky than 100x like Samsung likes to do. But unfortunately, that new telephoto lens is just on the Pro Max, and the regular 15 Pro is still sticking with another 3x telephoto. In my opinion, kind of unnecessary. I think 2x and 3x are so close together that it's kind of unnecessary to have two focal lengths that similar. And then, of course, there's the chips, where Apple is once again...
Where's that ray tracing goodness? Win for gaming. Yes, a lot of people play games on their iPhone. It's just they don't play the power-intensive ones. They play Candy Crush.
And then, of course, there's the chips, where Apple is once again putting the latest and greatest 3nm architecture in just the Pros, now calling it the A17 Pro chip, which is kind of a first for the A series of silicon. I believe that's because these probably have 8 gigs of RAM, and Apple is going to want to use an A17 chip in the regular iPhone 16s next year, but it's not going to have the same amount of RAM. I would predict that in some way they will limit the A17 chip for the entry-level models, so that's why they're calling it A17 Pro, and then next year we'll get an A17, or maybe if there's a iPad mini or iPad Air that launches next year, maybe it'll get an A17 but not a Pro version. And then of course the regular 15 and 15 Plus get an A16 chip, which is pretty...
I think I had a screenshot. Where was that? Yeah. We already talked about this.
An A16 chip, which is pretty much the same exact...
We can cut that out, I think.
But not a Pro version. But a weird decision Apple made that kind of threw everybody off was the storage options are not standard between the 15 Pros. The regular 15...
Let's see the pricing. Or no. Is that easier on tech specs? Yeah, I think it would be. Compare the storage options. Just take this whole page, I guess. Ba-ba.
The 15 Pros. The regular 15 Pro starts at $999, which in my opinion is still a great price considering how long Apple has kept that pricing around. And it has 128 gigs of storage, whereas the 15 Pro Max did kind of go up in price, but the default storage is now 256 gigs. So Jaws marketed this, of course, very, very well at the keynote, saying this is the same price as last year with the same storage options. The good news is I've been hearing a lot of people say in my live stream that overseas the 15 Pros are actually lower in price than the 14 Pros were, and once you start factoring in the storage increases, the 15 Pro Max is actually cheaper than the 14 Pro Max was. So overall, pricing is actually a little bit lower, but they did just happen to remove the 128 gig 15 Pro Max option. Although one change that I'm very grateful they finally made is that the 4K ProRes recording is now...
Camera. Weird that they don't mention spatial video in this section. That would have made sense to me. Indescribably uncomfortable to have removed, but now I feel like I have my body back. Yay! Good for you, Dylan. That's awesome.
ProRes recording is now available on all 15 Pros. Even if you go with the 128 gig of storage, that can still do 4K at 30 FPS ProRes recording. But if you want to do 4K at 60 ProRes recording, according to the website, it appears you have to record straight to an external SSD, which I believe means that the iPhone can't record 4K at 60 ProRes natively. Like, it won't record that to its own drive, but it will record it to another. I'm not sure if I'm understanding that correctly. It's just a little bit weird. But hey, now you have an option to do 4K at 60 ProRes if you so desire. And yes, just like last year, in the United States, it's eSIM only, and if you're outside of the US, you still get a physical SIM tray. That definitely makes the international version a lot more compelling to me. That's why I would consider buying one next time I'm out of the country. But yeah, overall, a decent amount of upgrades. In my opinion, USB-C is by far the most interesting thing. The colors all suck.
Beige. And more beige.
Thing. The colors all suck. There's basically no white iPhone 15 anymore. All the colors are very pastel. There's no product red anymore.
Where's the regulars? Pink. The Barbie phone.
Colors are very pastel. There's no product red anymore, which sucks. And all the titanium colors were quite a bit different from what was leaked, but I'm not really that in love with any of them, honestly. Like, they just call them black titanium and white titanium and natural titanium. They love
all those titanium writings are kind of funny looking. Did we mention it's made of titanium? And it's titanium. With titanium in it, there's titanium.
Titanium and white titanium and natural titanium. They love doubling down on the fact that this is titanium, but they're all just kind of different shades of gray. I'm still hoping for some kind of product red in the future. Maybe at a spring event later. There was some changes with the Apple Watch, but I think we should save that for another day because this video is getting long enough. But thank you to...
Right. Credits. It's time. Why? Don't annoy me.
But thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. It seriously helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So thanks again. This is your...
And we have reached the end, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in a rush, so I'm going to update this later. I believe there's some names that aren't there, but they'll be on the next video, I promise. And we'll call this 15 recap. It's about 15 minutes. But I gotta use this extra bandwidth to upload. We need the Oppenheimer phone. Yeah, that's the Note 7. But wow, thank you all for sticking around this long. This is a very long live stream. Of course, there will be more videos in the week to dive more into detail on all the little differences. But thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the super chats. You guys have been amazing, insanely generous. Far more generous than you should have been. How many people are still here? 400. Oh my God. I was expecting like maybe 20 or 30 people were still going to be left. There's still almost 500 people watching. Jeez, you guys are crazy. I don't know why you're still watching this, but thank you. It seriously means a lot, and I appreciate you all. And we'll talk more soon. More iPhone coverage, AirPod coverage, all that jazz. Bye-bye.